what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. We'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands.
Welcome one and all to the LPL Spring 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and here we are in week number 6, my friend. It feels crazy that we're already here, but we have a day chock full of action ahead of us. Lyric, are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like you said, already halfway through week 6. There's only about 8.5 weeks of the split, so we're almost towards the end. Playoffs not that long away. We're going through at a crazy pace, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited that we kind of still have a lot of really hype matchups to get to in a single round robin where there's a possibility of all the good matchups being gone already. I feel like we have a lot of good ones in store. Maybe not the closest tussles tonight, but I find it interestingly enough that there is a lot of that conversation in the LPL where, you know, the middle of the pack is all over the place, and kind of seeing what we didn't get to see last night because there was no LPL, but at least in the off days, a lot of the things moving around there.
Exactly right. I think especially with our first match today being RA, AL, you're looking at that middle of the pack, how crazy it is. Teams like FPX being up there, WEAL, another team that's up there and actually taking down a lot of the other middle of the pack teams. Teams like FPX, OMG, Weibo, NIP. It's such a sprawl in that kind of upper middle echelon right now. It's just so crazy. You really don't know where any of these teams is going to end up.
Somebody who's chomping away from the inside out is AL, though. It feels really interesting when we talk about them because they are the middle of the pack killers, I guess, which is a title I guess some people would want to have. But when we were looking back at them, right, they do have a pretty good record against teams in that middle of the pack region.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just said, right? Weibo, NIP, FPX, OMG, able to find a lot of those wins. And even their losses. They have 3 losses, and it's pretty evenly spread. They've lost to a top team in BLG, another middle of the pack team in WE, and EDG, who are down at the bottom. So AL are a bit of a weird one, but it should give you hope as we get closer towards playoffs, considering that right now most of their wins are coming against those teams.
And pun very much intended there with hope in the roster for anyone's legend. But I think for us, as we get into the stage and into Shanghai, our focus tonight was something that's very usual for the LPL. It was Kroko versus Nio, the jungle matchup, but very much more spotlighted towards Kroko and trying to figure out how they can utilize him.
Exactly right. He's come over from the LCK on DRX last year, and a lot of people were excited for this roster, but mostly because of Hope and Shanks, and that hype has delivered. But Kroko, I think, being one of the under-talked about people on this squad because he is just bodying people, working with Shanks so well, constantly in the enemy jungle. He ranks 3rd in most camps stolen from the enemy side. Things like that. I'm just so excited to see what he could do. And that's why the focus has to be on Nio as well. It's like, hey, how are you going to be able to stop this guy? How are you and Vikla specifically going to be able to shut down Shanks and Kroko? Because right now, they're kind of one of the best mid-jungle pairings we have in the league.
I think Shanks has been on a serious renaissance for him. And not saying he ever dipped down, but I think he's struggled a lot with taking the limelight in the recent history. But I think now with Kroko, he's got a lot more confidence built up into him. That's where I do love your point about Nio, because in a league where we've had so many outstanding rookies just make gigantic splashes this year, Nio has had a quiet one because RA have struggled.
Exactly. I mean, hell, even up against the guy that was his sub at LDL, Xiaofeng on OMG, struggled heavily against him. Xiaofeng got the better of them in that matchup. It's been so weird because, like, Nio had some promising performances early on, those first 2 series of the split. I think a lot of us looked at him, were pretty excited to see what he could do, but it's just been so hard to keep it together. And for RA, I think it's understandable, right? They're actually statistically the worst team in the league in terms of the amount of games that they've won. They're only sitting at a 20% win rate. EDG, who are in last 4 places below them, have a 31%.
Yeah,
so
it's insane.
Exactly. It's like morale has to be down, and that makes it so much harder to improve, so much harder to find wins, and so much harder for any of you to be able to show a good performance.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of shakeups behind the scenes as well for them too. Just a lot of things adding up to trouble for RA. But this is an opportunity right for the taking for anyone's legend. A team that's sitting at 7-3 and contesting the top spots in the LPL.
Which is crazy.
It's crazy, man. Ever since I've come into the league, AL were literally going to fisticuffs to see who could be last. And the fact that we've had this entire turnaround, it speaks for itself.
I mean, it hasn't been since they were Rogue Warriors that there was even hope of them making playoffs, let alone being here. But there are 4 teams at 7-3, and actually 6 teams at 7 wins in general. So a lot of teams right now, like you hit on earlier, making up. Not even our middle of the pack, because JDG are second, they have 7 wins. They just haven't played enough games to have any more wins or losses, right? So kind of just making up our second through 7th place. It's crazy.
Yeah, the fact that there's so many teams right at next breath away from each other, right? And like the ton of teams at 7 wins, a ton of teams at 2 wins, and like just that mix match in the middle of kind of those things. It's been very curious to watch. And as time comes down and starts ticking down for the LPL, these wins become all more important. But we talked a little bit about Krocko. We talked about his combination with Shanks. But I think the key component and a nice breath of fresh air has been the hope that's been provided in the bot lane for anyone's legend. I mean, you have a literal GOAT, it feels like, with you.
Yeah, he feels like, you know, that next tier under, like a lot of the big names, right? The Rulers, the Jackie Loves, the people who have had the storied careers and reached those heights. But this man's an LPL champion. I mean, won 2022 with JDG. He's consistently had solid performances. Hell, even going back to when I started casting in 2020, he came in summer to kind of help push that team up from where they've been. I think Hope's just a guy that you can rely on to be able to carry some games and put out the damage that you need from an AD carry.
I remember my favorite story from him when he was back on JDG was the very vocal nature of him wanting to be a leader for the team. I don't think that necessarily worked out with JDG. I think maybe a little too many cooks in the kitchen towards the end of that one. But I never really saw a resurgence of that want or that leadership, I guess, across the rest of the teams that he played on, going from WE now to anyone's legend. I wonder if that does take hold in anyone's legend with maybe some newer faces to the league itself, but also just trying to put things together for them. I got completely distracted by that fan photo, and I love it. But I think the fact of the matter is we are still on 14-4. We got to see some first iterations of what the picks are going to be, the meta is going to look like, and now we get our second at-bat with this meta.
Yeah, and I think you should be really happy because over the last few days specifically, there was a lot of Smolder getting played, right? We had LGD bringing out the Smolder. We had WE, oh no, it was BLG in that series bringing out the Smolder again. TT bringing out the Smolder. So, Smolder priority has been rising, Mazel, and I know that's exactly what you wanted to see.
I found out that I'm not friends with Munchables the other day because he told me all homies hate Smolder, and I don't hate Smolder. So, hey, shout outs to him. But I do hope we get to see it. We're not going to see it, though, because it is banned on the blue side, rightfully so. I do want to jump into it now. AL on that blue side, they banned that Smolder, but they also took away the Draven and the TF. As well as RA on the red side, they will ban that Lucian, Karma, and the Deer.
So I wonder if this is where you go for a Nautilus pick. Nautilus Prio is another thing that's crazily risen up, mostly because of Senna, but we've still been seeing it first rotation on like red side, for example, even when the Senna's not open. And if AL go for this, I would be a bit surprised because teams have been leaning so heavily on those Senna bot lanes. AL themselves have only played it once.
Hey,
yeah.
you know?
Just going to stick to not even really what they know, because actually the Callista's what they've only played once, but clearly just thinking they could punish Asum and Zora heavily in this 2v2.
Yeah, and that speaks in and of itself, right? This is a series that AL should be able to handle business. You already said it, RA, one of the worst teams in the league. They want to smash. They want to take that controller and down smash their opponent. I think it's curious to see if that's actually going to work out for them. We have seen Hope be a dominant 2v2 player in the past. I think the Senna safety is the right call for RA. They just got to make sure bot lane doesn't go awry.
Exactly. Going towards the Senna, like I said, I feel like the Nautilus Prio has been so through the roof lately. Typically, that's where you see this locked in, but instead, going with the play early on, I love the pickup. I mean, in my mind, this has to be the most prominent mid laner in LPL right now.
You know who else is a really prominent mid laner who we're not going to see? Azir, because he's banned, and I did not mention that, so I apologize to everybody. Maybe you're wondering where the Azir went, but he has been disabled. A lot of our mid laners, I'm not going to say Shanks or anything, but Shanks in particular, a lot of players, really heavily highlighting this pick. We'll see what that flexibility brings. That Renata is locked in, though, with the tried and true duo.
That's going to be able to have that aggression down in bot lane, and like you said, with no Azir available. That means Shakes will have to go on to kind of his next core of champions, bring out the Talia. I like it a lot, going to be able to enable the bot side and hopefully get involved with Hope and Kill early. You'd expect it though, right? I mean, Shanks and Hope coming over to AL together, they've already shown great synergy so far this split.
You get that Tom Kench, something that has been trended away from in the Senna combo. The Nautilus, as you were saying earlier, kind of rising priority. The Maokai also was up there. But, hey, want to go with some more of that safety and that Devour.
Exactly, which, I don't know, it's going to be pretty interesting. So they have that for the potential pick options that can come through. I don't love it against the Renata. I mean, especially that level 6. You're still going to be able to find the engages that you want. But now for RA, I think looking to round out your composition with more long range just makes sense when you already have the Senna in the way and you're playing it against a Kalista Renata. So never putting yourself in a position to be taken over by that comp in team fights, probably the way to go. But a lot of top lane bans surprisingly coming through. Xiaoshu Harry, not really the knife fight I would think of.
It's not, but hey, if you give a knife to the right person, I guess, this situation for ALRA. The Xin Zhao ban, I think, is pretty huge. There was still some potential flexibility with the Talia, but you're taking away some of those very aggressive forward-facing junglers from Krakow.
And a lot of what we would expect to see now already off the table. I'm really just thrown off by these top lane bans, clearly expecting Xiaoshu to need to get up on a carry champion. Now for RA themselves, we still have things like the Cassante left open. They're definitely going to need some sort of frontline in that top lane role, but for now, just toying with the idea of jungle.
The Grave is locked in for Nayo. He's going to take some of the aggression and throw it right back into the face of Krakow, and this is kind of what I wanted to see coming into tonight. Yes, maybe some stability could have been the name of the game for them, but you gotta get this guy off the ground running. There's a reason you brought him into the league. There was some promise there, especially towards his very forward-centric play, and I love that he's going back to comfort of the Graves.
Yeah, and especially now things like that W going to come in handy now that AL have opted into a bit of a double AD carry composition with the Kindred now coming out for Krakow. Milky Way clearly making waves in the league with the amount of jugglers now swapping over to play carries themselves. AL, a ton of damage across this comp, right? I mean, hell, you pretty much have 4 damage dealers coming in with the Renata. If they can get in range, they will be deadly. But the engage is not that easy to find with this comp.
Got a lot of hop, skipping, and jumping here, at least for AL.
Yeah.
They're going to have to use those mobility movements to their advantage here, where there's a little bit more stability in the team fight and kind of front-to-back style for RA.
And now toying with what they want top lane, immediately locking in the Jack. So a bit of a 1-4 coming out for RA with how they can play side lanes. Jack's gonna be able to get a ton of pressure, having that ultimate, the Dawning Shadows from Assume there to help enable him. I don't love the Graves pick here. Feels like they really could have just leaned harder into being able to play the range game, especially because AL don't really have great options of hard engage, right? It's either Kalista throwing in the Renata or you're somewhat hoping the enemy runs into you. Maybe the Talia will be able to alleviate that with a good Weaver's Wall, but it's all going to be up to that execution.
Yeah, and it is about that combination. I think when we were giving a lot of highlight over to Krakow and Shanks, it was rightfully done because these two guys have been kind of the engine, it feels like, for anyone's legend. They're set up to be so right now. They got gas in the tank. They just got to start that motor. And for RA, the holistic conversation coming into this is we got to see better performances. We got to see more consistency out of this team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just got to be able to bring it together. They got to be able to bring more consistency, like you said, out of those individual performances, not just Xiaoshu shining like every other game, or maybe Vikla will have a highlight moment every 3 or 4 games. It just needs to be brought together. It's going to be hard, especially when you're going up against an AL that really has been picking up some steam.
It's a team that nobody would have thought coming into the year would be at the top of the tables, but is contesting one of 6 teams at 7 wins, which is crazy to think about, and a lot of spots in the playoffs on the line. As we get into game 1 of the day, it's all on anyone's legend to further themselves, get 8 wins in the series standings, and push that upper limit, while Rare Adam themselves can play spoiler in the absolute, can turn a faltering season around in some ways, just trying to find that consistency. I hope you're all ready to hear some Jaios as Shanghai is ready to come to life. Anyone's Legend versus Rare Adam, game number 1. Come on, RA fans, I believe in you.
You know that one guy, that one
dude.
guy, he deserves a shout out. He was doing his best, and that's what you need. And that's like what we were talking about, right, Marcel? Is that typically when you start losing, you find yourself towards the bottom of the table. I feel like you even show off like worse than you actually are, or you would otherwise be, because again, it just stacks up so hard being able to figure out how to bounce back. For RA, we're feeling for him, but this is where the start has to be. It has to be against AL. AL lost to EDG, another team. I mean, hell, EDG are at the bottom of the standings, so maybe RA can maybe take something from that and try and overcome this massive hurdle in anyone's
I'll
Legend.
just say right now, it does not get easier, my friends. As your RA, you're starting to get ready for a twister or a storm. You're
Yeah,
getting into
you
the
are.
bunker because you've got BLG, WE, FPX, NIP, LNG even to end out the season. So you got to start somewhere, and that somewhere could be now. We do have same side starts for both junglers, pathing down towards bot side.
And right now, bot lane going as we'd expect, right? The Kalista and the Renata having the pressure with the range that they do have. I love them trying to just push them off the wave right now, making their way to level 2. Gonna look for some heavy trades. And like we said, for AL specifically, we know a lot of this game is going to revolve around bot side. RA at some point, the center probably going to move up to help the Jack, so both teams probably going to aim for getting different parts of the map strong.
I just want to see these two junglers go at it. I love the classic of the Kindred Graves matchup. Just a lot of skirmishing to it. But also the clear speeds become very, very quick for both sides. So that's something I want to keep up and look at in terms of tempo of ganks as we start getting, that 5-6 minute mark, as Krako's already going on the aggressive.
Yeah, looking to steal away the camp. I love it. You can already see the AL bot lane hovering over, so he knows he's completely safe. Even Shanks doing a lot to pressure in mid just to make this invade go off without a hitch.
Easy does it. Pressure in bot side. It leads to the dub of the blue buff for Krako. It's take a little bit of while, but we're going to see if he also wins the 50-50. Meanwhile, Vikla just gets completely dusted, and that's not going to be enough. The ticking health potion saves his life.
I didn't see how low it got. I saw it after it ticked up once to 32 HP. That is so tragic for Shanks, doing such a good job to find this much pressure in this match. It's been insane, but Jungler's going to
Got
meet
the
again,
50-50.
Mazel.
Let's see if he gets it. He does indeed. So one mark over to Krako.
It's going to be great for him. This should open up for Nio to be able to cross through mid, potentially go top, but look at the minimap. He is still just looking for Krako.
Let's go.
Is
This is what you need, though, with the Graves. You have that strength in the skirmishing, the contesting. Now we're going to get the 2v2 evolving here. Krako has to flash out. Nio's going for it, though. Hope is here to save the day, and that's all you need, Lyric.
Yeah, Hope coming in clutch with the heal to make sure that Krako survives and Nio going down. I was doing so good to keep up that pressure, but now it feels like you're starting to sink deeper and deeper, right? Not only have you given over a kill, you also lost your blue buff only, like a minute ago.
Just the timing really working out as Nio definitely playing heavy-handed here.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't even have a point in Q from what I saw. Doesn't have a point in W. He's 2 points in Q. Feeling really good going for this trade because he has that burn coming from the red buff. But there it was, the flash heal from Hope, making it so Krako survives.
So
great
funny.
start for him already. Like, look at this. Coming back with a recurve bow and a longsword is huge.
It's so funny how many times his name comes up in a pun because he just provides that hope to a team. I feel like a lot of times when we're looking at WE, it was like all eyes on Hope. If he could carry past 30 minutes, they win games. And you see when he comes into a roster, at least to his namesake, he does provide that.
And, those puns are always going to be made, Mazel, because hope is just a very easy word to say in a game like League of Legends. And I'm not going to, I'm not going to, like, mince words just because hope is also on the Rift. Puns are going to come, even if I kind of hate puns themselves, I feel like I love puns, but I feel like the pun gimmick has already been claimed by many people, and there is no room for a punless peasant like myself.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're completely wrong. There's always room for punny people in this world, all right? There's always room.
See, it was already too much. But with that, we need to come back to the game because I can sense that some action gonna be on the table.
I think you're a little wrong. We did get a Telegrubbies episode played and watched. It was shared. Croco got the first couple pieces of the episode, learned a little bit about himself, and then Nio came in for the last parts.
Yeah, so it does at least get one for RA. But with that, Croco's been able to keep up tempo so well, already working his way down towards his bot side camps. It's kind of funny how AL have anticipated the Senna move. So if you look at the minimap, Kale's actually moving up towards the top side preemptively, which Assume wasn't showing on the way for a while, right? He did walk mid, but AL clearly trying to manage the Senna with what they know they should expect.
That's the World Ender pop. Harry gonna go at it here with Xiaoshu, getting very dicey though. Xiaoshu had equipped a real weapon there in the top side of the map. Level 6s are burned by both.
Yeah, it's just so hard to go against Jax in those consistent trades. Typically, Atrax having to whittle him down with those Qs, using those sweet spots. He's going to have to go for a reset in the end, but we come right back to it, and I love. We still see both teams just hovering around the spot side. Shanks is making his way now on the mini-map. Both teams probably should just start looking to control this Drake. Hell, AL not even going to look to control it to get any more vision. Just going to start it off outright.
Yeah, I mean, they have the pressure. They have the double marksman here. They can take it so quick, and the Ren stacks from the Callista. They're going to go up and try to find out Nio, but the first objective, at least in terms of dragons, goes to anyone's legend. Fate's Call going to be used and flashed out of. That'll be Zora's flash. Meanwhile, just spiraling despair in mid lane, and the pop goes. Shanks goes down with them, and there you go, RA on the board.
Nice job by RA to find a pivot. I guess it makes sense he didn't want to contest that Drake when Croco was already level 6 and Nio still a bit off from that point. But teams now, an objective traded for a kill. Also flashes gained for AL, so we're going to be looking at them to make a repeat gank down towards that bot side.
Also got to see there before we go into it, a 20 CS lead gained in the top side for RA. This was the catch out though.
Yeah, I mean, great ult coming from Vikla. Just no flash there, really no way for Shanks to escape. Doesn't even matter that the Graves doesn't have the ult to be able to play with. And now, I feel like we got to keep our eyes on the Weaver's Wall because, right, we have no flash on Zora. It's pretty decent time to make a play. We can see that Shanks still has push in that mid lane.
And you now have flash for Shanks, so you can get some plays at least in finding the setups there. But at least now we're 8.5 minutes in. Things are going calm and steady for RA. And I think that's not something we could say in a lot of their games. And I think top lane has definitely been a helper of that. But Xiaoshu might have just bitten more than he can chew because he has found a Croco in the bush. And Harry is going to try to find the Q sweet spots here. A couple more autos, but the flash comes out from Xiaoshu and he's alive.
Gets away for now. Still Shanks hovering up. Who knows, though? Nio might be able to prevent this.
Weaver's Wall, like you called it, available and ready to go. They're going to go into the bush here as Nio shows his face. Xiaoshu is being surrounded by wolves. Should be just fine, though. He's got a little bit of a campfire with him, and Vikla's here now, too.
Yeah, both teams just staring at each other on this top side.
Menacingly.
Ooh. But it does open up for the 2v2 in bot.
A lot of Ren stacks in that poor catfish. Assume's going to step up now as well. Luckily, Hope Kyle cannot see him, so he can't get any more in. I'm trading back and forth there.
Being a bit cautious because Kale's still not level 6 because of the time he spent moving up to top lane when he was trying to preempt the Assume realm. That never happened, so misguessing on that one. But now has the ult. Now they could keep playing a bit farther forward because they know if any sort of dive comes out from the Tahm Kench, they'll always be able to get out in the end.
And that's why you pick it. Even with that lack of presence and recency for it, it does provide that safety and a lot of the engage potential, which I think was something that RA were very much missing. And now, you know, Zora is going to be able to provide a lot of that for the team, but it does feel like singularly coming from him for those big engages.
But it feels like that for both sides, right? Like,
True.
There's really no super easy way to engage. Like, sure, as Hope, you can always throw your Renata in, but that typically is not the play pattern of that duo.
It's going to be all about the flanks of the top laners.
Exactly,
Simply
right?
engage.
Luckily, AL, with having the Weaver's Wall, like, maybe they could corner them off if Shanks can find an angle, which, speaking of angles,
Croco
getting run
really
down.
wanted that mark there. He's not going to get it, though. He's still stuck at 2. They're not going to be spring-loaded, at least in terms of the marks he's been able to get. Now Krako and Kale will not find Nayu. The dragon isn't up for another minute and a half. We do have the other grubs on the side of the map, but they're not going to go for it. Another scuttle.
You know, and this is where AL, I want to see them play for these grubs, right? I mean, being able to deny those from the side of Jax, really just being able to continue to find your lead. They've had pressure in bot this whole game. You could have at least one part of your bot lane leaning up. But it looks like RA actually might be the first team to go for it.
With the Grandmaster's Challenge popped there by Xiaoshu, and Harry pops the world into a runaway. Tonic Shadow comes out, flash out of Harry now too, and the grub started up by Nayo.
Yeah, that sets it up. And hell, even Krako going for a reset, so maybe means AL weren't even thinking about the objective at all, but this is going to be a nice little boon for the side of RA. Being slightly up in gold, they've maintained being even in the early game. You have a Senna, you have a Jax, you're going to scale great throughout this game.
Nobody's going to get the extra stack of the mites, although Krako going to come in and try to split the difference, go 3-3 here. And Nayu will not actually contest that one. He did have first item with matching Krako, but we position now down towards the dragon pit.
And both teams are starting to make their way over. Both top laners did TP to top lane. Harry not too long ago, Xiaoshu now, so this should only be a 4v4, but both teams wanting this objective. Ult's available all around.
Yeah, did not want to hop over the wall there. So he definitely took a little bit of damage from Vikla. The dragon started Krako over the wall here. They don't have vision, so Krako's going to go in a little bit early. Weaver's wall across. They have such split damage now. Spiraling Despair over top, but the hostile takeover has made the difference. The dragon goes over to AL too, and the kills as one catfish is already down, and you don't have anyone else falling in AL makeout.
Nice play coming out from AL. I thought it was getting dicey with how much time they were giving to RA to start that one off and the angles they found, but clearly have a good idea of walling them off, being able to get the objective. RA with a nice turn though to mid to at least get some plates to deny a minion.
It's something back for sure, but 2 kills to a Callista who now has Blade of the Rune King started up at 13 minutes. Definitely feeling good for anyone's life. We've got to take a look at this chaotic fight.
Yeah, Krako just jumping in. I love the idea of splitting them off with the Weaver's wall, immediately forcing Zora to eat the Graves and spin him out and just run away. But there's the combo with the Renata ultimate. The wall creating such little space where it opens up for that to be able to hit, and then allows for AL to not only find the Drake, but also get those kills.
You're talking about scaling being a possibility for RA, but now anyone's legend can use this very aggressive double marksman composition to push themselves forward. You do have Rift Herald coming up now, so they can keep that tempo up.
Already playing 4 people in enemy topside jungle. So going to be able to take away this red. Just doing a great job of denying Nio this whole game. And this is what we highlighted coming to today, right? That as Nio, you're going to have to come in and be able to perform against AL and perform against Krako, who enable him so well.
Yep.
So far, they haven't been able to do that. Krako getting the best of them.
And that'll be a 3rd mark for Krako, escorted by his team too. Still hasn't gotten the 4th mark to really get that unlocked first segment. But getting very close in that regard. Now we should see adaptation towards the top side to get this Rift Herald for anyone's legend.
Moving up, Nio moving to the opposite side of the map. But I don't really think Graves... It'd be really hard for Graves' way to go for any sort of cross-map play without Vikla finding some great trades in that 1v1 first. So it seems like for RA, they're just going to have to accept, hey, we don't get any sort of trade for this. There isn't even any jungle camps in AL's bot side jungle to steal. So this is just pure win for AL.
It's just so hard. You look there, like you think maybe there's an angle in mid lane, but you realize you have one go button. And if that misses, you can't do anything. So it's a situation where it's starting to feel a little rough because RA can't do anything, but then you have in the back of your mind, okay, well, it's a Senna. We have a little bit of a team fight comp, and we just got to make it there.
Right, I feel like that's the way to look at this game, because actually it feels like if either team comp fell behind, it would be really hard to come back because of the lack of ways for either side to really create opportunities themselves. It feels a lot better to have the enemy team coming into you. So for RA now, it's just about stabilizing, I think, and being able to make it to that potential soul fight when you start getting items onto people like the Jax and the Senna, and they can really start having a big impact. But these laning phases have been extended pretty long without turrets going down, and AL have really been enjoying that.
Yeah, I was ready for a bloodbath. I was ready for RA to just like come in, guns blazing. They did draft some guns, but they aren't blazing. And we're 16 minutes in with 3 kills between these two teams. And I think that maybe speaks to the pressure on both these sides in different ways. RA trying to make up for a very, very rough season, and AL trying to continue to cement themselves in a place of power in the LPL.
Exactly, especially this one, right? Because if you make it onto 8 wins, that means the worst you can end up is 8-8. And 8-8's a pretty good spot to assume you'll most likely make playoffs.
Xiaoshu, he wants it. Harry's gonna pop the World Ender's got a decent amount of healing back. Oh my god, Krako's coming in though. TP's gonna be in, but it's so late. Here's the Lamb's Respite, the Dawning Shadow, but Xiaoshu, he gets the kill on a Harry and RA combined.
You know, it makes sense now. Why so many top lane bans were thrown out against Xiaoshu. Things like the Jace and the Renekton, because my god, still dominant in this 1v1. I know the Senna ult helped, but come on. He did the work. He did the work.
I think Krako's Lamb's Respite might have helped even more. Now we see the charge in the mid lane from Krako. They do have some mites in that regard, but the tower is not going to be too happy. He's about a quarter of health down.
So it means AL now can pivot faster to the bot side, even having Harry TP down there. So I love this. It's going to give them a lot of momentum to be able to start getting vision like they're doing now. Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds. And this should be a pretty easy soul point for anyone's legend.
Just imagining this team with a Cloud Soul, that's terrifying. This team really will have a lot of fun with movement speed, especially after their ultis. We are getting to that second item spike for a lot of members too, though. See if that comes to bear here as we are squaring up for a fight, Lyric.
Ooh, Hope needs to be careful. Already getting pretty heavily traded. Does have both sums up, so should be fine for now.
Started up. TP on the back end here now. Shanks joining. Xiaoshu can join as well. There's the late TP. Trying to get this set up fight. The Weaver's Wall coming across. Shanks just going to buy a lot of time for his team. Big combos, and the hostile takeover comes through. And just like that, in the flash of an eye, AL completely dumpstered RA in front of the Dragon Pit. The Spiraling Despair is going to get a little bit back as Harry's getting chunked. The range and advantage for RA, but they get their third Dragon.
Oh, but that's some people might still go down because KL and Shanks are not in a good spot.
Preemptive flash from KL. Nice little move there. Does make them survive, and now Shanks is kiting Krako's here just in case. And AL make out just like the bandits they are.
I can't believe that no one ends up going down from that positioning. And AL still even getting more with this mid lane turret. Great fight, great simple idea. It really was just a rinse and repeat of what we saw before to an even greater effect.
Don't mess with simple if it works. As we take a look back all the way at that fight in the top side, Xiaoshu going God shoot.
Yeah, it seems like the observers realizing that, hey, there probably is not going to be action. We have enough time to do 2 replays, as we see here, flashing away into the Lamb's Respite. But like you said, it also does help out Xiaoshu himself. So, whoa. I love they do the rinse and repeat of what they did before, walling off just a couple of members, throw out the Renata ult behind it, and it just opens up for an absolute massacre going in favor of AL.
I agree, and you know, your point's all well and good. That dragon was going nutty there, and I love it. The spectator pokes abound. I think the serious conversation is that AL, no matter how many times RA have tried to break the mold in this game, AL have stood the test. And with complete objective control, pretty much just about, having lost those 3 grubs over there, but now they're 3 minutes away from a soul. It's going to be at like 23 minutes in. They have the double marksman comp to threaten a Baron if they get to that second item spike. It's a lot going for anyone's legend here.
They've been doing such a great job with some of these small map movements, right? Already hovering up towards top side, which gives Shanks more safety to push through. Your bot lane's here in case any action breaks out. You've already pushed in mid. Just doing some of the fundamentals correctly is what's going to lead AL to a pretty consistent win. They aren't too far, RA aren't too far behind, so this game definitely isn't you know, out just yet for RA. Honestly, a lot just going to be on that next dragon fight, right?
Yeah.
It's all going to come down to that. If RA can finally figure out to expect this Weaver's Wall that's going to be coming at them, I think they're going to have to be doing a lot more with their flanks too, and having Xiaoshu really put some threat on the back line of AL for them not to get such an easy play, right? Because both times we've seen it, Marcel, it feels like they're just like, all right, press R, they're all dead. It doesn't feel like it should be that easy.
But it's been difficult until the moment that the bone snaps, right? Like, it's really curious to me that all these fights in front of the Dragon Pit have gone so closely until AL just decides, hey, you're done for. And everybody all of a sudden dies. And that speaks to kind of that coordination of anyone's legend. Speaking of, they're already burning through the Baron. It's going to be gone before Nio can even get there. And AL have stolen yet another objective out from under the noses of RA. Krako get chunked and the collateral damage comes out as now Nio gets an answer back.
And all the credit for that goes to Vikla. Great job with the little claw throwing right into the Q and setting that one up for his jungle getting another kill. Even getting an objective bounty off the back of that. But Krako did just pick up a Black Cleaver himself, so AL are only getting stronger and stronger.
And we see that strength starting to abound in little things around the map. I think that speaks to the iteration of RA's draft where we were really highlighting the team fight potential for them. They do have that strength for them. As we look into the replay, it was AL who started all of it.
And once again, just great use of some of their abilities, right? First to Weaver's Wall, zoning them out, just consistently good jobs. But it's right here where we're going to see Vikla setting this up with the E into the QQ, followed up by the collateral damage. So those are the types of plays that we know players on RA can find, right? The types of opportunities they can take advantage of. Just need to be able to see it more.
Got to be about putting it together and finding consistency. That was the name of the game for us when we were talking about them in draft. But AL have been consistently dominant on these turrets as they will take yet another one. There'll be all outer turrets gone. RA looking to respond in kind.
Ooh. RA coming from the opposite side of them, but Hope's ready.
Yeesh. Soon taking a ton of damage there. Sundered Sky got completed for Xiaoshu, so he's got a little bit of strength here. But look at this play. AL are forcing the hand of RA here. RA just are trying to respond, but AL have the upper hand.
And now Dragon's up. They already have vision down in this quadrant of the jungle because of the lane that they just pushed, and it's going to allow them to move to this Dragon so much easier.
They are just going to start it up with Hope kiting it out. Shanks is around the corner, has Weaver's Wall, everything available here for anyone's legend, and they're starting to burn it down. It's now Xiaoshu, the flank. I don't know if he's got it. The Weaver's Wall comes in to block them all off, and free objective right to anyone's legend, again in the face of RA. As the Spiraling Despair comes down, a little response, a little anger coming out from RA, but they might have just got a little too angry and hot-headed as the big combo from Shanks over the wall, but Xiaoshu, he finds him on the flank, and now AL, they are in a bit of trouble. Hope and Harry have found the other members, though it's Xiaoshu. He looks back, and there's nothing left of his team. That's a quadra kill for Hope.
Huge fight for AL once again. They get another Dragon for free, and this Weaver's Wall is paying dividends for AL. Now they have Baron, now they have Soul, and they can just keep powering forward.
God, it looks so good until it doesn't in every series for RA, and then it just hurts.
But Zal, I feel like you just need to be able to adjust and start having someone mark the Talia.
Exactly.
The Talia is never standing with the core. It feels like that should be Xiaoshu's job. Running her down so then the Weaver's Wall can't come and separate the rest of the RA members from being able to go in. But then the fight opens up. Shanks actually going to flash in to find this insane flick back. What an absolute animal for thinking that that's okay. And then they're just continuously able to run them down. Xiaoshu did have a great flank, though. I actually thought for a second maybe he'd be able to find Krako and Shanks before he went down, but sadly for him, AL were just too good.
The target selection for AL has really been on top of it this game so far, and you've really seen it pay dividends towards Hope, who right now is the absolute beast to anyone's legend. as he has 7 kills on the Callista, but the double marksman comp seems to be fitting right in the wheelhouse of anyone's legend here with Croco and Hope at the helm.
Yeah, they definitely look good on it, but again, it's kind of sad. We haven't seen too much resistance yet from RA, and at this point, 7-8K gold down, feels like RA might have to retool for the next one. And then if AL play double marksman again as well, and maybe RA come and punch them in the early game, then we can reassess.
Reassessment is going to be needed as systems are starting to fail here for RA in this game number 1. It wasn't that spicy of a start, but it's turned into a spicy hot pot for anyone's legend as they are now massively ahead. They get the tier 2 in mid, which signifies the last tier 2 on the board for RA. And they'll reset with all that juicy gold they just have and hit those 3 item spikes, or at least just about.
I just love the idea that RA are like mortally terrified of the wall. The second they see the wall, they know, Mizel, there is no disrespecting. You have to back off and give. Because the way they do every time, the amount of space they give for the wall.
The wall.
It's something.
Yeah, I don't think they brought their demolition tools here, and Shanks is looking like a nightmare. The walls are closing in, Lyric, and it's the Weaver's wall as a handshake comes through. Nayo, he's going to have to get devoured immediately by Zora.
Having to back off right away, and this isn't slowing AL down. They're not only stealing away camps, but if we look in the minimap, Shanks is pushing in top. They're going to try and get those 2 waves going that they can play off of. Baron's coming up again soon, too, and they are not letting RA have any vision in this topside jungle.
There's like one more engage, one more fell swoop. Will be the end for RA here if anyone's legend can find an in. They're looking for more marks. We even stopped kind of focusing on that, but Croco will get another one here. Let's see what marks he's at. But Baron is on the table, and anyone's legend do it very fast.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit patient, wait, see if any picks come through, because RA are still trying to get wards down into the jungle. They know what's going on.
We're already halfway. Ooh, Shanks sets up the ground, but I don't know if he can actually make it out. Okay, Xiaoxu finds Kael, and they will actually get a decent chunk on him, but the Baron's already got it. Anyone's legend again with objective dominance, and maybe just about to dominate on RA. Bates call goes wide, and that's actually a decent amount of damage returned back. Oh, Croco's going ham, but he pops the Lamb's Respite, and now the Spiraling Despair on top of it all. This is the combo that RA wants, as they can fight off from a distance. Xiaoxu goes down, Vixel's over the wall, but he can't get the combos. Harry's still alive! What the hell is this, Aatrox? As he gets 1, he gets 2, Sundered Sky coming alive! And you thought Aatrox was dead, but he's ending your world!
And now with only the jungler alive, this should be where AL can look to end the game.
Oh, he gets Hope with the bailout. Hope will always be there for anyone's legend, and you have to hold on to it.
Great job by AL. I mean, pretty convincing, pretty easy win for their side, and that's what you need to see when a 7-3 team faces a 2-7 team.
It's absolute domination after they took that little bit of an advantage. The double marksman comp has come alive, and it is kicking the teeth in of RA. Game 1 goes down, and RA are reeling.
I'm telling you, that was the comp of the wall. The wall is the MVP in my book because RA, they just did not know how to adapt. AL keep doing the same thing over and over again. They had consistency, and I don't know what else to say. It's good that AL delivered from, again, being 7-3, facing a team like RA. This was the kind of win you needed.
It was indeed, and I think RA, we want to see consistency. I don't know if we necessarily got that one this time around. I did like the idea of giving Nayo some presence in the draft. We got to see some more maybe meta decisions being made for them. We'll see what happens, though, on the other side of a short break, and we'll be back for game number 2. welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by, of course, Lyric, and we're getting into our second game of the day. It's going to be a long one, I'm sure, but I'm excited because it gives a chance for RA to bounce back after what was a absolute shellacking for them in that game number 1, where AL came out on top.
Yeah, it was rough. AL had full control like from the start of the game. We're gonna bring up those stats in just a second, but it was like where didn't they win? I guess top side, Xiaoshu was finding advantages because RA were investing, points up there, but at the same time, Harry popped off later in the game and had, that last team fight that was huge. So it's even hard to look anywhere for the side of AL and been like, man, that guy had to do better.
They got 3 of the grubs for RA's side, at least. That's something to speak of, 1 turret, but it was a very one-sided matchup there. And I think that's where you can really hone in on some of the strengths from AL, some of that consistency that maybe isn't there for RA. And it definitely was with Krako's early moves, Shanks following him up, and all that juicy gold going to Hope's pockets.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing to me. Is like how well as a team they worked together on the map. Some of the small map movements, rotating the other lanes, constantly reinforcing where they were strong and wanting to play around. So now we get to bring up our MVP, and it's actually gonna be Kyle. He did have huge ults on the Renata. It was all about the combo between the Talia and the Renata for this comp to win for AL.
It was very, very impressive. The little handshakes, but those hostile takeovers, a lot of the spacing provided by this guy. A welcomed addition, it feels like, to anyone's legend, and providing a little stability down there for the bot lane. Interested that they were even able to get the Kalista Renata combo, as we saw a lot of bans going in other directions. A lot of bans, facing up towards top side of the map as well. So I'm very interested to see what RA approaches the second game with, because in game 1, they tried to go with comfort for Nio, get him ahead. It doesn't work when Krako is able to manhandle you in the jungle. So trying to find a way around that, maybe finding strength in lanes, is where I'm looking at for RA now.
Yeah, it feels like we need to see things that can hold up a little bit better early, just because RA individually have been struggling. And also just focus around top side of the map. I mean, copy FTX in the sense that play around where you're strong, where you feel like your strongest player is. And it still feels like for RA, that would be Xiaoshu.
Well, we're into it now. RA on the blue side this time around. They'll ban that Lucian Karma Udyr as the Vi Kalista TF banned by anyone's legend on the red side this time around. The first pick priority with Smolder on the table if RA wants to go for it. If not, I'm sure anyone's legend, and Hope specifically, will be very happy to grab that one. Varus a decent pick into the Smolder, though.
And this is kind of interesting, right? Because this is a pick that wasn't banned in the first game, but still went completely unpicked in that draft. Not even banned in the second rotation. But like you said, Smolder open. We even have things like the Draven that were banned out in game 1, but it would have been much more likely for RA to pick that one up if they did. So for now, it looks like AL going to go with Nautilus, going back to the rising priority that we were talking about in the first game. Just a really general pick that can go with things like the Senate, can obviously be paired with the Smolder. Is going to work really well finding engages on this immobile AD carry like Varus.
What I love is RA are holistically focusing a lot of the very heavy comfort champions of AL, and vice versa for RA. There's a lot of champions, at least for anyone's legend, that they've just played a ton of. The Udyr for Harry, the Zir that's no longer available for Shanks, as well as the Lucian for Hope. But they will have to go with a little bit of a different angle here as we get the Smolder locked in. The Nautilus, a very good combo with that one, but that does leave the Xin Zhao open for Nio.
Exactly, bringing the early aggression, able to go for those ganks. You have your ultimate, which is, great at denying any of the damage that he can put out onto you. And now rounding it out with the Renata as well. So wanting to make it so that Kyle isn't going to have an easy time finding those engages with the Nautilus.
It's not as easy to make, but he still can make it happen. I also like the Jax pickup for Harry. First and foremost, a lot of side lane pressure, but I want to see what he can do with that in the lane against Xiaoshu. As we get in the second phase, the Renekton is the ban, so trying to take away some of those Jax matchups.
Yeah, so wanting to make sure that the aggression can't exactly be there. In terms of top, it's kind of funny because we have finally started to see K'Sante kind of falling out of favor a little bit right when we turned on to 14.4, teams weren't doing that. Things like the Aatrox really rising in priority. Renekton and Jace rising priority in terms of bans, but not really being able to see either champion come out onto the Rift.
Yeah. I think last week, it literally was a tale of, teams are still learning 14-4. Let's go with what we know is okay and go with things that we know we're good on 14-2 and that can still be viable. This week, I feel like we're starting to finally get some of that flexing of the muscles that 14-4 has wrought across the globe. And I've been loving it, as well as now that Azir is gone. We don't have to worry about that matchup, I guess. The Aatrox is locked in for anyone's legend, so they'll actually have some interesting flexibility where they draft right now.
Yeah, now gonna probably look for the Cassante to lock in, bring that one up. Again, AL flex jacks to the jungle, which is a great call. Does amazingly into the Xin Zhao with that counter-strike. Now RA for their last pick. It's about what do you put Vikla on. They banned out the Talia themselves. Things like the Nico still available. Akali would be pretty nice. Just having more threat onto the backline access of the Smolder isn't something I hate the idea of, but it seems like they just want to round out with being able to have some presence in that mid lane matchup and be able to play out with just all the absurd damage that this champion puts out.
And I think Vikla, had a pretty good series at start, at least on the way as we got into team fights and things. A lot of good positioning, a lot of really good spiraling despairs. So trying to capitalize on that with maybe a more team-oriented composition. And still with Nio at the helm, it feels like, for the early game here. But I'm more curious. Now we get the Orianna for Shanks, another classic for him. But man, there has to be a strategy to deal with Hope on the Smolder and the scaling, the strength in team fights that anyone Legend is going to have.
Yeah, I want to see a lot of attention given to bot this game. Like, shut down Hope and Kyle, get your bot lane going. You have a strong presence with the Xin Zhao. You have double range, which should at least be able to bully out really well from level 1 in those first 2 levels. Give time for the Xin Zhao to make it down, and then start looking to just find dominance around this bot lane.
Love to see the coach there get some physical movements in there. Go get him! As I think this is an opportunity for anyone's Legend. Again, an important one, a pressure-filled one, to move to 8-3, to put themselves in the conversation of the top spots of the LPL, which they have been shockingly so far this year, still in that conversation. And I think these are the games that are most important because there are a lot of big games coming up in this single round robin finish. And RA is one that you should be looking as easy prey for anyone's Legend, but that's what makes the best underdog stories in the LPL.
Yeah, and like we said, RA have a lot to come back from. They might be sitting at 13th in the standings, but actually the lowest game win rate in the LPL. Need to start getting wins on the board, and it all has to start here in this game, too, against anyone's Legend.
And it all comes off the back of that focus in the jungle. Krako has been a wonder star for anyone's Legend since he came in. The combo of him and Kael have been really good at leading the team's direction. We need that direction from Nio and from Rare Adam. In a league where rookies are beautifully showing up, Nio has been a little bit quiet. We'll see if he can come into Game 2 with a roaring fashion. As Shanghai comes to life, Game 2 starts off. Rare Adam on a comeback spree, potentially, against anyone's Legend. Let's see if they can just close the door on that right now. No!
RA!
He's gone! The guy is gone!
Yeah, if you are just tuning in and you missed Game 1, there was an RA Gio guy, and he was going off.
There was like one other person that joined him. But unfortunately, not a lot of RA fans in the Shanghai arena today. A lot of AL fans here to see if they can continue their spree. Called them, eating things from the inside out in terms of the sandwich of the LPL. They are the middle of the pack killers. And this would be a bottom of the pack team kill, it feels like.
And, that's why I thought RA had a semblance of a chance, because I feel like AL actually does look better against their peers than they have against teams lower in the standings. One of their losses, again, getting 2-0'd by EDG and going to 3 games against some of their other counterparts.
See this laning phase be a big focus for us in terms of how the stacking is going for Hope. I had a beautiful entrance into the Smolder of the league because first game of Smolder I got to cast in LPL was Elk getting his stacks at like 1947 or something like that in his game. I don't think we're going to get that this time around, but we'll see how that consistency lies for anyone's legend as RA get level 2 in bot lane first and using it nicely.
Yeah, and to kind of go back to your point about RA needing to do well in this lane to shut down AL and shut down Hope. I mean, Smolder's 9-2 so far in the league. Like, he is having a really good debut.
What a cute little dragon.
I think it was Kelsey who said, who tweeted whether you think Senna's OP or Smolder's OP. I know if you watch LCK or LPL. And, you know, I also know which one is OP depending on if you watch LPL.
I do too. And Smolder.
Yeah. That's why Nio.
So this is something I like, taking advantage of something that Croco did last game. The Nio going for the aggression on him will force the flash out of the Jax.
Great job. Just like you said, taking a page out of AL's book in terms of playing with the bot lane prio in game 1, doing exactly that in this game 2.
They are going to get that blue buff, so a little rinse and repeat from game number 1, but with different name tags. He'll actually continue here as you had the reset come through from Croco after he burned the flash. He'll go towards the top side, but presence is here for RA. And surrounding Hope and Kyle is the important part.
Yeah, it's going to open up for Nio to be able to get this Scuttle Crab. Not a whole lot of opportunities there for Croco. I actually wonder if he just pivots into trying to gank top, because maybe he pokes at enemy jungle. We know there's no camps up. But Xiaoshu even has a ward. So even feeling pretty decent about potentially being able to escape, even if Croco did make his way up here.
There is a bit of a difference right now that actually is going to lead to Nio getting even further ahead as Croco not going to find anything on the other side. Throws up the rocket shark there, but the red side has just finished respawning for Nio, so he'll get even further ahead in the jungle matchup.
And that's why I assumed that Croco would have looked for a gank top or something. But just, yeah, waiting, hoping that Nio walks by. Is probably just going to move her to the ground once it comes up and be able to take away that one. But a lot of time spent. But hey, what else could you do? Zora, though. Heavy trade from AL.
This is good, though. Anytime you take trades like that in the Smolder, or like Smolder is trading and you need to have a response on the back end because Smolder does not like extended trades. If he can get in, get some stacks, get out, that's the perfect living.
And, you know, now to go to the opposite side, the perfect thing for RA is getting your jungle down, like we said, to allow this domination to keep going. Doesn't look like anything more will be allowed than them having the safety to push up and damage the turret. And Croco gonna make use of that, being able to pick up these scrubs. Counter-Strike, a great tool at being able to finish this off.
Can't believe we're already 3 episodes into Telecrobies of the day. This time, it's not going to be shared, though. I think we've gotten past that. The sharing is caring mark as Nio not going to be a part of it. Anyone's legend just getting all of the grubs. At least, oh no, he's not going to get through. Maybe he does want to share.
I think it makes sense, right? You've already gotten 2. You've already gotten the bonus by finishing your first one and trying to find avenues back into the game, because with the counter jungling, Nio is ahead in experience, like we could see. So I think Croco just starting to move over to his camps, which are starting to come up, I think was a good idea by him. Now looking. I think both of us expected not a ton of action in the series. How you've been warning, like, hey, Lyric, you know, don't expect too much aggression. Be ready for these teams to be a slow burn, build up their advantages. But I do gotta say, I did expect potentially a bit more, especially in this game, if you're gonna want to shut this Smolder out. Yeah. We haven't really seen any team able to completely bully out the slaying, dive it, do any sorts of those shenanigans that much just yet.
That's the hardest thing, is we just haven't really seen a big answer. Shanks is going to burn his flash in mid lane. Nice little movement from Nio and Vikla. But we did see an attempt at something from RA, and it was that early gank. Nio got a little bit for himself there, but it's really about using, like, if a kill goes down there, things like that, RA would be off to the races here, being able to put a little bit more pressure, things like that. But when you miss those little moments, it compiles as time moves on.
Now, you know what else pauses time moves on? Dragons.
No way.
Is AL just going to give this one up for free? Yes, they are. So, first dragon, rare Adam. I don't know why I made that more dramatic
Yeah.
than it needed to be, but you know, it felt like right now we're hitting the part of the story that we're writing, and there needs to be some drama. There needs to be some intensity, and you know, we need to find ways to deliver that. Oh, look at that minion going down, 21 gold.
Hey, have you ever thought about being a play-by-play?
I have, and I think I'd be terrible at it, and I've done it a few times, but I would love to do it because, you know, as long as people are like, hey, Lyric's bad at that, and he knows, I could say a lot of funny things, and people would just let me because it'd be like, oh, he knows he's not doing well at this.
True.
Me and
true.
Dagda had an absolutely legendary cast.
Yeah, it was pretty
I think it
fun.
was in NEST or Demacia. It was a good time.
Unfortunately, I don't have enough of a brain to replace you, so we would be lacking in that regard. We have too many play-by-plays in the kitchen here.
Maybe that's actually past splits. Maybe that would be all we needed. This split, I guess you're right though. Not as high up on the prios of either of these teams. Sorry, myself. They're not thinking of you.
Nio, he snuck around the vision. See if he can make a play on the Harry here. Harry does still have Flash and World Ender available. Xiaoshu trying to be a nice little juicy bait if he's going to pull the trigger. Waiting. Here it goes. He knows there's problems, and he pops that World Ender. Nice little flash there to get some healing from the Q sweet spot. He's going to play some Alco Gaming here, but he is going to go down. Those wings will be clipped, and RA get first blood.
You find the first. We have Kronko up here now. Who's, is going to just have to default probably to just catching this wave. And RA pushes out. Oh, does he wait for the reset? Okay, no. So yeah, doesn't get cheeky with it. Does just wait to be able to help hold this wave. And friendship is right in the world.
He doesn't have
It's okay. Still
walking
being a good friend to his teammates, and that's why we highlight Kronko. If above anything else, he's a good homie.
He actually saved it, so hey, it all works out in the end, at least a little bit. A couple of those are going to take some damage, but we are getting close to those first item spikes for a majority of members. I saw Xiaoshu just picked up his frozen gauntlets, as I do want to take a look at what those first item spikes do mean. I think it also leads to maybe an uptick for RA.
I think it's going to take a bit more, right? Because we haven't seen them playing a lot around Xiaoshu or that lane so far. One gank up to that side is... Oh, I need to pause. It seems like AL very aware of the shenaniganry going down. Now, I mean, having full information, it looks like both teams ready and willing to fight.
Kyle just goes right in. He's not even level 6 yet. Zora does have that on top of him. Look at this angle he's setting up for the hostile takeover. There's now a lot of CC onto Hope. He will have to flash his way out. Vikla also gonna burn his, as we have a lot of summoner spells burned on both sides, but RA are turning to run away.
The pressure that is brought by Harry just walking all the way down from top. This is going to give Xiaoshu some time with that top lane turret, so it looks like he's going to be able to guarantee himself a plate. But buff not stolen. So at the end of the day, AL do buy time, but it looks like we might not be done just yet.
He said we need to focus bot lane. Well, it looks like they might be doing just that. Xiaoshu able to proxy farm that wave. Gets a couple plates up there as well. Not a lot of plates taken across the map so far, but RA utilizing this pressure in bot lane really well.
Ooh, Kronko's gonna have to be incredibly careful.
We might just get this. Okay. Not gonna get any more aggression from RA there. Thought with Flash is available, he can secure the kill, but everything's good. Everything's okay. We recircle back on the map. There is still the Grubbies episode 2 on the table, but Dragon is also coming up in less than a minute.
And right, you asked before about what first items can mean, and now with Grubs being up, Xiaoshu having that Iceborne Gauntlet, I think that's where RA really can take advantage of this. Making your way up now, potentially looking for that 2v2 or 3v3 towards top side. You'll be in a great position.
Ooh, the all out. Not actually going to go all the way through the wall there, but TP is coming out, and that will be from anyone's legend. Harry just trying to survive. Can't do it, though, and Xiaoshu gets the solo bolo. Now he can't get that Q3, and he's trying to just buy some time here. Gets another Q3. He's going in. He's still doing Cassante things. No matter all the nerfs, he will just get auto-attacked to death, and Shanks claims the side kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, at the base, there is Kyle getting soloed out by Vikla and Nio.
So teams trading back and forth. Overall, I'd say a slight win for RA in the sense that you also got a TP out of it on top of your kill, and you're pushing in bot lane. It looked like potentially bullying out the Smolder. So, small win, but both teams finding success on different places of the map.
RA gonna be happy that Nio has 2 kills now. Also gonna get more grubs. Should make all 4 of them there for the squad. A couple more plates going down too. And RA are playing to their win condition here. They're trying to get advantages before the Smolder comes online. Won't get all 4 in the end. Is pressured by Harry.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, wouldn't make the biggest difference. Would be nice to get that little bit of experience of gold under there, but neither team being able to reach the prolific mites, because we're going to see exactly what went down here in topside. Josh, you remember, has an item advantage at this point, has the Iceborne Gauntlet. Harry's only sitting on some components, so he feels confident in being able to run them down, and so much damage, connects every Q3 that hits in this circumstance. And I was a bit surprised. For a second, I actually thought he might be able to find Shanks too with the amount of damage he was putting off, but sadly, it just wasn't there.
He just runs out of all the sustain. Unfortunately, not going to have that same craziness. Then we move to mid lane where Kyle just gets completely caught by a forward-moving RA.
I mean, even coming into that one a little bit late, but Xin Zhao being right on top of him, what are you going to be able to do, Kyle, is going to lead to a second Drake for RA. So RA doing a nice job picking up objectives pretty much everywhere, finding success so far. A 2K gold lead, 13 minutes isn't huge, but it's huge for Rare Adam.
It is, and that's something else to kind of take into perspective, is this is a team who has been down and out way more often than not. Mom is called from anyone's legend. It will clear the wave and force them off, but this is a prime position for RA to start that little comeback we were talking about against a AL who absolutely steamrolled them in game number 1. But we might have just cast or cursed them, as Krako is going to tank that hostile takeover. Spiraling Despair also utilized by Viklo. He's just trying to use all the spacing. Beautiful hook from Kyle, and even with that Crescent Guard, he's going to get bailed out, but is it enough? Not enough this time. 450 smackaroos to Shanks. It is traded back in the end.
Yeah, I mean, needing to go in that ult to be able to find the damage to get the kill ends up leading to a 1-for-1. It looks like we're finally getting closer to the point where AL are getting more comfortable looking for those fights. Makes sense. Hope now having that Essence Reaver. Now getting to see 81 stacks as of now at the 14-minute mark.
Not that many, actually.
No, not doing a tremendous job. I feel like a lot of times we see Smolder pick, though, it has been going up against a melee support, too, for an easier access at stacks. As we see here, right, the hostile takeover does a great job at denying Kraka from walking forward, or Naya would have already been dead. But the hook from Kyle sets up for the kill to be followed up on. But with the Crescent Guard, it's like, Shanks gets jumped on himself. And the hostile takeover, if that kill would have came through, would have been so sad for AL, but luckily you do end up getting the 1-for-1.
And I think the conversation back to the bot lane and why maybe Hope is a little bit behind the ball, at least right now, is that Varus does provide a lot of pressure in lane, and we saw them playing up, playing aggressively, denying a lot of those easy stacks from the Smolder in lane itself. And now you really have to look for Hope to be stacking in team fights, hopefully getting a lot of those angles to allow multi-choose and things like that. But that leads to RA having the advantage on the map and continuing to push the pressure as we see them move to the Rift Herald here.
This is where Hope needs to learn the secret tech of just constantly telling your teammates to fight so he could get stacks. It's like, whoa, guys, aren't we going to lose and all die and kind of run it down? Yes, but the Smolder will be getting the stacks.
Or you just fight until you're almost dead and then run away. Just way easier said than done.
Exactly. That one is very hard, especially, again, Hui range, Varus range, like the tools to turn around with hostile takeover. I think expecting to live would be incredibly arrogant. And there's no room for arrogance here on Summoner's Rift.
You're so serious. We're getting close to the big AoE, at least the longer distance AoE for Hope as well. That one. And that can be an uptick in pressure for anyone's legend, but I love where we're at for RA. In a season where not a lot of things have gone right, they honed in from that first game, got a little bit more, I feel like, sustainability from the jungle matchup in these team fights, and Nio has been able to flex towards that very well.
And they have a very straightforward team composition, so I'm not too worried in terms of them knowing how to play out fights as the game goes on, right? Like, you have Peels to tool in zone with the Renata. You have the ability to engage coming out from your top in jungle. You have long-range damage. You have consistent DPS coming from the on-hit Varus. Like, really, RA's 5 champions together just provides them with a bit of everything when it comes to team fights. So I think for AL, like, we're going to see them constantly looking to exploit advantages, like when we saw them engaging before when RA were looking for vision. But maybe even needing to lean a little bit on some mistakes to come out for RA.
A lot of blue pings from RA towards the Dragon Pit here. They want to secure their soul point in about a minute's time. They did lose that Scuttle Crab, but it'll be gone by the time the objective spawns, and they just want to get priority heal.
Priority they do have is... I love how we have to keep coming back to top lane because both these guys have been looking for the all-in so consistently. With the Profane Hydra, we can see Harry finally able to take some of these trades, unlike before.
The animation is just so cool. I love it so much. So RA, they're just lying in wait. They realize they can have some serious pick potential. They might have put on their dragon hunting boots as they are waiting for a transition of hope towards this Dragon Pit if AL are going to contest. Kyle gets stopped on his back. We have a massive flank right now from Krako. He might be spotted out if he walks into that bush.
And this flank could be huge, right? If he finds his way onto Asum and Vikla, that will change it. But the ward there is going to mean a significant amount. Now Herald taking turrets, only more pressure for RA.
Oh, massive shockwave from Shanks. Just half health Vikla. And we'll lose a lot of their health bars going into this fight. Krako is finally spotted out. And look at RA. You could see the fear in their eyes as soon as they saw Krako back there, stepping back a little bit. But anyone's legend. They have the dragon started. Gonna belay pressure from that onto RA, who just want to try to poke and prod before they take the fight.
I think they can't now. With Harry and Krako both threatening that flank. Krako backing off now. But Vikla being so low makes this threat so dangerous.
And this kind of fight is perfect for Hope. He's just gathering little stacks here and there. He's using the time. Sustained fights are where you want to be. Krako goes in. The sustained fight no longer. As Mom called, but Hope might not have had the damage there. Dragon is the focus right now for anyone's legend to deny the stacking. But Harry, he's against the wall there, but the hostile takeover, it might not have been enough. You've got to assume who gets flashed on there by Krako. They're on to the back line here too, and Hope is the only one left in a dashing, fleeting version of it. As anyone's legend lose out, they do take the dragon.
Do manage to get that, but Hope is getting hunted down right now by Nio. Actually doing a nice job of being able to sidestep and dodge this one for now, but you're going to expect... Mazel, there's no way he gets away, is there?
They have to realize that they could just collapse on it. But I think now they do. Hope's just going to try to stack up a little bit more, as they will get the kill to assume.
So overall, great fight by RA. This is going to cement them 4,000. I guess 3,000 gold is right about that 33k mark. But what a turnaround for RA. Now Asum gets his hands on the Ginsus, Koenig, Rooker for Xiaoshu, so he's only going to be harder to deal with for Shanks. And just really nice and really unexpected to see from RA in Game 2.
It's feeling really good for RA as the bounce back from a devastating game number 1 is exactly the recipe for disaster for anyone's legends' hopes of sustaining the top spots here in the LPL. And I think RA winning would be absolutely massive for them, as we talked so much about their stats and things, the things that have gone wrong this split. But right now, the things that are going right is across the board for them. It feels like everyone has showed up for this second game, and they've tweaked that Game 1 composition to better suit their strengths.
Yeah, I feel like Nio and Xiaoshu especially much better showing. Xiaoshu now looks like he's in a position where he can just take over and carry this game. He's a full item up over Harry, and no one's really going to be able to put off any damage onto him just yet.
So the conversation then becomes, yes, RA have been getting wins, getting advantages. A 3K in the lead. It's pretty good for RA, so to speak. But anyone's legend are still a team that find themselves scrapping out wins a lot more times than I think maybe they would want to. And I think that shows that anyone's legend still has the possibility with this composition and the Smolder still stacking to be a force in this game.
And the fact that they're even still looking for opportunities, as we just highlighted over, right? We had 3 members of AL hovering up towards that top side, so they were trying to look for a pick with Kyle and Krako and Shanks if someone walked forward. So I like that they're consistently looking for these opportunities, even though they're down. It doesn't feel that they're at like a significant, like, hey, this game is over. RA definitely in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can keep up the momentum. Doing a nice job now as well, hovering to enable Vikla to go for this push. Reading the counterplay that AL want to make is quite good.
What kind of car does RA drive?
I wouldn't even, you know, I want to say they drive a bus. I don't know why, but I've always wanted a bus.
All right,
So I want
RA
RA
in
to
the
have a
bus.
bus just like me.
Cross-country travel for RA for sure in the big bus.
Exactly. It needs to be like one of those ones that you turn into a home and is super posh. And you're like, whoa, like,
Wait,
why
wait,
did you
wait,
do this?
wait.
Where'd you get it?
But is it like a school bus that you turn into, or is it like a full-on RV that you like buy that's already like furnished?
No. We're saying they bought like a Greyhound and turned it into
So like the
kinda
middle
living
ground.
situation.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't really know why you asked and why I answered. So
Because you said they were driving.
unquestionably-
You know, they're in the driver's seat, so I was just wondering what kind of car they were driving.
I brought
also.
this on myself.
You
I
did.
see.
You always do, my friend. You always do. But as we get to it now, Hope at 181, getting close to that mark. Definitely going to be pretty far behind the curve, but is going to arrive there nonetheless, and it immediately turns the power of AL to an 11.
Yeah, that's what we need to see, right? 186. We're waiting for 225. So he's still pretty far, but it's
One
at least
fight, right?
Yeah, we're getting there. One big fight, a few more minions, and he will be on his way. It feels like we pretty consistently see Smolder hit that number in the middle of the big fight. So I like that for now. They're kind of just keeping a defensive formation. You could look at their wards on the mini-map, very defensive, keeping that vision line up across the whole map just to see if anyone from RA is poking or prodding into their own jungle, because they know that's the name of the game for now. They don't even have to worry about Soul anytime soon, considering the AL have been able to get a dragon.
And that's why they committed so hard for that, because you just put a wrench into all the plans of RA here. And now that you're getting to a point, I do want to turn the conversation to RA. Do you have to change your game style, change your game plan once AL hit their win conditions in those stacking points?
Yeah, and that's why, let's think of game 1, where AL were so decisive about just pulling the trigger on attempting that Baron. That's something I feel like so many of the good teams do just so often and so casually, because it's like, worst case, we've wasted some time, but we've already stolen away jungle camps, done this or that, so we can look for those plays. So now we'll see if RA will be comfortable looking to them going forward. They will be on Soul point now, but again, look, Shanks killing turrets, all of RA's farming. They're making their way towards their next item breakpoints.
Yeah, only about 2,000 gold down, even with a lot of the things that have gone right for RA, and that's still something to hold on to in a season that has been so rough for RA. When you get little conditions like this, where you start seeing the little bright spots that spots that at least RA have, it's been really cool. But putting it all together, finding a win is the most important thing, and staying alive in this series at least. 25.5 minutes in, yeah, positioning around the Baron. I don't think the team can really start this one up as Dio gets chunked.
It's crazy that we haven't seen like a big Nautilus Orianna combo, but Shanks has just been slapping with these solo ultis this game.
Showing the strength of the Orianna and why we've seen it kind of rubbing up in priority too. As Hope is at 217, my friend, as a little dragon in the journey coming together has ended up in an Elder Dragon being put on the Rift and not the objective.
So he's going to be able to hit that one, and that's
Should get
when
it
we
here.
know these fights should start turning their favor.
Oh, he's got to be one away. Just has to hit one ability.
Yeah, I mean, anytime a fight starts, you'll have it. So I think that this should count as having it. Maybe not for the official statistics, but for the state of this game. If a fight breaks out, he has it. So Hope
You
right
can
now
see.
is doing fine, sitting on the Zeal, hoping to make his way up towards that rapid fire.
So this is where I want to see a little bit of a hone in from RA. They need to find a way to single out Hope in these fights. They have tools to do so, but I need to see that hyper focus, because the longer that Hope stays alive, the more detrimental to RA's win conditions.
I'm actually curious if it's going to matter just with how tanky Xiaoshu is.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see how much that burn and that execute can do up against the superior front line.
They got a flank here. This is a bit of a good play for RA. They won't pull the trigger on it, realizing RA are missing a couple members. We're just getting some serious standoffs here between RA and AL.
And I'm scared. I think Xiaoshu actually might just be too tanky right now for the items that Hope has to deal with. And you got to remember, people like Assume, incredibly strong too with the Terminus right now, sitting at 3 items. It's Croco.
Dio! He's getting chunked, but here comes the safety brigade from RA. As they do make it both out, both junglers completely gone in their health bars, but still moving forward.
Croco and Shanks putting up the big damage in that play. I was scared that Naya was going to die so quickly for a second. It's like, wait, it's just one guy jumping on you, but Shanks, I think, putting up a lot of that damage himself.
Yeah.
More items coming out for AL, though. We have Rapid Fire and Banshees being completed.
And they are actually ahead of the curve in item completions, at least. Even while being behind, just because, you know, Xiaoshu's going for a little bit of the garage cell build to make sure get all those resists, and, mid lane hasn't gone necessarily that great for Vikla, as Hope going for the one-on-one does have a lot of damage in his tank, more so putting pressure on the outer tower with Harry on the flank.
Even just getting more of those stacks, looking for these aggressive trades. So looking a lot more comfortable now. And everyone's watching thinking, all right, we've seen the standoffs. When is stuff going to happen? 1 minute and 25 seconds. AL gonna have to fight for that one. RA, I guess, theoretically can trade it, right? Can look to turn up towards the Baron. I don't know how confident I am that they could burn that before AL would be able to dissuade. But it's all gonna be up to RA right now. They have control with the fact that they're sitting on those 3 dragons.
I want to see if Xiaoshu is going to be able to back and get a 3rd item before we get this little tussle going. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to, because we got about a minute till it spawns. You want to start moving pressure there and some vision, but RA going to follow AL as they position on the top side of the map.
Yeah, not even going to be able to finish off an item for the opposing side. Harry just went for a reset, only picking up Gax. So he's going to come in now, and both teams going to be fully postured around this Baron.
He did get that 3rd item, so the Jack Show completed for Xiaoshu.
So comes in even stronger. Again, to me, that's the question is, can Xiaoshu out-tank the amount of damage that Hope is putting off? Because RA might just be able to kill AL's frontline faster than AL can do themselves. A lot will be up to if Croco can potentially find himself a flank.
There's literally like a moonbeam spotlight on Hope right now, but maybe it should have been on Shanks as the shockwave comes through. They found a flank though. Xiaoshu, he has Kael. They need to get some damage on him. See, even with 1 Q though, that's a decent chunk on a man that has literally all tank items. As you can start seeing some of that infinite stacking for Hope coming online.
And even right now, Croco was just spotted out, so they know exactly where the Jax is. Now trying to battle your way in without 2 key ultimates on your side.
You got Harry on a deep flank. No vision. This is huge. This could be it for AL, but they get pounced on. Kael's already gone. They still have the flank available to them. Finally spotted out by that blue trinket. Xiaoshu's just running at people with that ghost pop, and Croco's going to have to run away himself. Look at the engage on Hope. He flashes over the wall. Zora's going to pop that hostile takeover, and now things are getting a bit dicey. Harry's in the middle of it all, but gets all outed out of it into the pit. Croco's there. They want to get the dragon. It goes over to Croco, and he's out of the back of the pit. They'll give their lives, but they'll deny the soul.
So they buy more time for their side, but at the cost of most of their team. I'm a bit surprised RA aren't just running over to Baron right now, but I guess hoping they could have caught out some of these members in jungle as Naya was way around, health bars being too low. At the end of the day, we see RA get the kills, we see AL get the Drake, so I think both teams achieving their missions.
God, it's so scary, though. Even giving little inches over to anyone's legend here or there, you start wondering what is possible when some of this team fighting set, because that was a wonky fight. I'll give it that. It was all over the place, and I think in a front-to-back, it changes things a lot.
I feel like in a front-to-back, I would have felt even better for RA, honestly, because, man, Xiaoshu is not only not killable, he is doing massive damage if you're watching him in these fights, like the 1v1 season. It's actually crazy. We're going to see now, though, because they realized moving over towards the Baron. Again, this is one of the ways we're able to find a decisive win in game 1. They were really smart and really fast at pulling this Baron and looking for the fight, and it looks like RA not going to be willing to do the same.
They thought about it. They were like, oh, is this a good idea, guys? Okay, we just lost the smite fight to Croco. Maybe we don't go for that. As a 50-50 could put AL back in the game. RA moving back in position. They definitely want to force the hand of AL over here.
They're going to keep trying again and again. All of AL starting to make their way over. We're missing flashes on Shanks, on Hope, on these immobile carries.
They have a nice pincer here from AL, but look at the damage that can be put out on Kyle. Harry around the other side hasn't been seen. They have the sandwich, goes in, Croco. Mother! As now the damage with the spiraling despair pops onto Shanks, and they've got it. RA are starting to tick away as Croco and Harry are the frontliners now that need to defend for the little dragon, and Barrett started up for RA again.
We're going to see what they can do. Hope is going to try
Hope's
and poke them
huge.
out with these Qs and Ws.
Hope is so big here, and he will continue to burn down the health bars. The Baron doesn't fall as easy here in Season 14. They're starting to get chunked. That Execute's starting to start coming alive. Xiaoshu, he's going right back in. He's going all out again, but he gets executed. And now Hope has to run away because RA have already taken the other front line, but he can't. He's just a little dragon, and he can't get another Execute off. And RA, they're doing it, Lyric.
RA right now are just too big. We saw, hey, even if you bring down Xiaoshu, you cannot take on the full squad. Vikla's dealing big damage right now. We have Assume finishing off a Jack show for himself. He's huge. And you have this front line. You have the zone control. Seriously, I really feel like we're just seeing RA having all the tools they need with their comp and utilizing them well.
Croco on the Jax has not been a stable force to find backline, to find any safety, at least for the AL comp, and RA have been taking full advantage of that when they can kind of pick apart the pieces so far. And Xiaoshu, or Godshu, I feel like at this point in the game, has been a monumental piece to the puzzle here so far. We are still in the moment thinking about how AL can fight back, but the lead is starting to get out in front of them. We have a minute and a half for another dragon.
I mean, now Assume's going to be kind of annoying to deal with, right? He has the Terminus, you know, the resistances he's getting from that. He has the Jack Show with, you know, the resistance he's getting from that. He now also has a Vampiric Scepter, so he's going to sustain. Like, this AD carry now is also actually going to be somewhat annoying to kill.
A lot of tankiness on the side of RA. AL just hoping to crack that armor a little bit. The siege does continue here with the Baron buff at about 1:25 on that left. Should be able to get a tier 2 here if they let it go.
I will say, for AL in terms of items, at least now we have the Leandries on Hope, which, you know, once you hit the 225, that's really where Leandries starts coming in clutch. Speaking of clutch, though, it's been Shanks with his ults being clutch for RA so far and making fights close. So maybe eyes need to be on him. Every time he's used that shockwave, he's almost blown up priority target.
Ooh, Croco about to get blown up, though. Spiraling Despair is utilized. The pop not going to be enough, but the snipe from Assume!
Morrison Way is honestly so annoying. Being able to finish him off from that range. Now with the Baroned up minions, they're going to keep looking for the siege as it's looking more and more doomed for AL.
Another tier 2 will go down. The redemption fuels the tanks of RA as they move over to the soul fight.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't even be a fight, right? You just killed the enemy jungle. They're going to be able to get that when we look at the minimap. AL know they can't stop this. So now with Baron in pocket, with Soul now picked up, Infernal still on top of that, it feels like it just doesn't matter anymore. This insurance policy that we've been waiting to see in the Smolder. RA just too strong.
No matter amount of items is really going to get you out of this hole. Feels like so many things are going right for RA as AL positioned to get a play. Will be spotted out in the end. Bit of movement from RA could actually catch AL out here. Shanks takes a decent chunk. AL back away.
Both these teams maybe not expecting to be in this position. You know, 36 minutes into the game, RA up 17-7. Also, potentially could throw up the day's schedule. You know, we are traveling throughout the arenas today in the LPL. So the fact that RA has brought us back We'll see how it goes. Does this give them the confidence they need to just come in swinging in Game 3 themselves?
I mean, hey, you win against Smolder. Maybe it does give you that confidence. Yeah, a big, again, you had highlighted it, 9-2. A very strong pick being kind of put down here so far by the combined efforts of RA. And that's the other thing I love to highlight here is we focused on Nio, a little bit of consistency there, but it really has been a holistic team effort so far, led by Assume. But I think you can say that there's a lot of representation here from RA that I wouldn't see in the past.
I agree. I think this is one of the games where, like, a lot of their play, like, everyone, you can point at moments where they did well. Hell, I mean, I don't even know who they'll give MVP for after this game. Like, Vikla's been the one putting up, like, big numbers along with Assume. I feel like Xiaoshu and how tanky he got early on was honestly the big difference maker in terms of, like, a game point of view. But obviously what Nio did early, there's been really good hostile takeovers. So I'm interested to see if they win, assuming they can close it out. Who will pick that one up? But if they don't win, that makes it even more interesting, maybe, because it's like, hey, how would AL even come back from this deficit? 6K gold down against Infernal Soul? Show us, AL.
Speaking of assuming, Assume has completed a shield bow, so thought about being even more tanky and has realized said dream. As all you need to do is survive against a Smolder. Doesn't have much of a health bar, and that execute's harder to come by. There you go.
Especially at this point where you're already the team that's up so much as Krakow. Actually on the right side of the brush.
Cool
you dodge out
as
all
a
the
legend.
damage.
Calm, cool, and collected. He's just chilling. As actually a reset from Shanks coming through. He will have TP back. Hope is in a of a predicament. Does use the flat to get out. And calm on the rift while Krakow goes for at least a flank, I think.
Ooh, I wonder how aware of this they're going to be.
They're so
I feel
tanky, though.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Even if a flank comes off onto the Varus, I don't think it matters. And Assume has both sums up. So has a lot of mobility to be able to dance around in these fights.
Oh, they knew because Krakow stepped over the ward right there. The hayshake comes through, and another time the flash comes out. RA don't have the chase down and don't have the arrow, but that is the jungler out of commission, so Baron started.
Gonna see even Krakow sticking
He has to
around,
stay.
so they're gonna go for the contest.
Baron already going down about half health. They got to find a way in around the side. Hope trying to get some poke in now, but look, he does no damage. Mob comes out, but it is going to be secured by Nio. And Krakow looking to go over the wall with the counter-strike, but nobody can follow him up. He goes in. Hostile takeover comes back, and RA are looking for it. They find blood, and they find it all over AL as they're running. AL try to get out with their lives while the Baron is already gone. The health bar is starting to hurt a little bit, and Hope putting back some hurt onto RA, but they get out with the Baron again.
Yeah, RA managed to get out. They get 2 kills, and hell, they're doing more than getting out. Looks like they should even be able to take a turret in topside, TPing Vikla in.
Assume just has full health again because of this build, and oh my goodness, they take those towers so fast. That'll be a tier 2, followed up by an inhib turret here, unless AL have a chance.
Xiaoshu also TP'd into the mid lane, so he's not that far behind. He's making his way over now while pushing that lane in. And they just take turrets so fast, have so much damage. Hope.
Hope's about to get Mom back. They are so close to the execute, but that's the thing about Smolder is it's so baiting. You want to get the execute so badly, but you just can't follow it up most of the time, or you're just going to give yourself over. As Mom did get called, nothing else came over of it. The defense lives for a little while longer.
And I know I've said it a million times, but I feel like the last fight was just another example of where we had a very clear example of Hope putting damage onto Xiaoshu for free, like he's going to be doing right here. And it really doesn't mean anything, which it just means, like, hey, how do you really look for these fights? Krakow hoping to take advantage of his own window. He was already low, kind of just ran in, giving his own life over for RA to keep up with the destruction. Now, we see how the kills happen. I want to see what's happening on our screens. Nio's hunting.
30 seconds for an Elder Dragon and not the Smolder. RA positioning well in front of this objective because this could be the nail in the coffin for AL in game 2.
No vision. RA completely shutting them out. Again, 19-7. We expect RA to just be able to close this one out. But if some kind of flop, if some kind of mistake happens around the Elder, the situation may come up where AL can turn it around.
Krako's been caught a couple times in key moments, though. Got to be careful of those slip-ups, because now RA are on one win, I guess, away in a team fight from closing out the game. Not much defense left for RA, or at least for AL, and for RA to burn through. Elder is up, so positioning is key here.
And still just doing a nice job of shutting them out with things like the handshake. Q coming out from, ooh, engage. Comes out. Kyle needs to be careful. He is not that tanky.
Trying to test the waters a little bit. No big ultis used. Everything's still available. Hope needs to get in position for a call to the parentals. And Harry, he has a flank. He'll be spotted out. Elder's already going down, though, and AL need to make a move. They need to pounce. They're trying to get this Elder in their pockets, but RA, that's going to be mother called, and the hostile takeover in response. Look at the back line, though. They are focused on the Harry as they do end up getting him. Now it's an easy front to back for RA. They secure the Elder Dragon, and they turn the flames right back on the Dragon of AL as they clean house. The wings of the full-grown dragon have now taken to the backs of AL. And now, Krako, the final saving grace, is gone. You have the back from Shanks, but this is the signal of the end in a 3-game series for our first one.
RA bringing it back with a nice showing in this game. Again, like on the same page, a lot of members showing up and showing good performances. Xiaoshu, Vikla, Soon, all stepping up.
A giant team effort to come back from the grave of that game number 1 as they'll get a little bit extra here. Is the bird going to be enough from the Elder? It's the shield that saves him, and the Nexus goes down, meaning that RA have found a win. They put it together, and it means that AL now are struggling in finding a way to come back in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see AL bounce back. We said AL are kind of like the slayers of the other middle-of-the-pack teams. That does not carry over to the bottom of the pack. So RA doing a nice job taking advantage. It looked much better in this game too, Mazel.
Did indeed, getting a little bit more stability there for the squad, and Nio looking a lot better than that game number 1. We'll see what happens for game number 3 as we send it off to a short little break.
Tell me now the fortune of the realm. Come on, I sing out to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, and we are here in our spring split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and guess what? We've arrived at a third game for our first series of the day. It is RA versus Anyone's Legend. Going the distance, and we'll go ahead and take a look at the stat breakdown of that last game here as well, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, overall, RA, you can see the gold graph. They were ahead the whole time. That's why I'm curious to see who ends up picking up the MVP, because like hostile takeovers were on point. Our two carries and AD mid were outputting their damage. Naya was aggressive in the early game. Xiaoshu was unkillable. They had everything going for them. So we are gonna bring it over to the next screen. Is Shanks, just real quick, being my highlight of the other team, right? Those ultimates were beautiful.
I think if you're looking at most improved player in the series so far, you have to look at Nayo, and I do believe he is the MVP for that second game, but it was a complete difference, right? It was a little bit of the playbook from Anyone's Legend, but you still have to execute it, and this was the Nayo that I think RA were very hopeful of coming into the split.
I mean, yeah, had a much better time this game. He had lanes that were winning, does make the job easier, kind of copied the blueprint of what AL did in that game one. So I think came out much better. In this one, we're going to need to see him putting up the same level of performance. We need to see their mid and jungle still able to perform, still able to push out those lanes. But I'm still going to keep putting focus onto the tank in the top lane. If they can't kill that guy, what could they do?
Ban Asante. I don't know. Gotta find answers though, and I think Harry's gonna be scrounging for them. We do get in the second iteration of this one, I think, in terms of trying to get RA in a winning position. I think game one, they went with some flair. Game two looked a lot more tried and true. See if they continue that here. TF, Draven, Varus, all the bans, the Smolder immediately locked in for AL. The Udyr, the Lucian, and the Kalista were the bans on the other side.
Yeah, so pivoting from their game one strat, game one, they actually banned away the Smolder, this time banning out the Varus, and they feel secure in going for this pick because they also have that Draven banned out as well, right? So limiting a lot of the things that can find that early presence in lane the same way that RA were able to do in game two.
A second chance at glory for the little dragon. It was so funny to look at that stat screen and see all the positive bars for AL, and they still lost. So something to think about going into this one. But the Varus not the answer any longer. So we'll see what RA want to do to pick into that one especially. We do get the Xin Zhao though for Nayo locked in again. I like that direction to start off the draft for RA.
I mean, both Xin Zhao and Hui feel so evergreen to me and how they can fit so many comps right now with the champions that we have in the meta. Again, Crescent Guard going to be able to do so much, and the Hui follow-up from damage that's coming from other long-range sources is huge. Without that Varus, though, not going to be as obvious of an answer of what to pair with it down in that bot lane.
And Vikla just going to be on the Hui duty today. Not too shabby to be as a good champion to be playing a bunch of. Now comes the answers from AL. They see the basic structure of the jungle duo.
So I don't know if you remember game one, what the ultimate counter to RA was, but it was that wall.
The wall!
Now AL going back to what worked. I mean, Shanks did such a great job of corralling RA in that game one with the Weaver's Wall. Now it's about where they want to look to answer. I would expect the Cassante, now that it's being highlighted, to come through here. We need to remember that they've been very worried about things like the Jace and the Renekton in their previous two games. I don't know if RA would feel confident locking in either of those now, or even just going back potentially to the Jax pick. But that could be a look. Your strong top laner on something that can deliver.
Might have taken a couple sentences out of his copy pasta, but he is still rampant in the meta no matter what. He will be the Cassante that you fear. The Nautilus is locked in, though, kind of deny that duo with Smolder and take some engage potential for themselves for RA.
Right, you still have things you could pair it with if they don't get banned out, things like the Senna, things like the Ezreal. We know there's a lot of combos. Hell, even people defaulted back to the Zeri and played it with the Nautilus, so I think RA being like, it's fine if you opt into banning out top lane, but now they've incentivized even more to also put the pressure on AD carries. So I think RA in the second phase shouldn't be able to get pinched in either role.
That puts himself in a pretty good position there as well. The Poppy is the ban right now as the Jinx joins the ADC ban table. Anyone's Legend. So just taking away the tools of Assume.
I also love the laughs coming through. I mean, hey, especially once you change to that rocket form, right? You have the you have the range, you have the damage to be able to fight back, and especially the scaling to be able to contend. So I it is a bit of an interesting ban, but I can see the logic. I remember we've also seen things like the Jhin and the Caitlyn be things that we've seen a little bit of here and there.
Jhin?
I love the Jhin. I think we've seen it a few times now, right? The Jhin Bard coming out and looking
I think
for
it
those
matches really
picks.
well with play.
Exactly, right? I mean, hell, I was saying, I can't think of another long-range AD carry that's going to be able to pair with this way. There it is. The Jhin there would be able to do so. But we're going to look now. Like I said, Jace or Renekton, two champions that have been consistently banned in the series throughout AL. Looks like it won't matter this time around because Xiaoshu going to feel confident just going to the Jax.
The Jax answer into the Cassante. See if it works the other way at least this time, right? Even though it was Croco piloting that one this time around. That matchup on the top side should be interesting. This is another one that is consistently played, at least rising in priority in bot lane. The Maokai support.
Yeah, dying a little bit in jungle, showing a big presence in the 2v2 with the trades that I can go for, of course. Also being able to have those solid turns once we hit level 6. Now, where they're going to go with jungle, they would have a decent amount of CC to be able to set up this Graves in their sides, top and bot. And Shanks.
Gotta be so funny. Oh, man.
They keep going, but we see carry jugglers once again, just like game 1. I do believe in game 1 though, it was Croco playing the Kindred and Nio playing the Graves, but it's fun to see Croco still being willing to show his stuff on this carry champion.
Croco's saying, I am taking the reins. I will show you what this pick can do. And game 1 did not look good for Nio. So now that we get into it, the Kai'Sa was hovered in pick 4, but now locked in pick 5 for RA.
So playing a bit of a dive comp, just with way they're waiting in the wings, able to provide support from a range. It's going to be fun to see if they can find access to the back line, but I think Talia, a great champion at throwing out those rocks, putting up the zone control, which makes it hard to find those angles. You have to worry about the roots from the Maokai, Sante pulling you out. So we're going to see if RA can get this dive going.
Again, the story so far we were setting up was AL very good against middle of the pack teams, not so good on either side of that meaty sandwich. And they may be proving that a little bit here as RA have taken the distance. The biggest focus has been the night and day differences from game 1 to game 2 between Croco and Nio. We finally got Nio approaching and doing something, it feels like, after that game 1 went so quietly for him. And now looking at these two junglers again as a primary focus to get the ball rolling in this game 3.
Yeah, going to be keeping our eyes on the junglers. Going to be keeping our eyes on the AD carries this time around too, with the Kai'Sa coming on the Rift. Can we see Assume get to the back line, assassinate Hope on the Smolder, and make it so he doesn't have any worries? It's going to be tough. We haven't seen a lot of aggression coming out from either of these teams in this series. And I think RA is going to be a lot more willing to pull the trigger.
Especially in the early game, and has been quite calm so far. But maybe Assume and RA just have the recipe to deal with Smolder. Not something that we've seen really handled well, at least in the LPL so far. So as we crest into game number 3, you gotta look at RA making a comeback in the series against a very, very underdog matchup against Anyone's Legend, where Anyone's Legend looking to cement themselves with an 8-win scoreline in the spring split. Let's hear those Gios one more time here in Shanghai. We'll see if RA's fandom has shown up after that win in game 2, and if Anyone's Legend still pumping.
We got some more people in the RA camp now. Game 1 it was like 2 people. Now we're up to a couple.
Now we're getting level 1 too. So we wanted Spice. There's a flash already gone, and Kael's gonna be a lot worse for wear going into the laning phase.
Kael's gonna be a lot worse for wear. I'm gonna be a lot worse for wear because I realized that 2 and a couple are actually the same thing. So, yep. Kael, I'm right there with you.
You're doing great, buddy. Keep up the great work. As we go into it, though, I think there is a elephant in the room, and it was the fact that Hope did reach Elder Dragon status last game, but AL were unable to utilize it to take advantage. And maybe going to start off on the back end here, too, as they take heavy trades early.
No, right. They just got too far ahead. I do think the lane should be a bit easier to find stacks in this time around. You have a short-range AD carry. You're facing a melee support on the opposite side, so opens up some more chances for heavy trades to happen.
Level 2, the contest right here. You see how much pressure is being put. The level 2 needs to be there for RA, and they'll push Hope and Kyle off of the wave. Give them so much more priority down there. I do want to highlight, though, both junglers, they're pathing away from each other. They are mirrored starts here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Nio actually making his way up towards the top side to enable Xiaoshu. Knows he's going to have that push. It's going to be a guaranteed grab, but is going to set Krako have his way down bot. Looks like RA's bot lane is setting up to get the bounce to hopefully be in a good spot by the time he makes it down here, so they won't be under any threat themselves.
And with RA's push down here, it could actually lead out to a good gank angle from Krako. We also see the stats for Kai'Sa in the bot lane, 0% wins and 0-5 in total.
Yeah, not showing up. And funnily enough, last game I said Smolder's 9-2 in the LPL. I have a new stat for you, Mazel. Smolder now is 9-2 in bot lane, because one of those games that he lost was played top. So we're actually at the same point that we were last game since I left out
Nothing's
context.
changed.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's the beauty of being a broadcaster. You can pick and choose what information you deliver. It makes you right all the time. Results-based analysis, that's our favorite thing.
Yeah, and you know, that's how it needs to go. But, you know, you can't always have the results-based analysis. Like, ooh, I'm ready for something.
There's results. It's based on analysis. There you go.
I'm ready
You
for
get a
something
little fight
spicy
on
to
bot
happen.
side. You do get. Oh my God! Zoras is gonna blast for it. I can't even see who got that Scuttle Crab. It actually ends up being RA, and Kyle will go down first blood for Assume, and now Krako's about to go down to second. They get Hope too. Oh, the flash comes out, a double kill for Assume, and that's some confidence right there, baby.
RA already starting off huge. Red buff on your Kai'Sa. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect the game to end up here once again. Shanks clearly feeling the pressure, trying to find big trades, but Vicla's able to match. Even be slightly better for wear in terms of the mana that he has, but Shanks does still have 2 health potions to play with.
Good heads up there, knowing there's nothing following up after the combo's used, but here we go.
I'm a bit surprised how heavily RA committed to go for this one. Like you said, Flash comes out from Zora. They get the root, clearly having the confidence they could win with the aggression and damage that the Xin Zhao's putting out at this point in time. They have more CC to work with as well through the Nautilus and the Xin Zhao. I think just a lot better tools when approaching that early 3v3.
Yeah. And that's the reason we've seen Xin Zhao just be like perma presence in the LPL. You have that strength to give you not only sustain in the early fights, but a lot of CC, a lot of follow-up, a lot of aggression. And Nio, he's, again, looked completely different on this pick so far in the series itself. And really finding a lot of those early advantages here. Now we move our positioning up towards these objectives, and both going to be traded out.
Yeah, so Krako this time going to be able to get his hands on the grubs. Doesn't seem like they'll be able to use, you know, the pushing power all that much if they can make their way up to 5. I like that RA instead are just focusing on Drake, enabling where you're already strong with your 2-0 Kai'Sa, allowing her to get more plates. So far we said, hey, RA need to be more willing to pull the trigger in this game. It was a bit of a counter fight that got them these kills, right? Like AL were moving forward aggressively, but still, they've shown a willingness to look for aggression, pull the trigger, and start getting advantages early like they need to.
I love it because Zora has no right to be here. Now he does, but he's just, you know, playing the bluff right now into Mr. Kyle. Now Shanks is on his way with Krako, so this could turn into a dicey situation. Nio trying to take it away, but actually Krako's going to get that one. Spiraling Despair's pop. That's going to do a lot of damage, and it goes on to Shanks as well. Forcing AL away. RA do make it out alive, though.
Nio clearly not feeling confident following up with that ult from Vikla. I mean, jumping into 3 people would be a little bit rough. You'd probably just get instantly blown up. So I think it was the right call in the end. You've already pushed them back. You've already dissuaded the opponent. Just get to a point where you can stabilize once more. And looking across the lanes, Farm mostly even. I mean, hell, the only place we see a disparity is where we've seen the 2 kills go over to RA and bot.
And that's pretty huge in its own right. We came into the series highlighting how crucial Hope has been for anyone's logic. Putting that down is really big. Wind becomes lightning there. Not going to follow it up, but do get the flash out of Harry.
And this is what they needed, right? RA forgot what it was like to win. The last game they won, they're like, all right, we're actually solid players. We can make the moves. We got the mojo. And they've come in and 1.2k gold lead, looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they didn't win a single game in week number 5, facing up against Ultra Prime and EDG. Now starting off week number 6 in much better fashion.
Right, and that's after
fighting chance.
That's after I know something that you want to talk about, right? Was that RA were trying to make some moves to make changes. They actually brought Xiaoxi in for their last series. Sadly, Xiaoxi didn't really look like he was like well in practice with the team, dying a lot early, and RA clearly being like, hey, we need to pivot back. But that's at least an example of it, that the team is aware and they're trying to find something that can work.
Yeah, and I think those kinds of situations, especially at this point in the season where you still have a big chunk of games left, you still have a lot of hope in a 10-team playoff league. You really want to try to get every win possible, even if it's getting worse and worse by the moment. But trying out things is so important. It did feel really bad for Xiaoxi, but at least, you know, Zora gets to be a little bit more stable now. They're like, oh, we're not going to do that one again. Yeah. And I think we have seen Zora step up some moves here in this game 2, game 3. A lot of the positioning around the map has been influenced by him.
So, I just want to point out, okay, Zora going to try and find the angle quickly. Assume actually buying a static Shiv on Kai'Sa first, which is different from the norm. Have that wave clearing poke down in bot lane, but his lane partner right now looking up towards the top side. We'll see if they have the damage. Harry doesn't have flash.
Oh, he waits for the minion to step back up, and he gets the combo. Harry's going to have that movement away, though, and he makes it away. It looked cool, but not enough sticking power.
Exactly. Just the damage not being there right now. I mean, Xiaoshu himself only sitting on some components. Zora, you're only having Merc Treads and you're a Nautilus. But it does set him up to have more confidence in these trades. Not going to look for a dive. I think it's the right call when Harry does have that all out up.
Yeah. So we're coming into a point where we have another dragon coming up. RA could stack that one up. AL's win condition, as we said last game. Oh, maybe I don't get to speak about that. As out comes it. Xiaoshu is going to burn that flash out of there. Harry actually kind of wants the angle here. Doesn't realize, though, that they have Nio right behind them. Also, AL has made his way over. So it's a 3v2 that would end up in favor of AL.
You know, I gotta say, really nice moves by Harry in that situation, right? He could tell, like, Xiaoshu's doing such a great job finding those small trades to get him low enough for the potential dive that he had to go for a move like that. He had to position aggressively for the all-out. There's no way. I guess maybe there'd be some potential pressure here soon.
You thought about proxy wave on top side. Now introducing static shift proxy on bot side. Let's go.
You know, we've just seen more people in general as Krakow sadly not managing to get that one with the collateral damage. I remember we had Lucian buying a static shiv the other day as well. It didn't work out. Me and Joe were kind of scratching our heads, but I'm seeing this more and more.
So something I want to zoom in on a little bit more is kind of these win conditions. I kind of highlighted it to it. Hope still a big one for AL, trying to utilize that win themselves. We were talking about the dive comp and kind of the follow-up that RA have built into their composition. We feel like that kind of sustainability is there for them and stacking up into the later game against this comp for AL.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the coordinated play from Xiaoshu, Nio, and Assume making their way onto Hope. But Shanks might end up being a bigger problem. Like, again, I feel like Talia just has so much zone control. Could be really annoying having to dive into the backline against her. So it'll be interesting to see how RA prioritizes targets. If we do get to a point where we see those fights happen. AL, after the earlier shenanigans, seem much happy to be like, yo, you get the dragons. We're going to keep farming. We're going to keep getting strong. You do your thing, and we'll do ours.
Chill, bro, chill. We don't want any smoke, man.
Exactly.
We just want to back off, all right?
God, I love the constant paranoia that RA is putting in the heads of the spot lane with this proxy farming with the static shiv. Zora even just waiting in the wings. Essence Reaver was just picked up by Hope though.
keeping any pressure on the Smolder lane is very, very good. And I feel like that's really what worked out for RA in that second game, because Hope was in a position of power, but because he had so constantly been put behind during a majority of the game, it just didn't end up being, didn't end up being the big dividend, the payoff that they wanted.
No, and we haven't really seen AL able to counteract it and like play around bot side efficiently and like look for counter games, look for counter plays. We haven't seen the opposite of where they could play stronger on the opposite side of the map either with how their draft is Harry gets stunned.
Don't get the counter strike off. We'll end up getting the flash again though. So, you know, every 5 minutes they just come by, say hello to Harry, make sure he burns his flash and walk away.
And Zora especially has been making a lot of good map movements in this game, right? We've seen him move up towards the top side a few times knowing that there really isn't any kill threat there from Hope and Kyle.
Get the standoff. Mid lane again. Kyle, Zora going to be showing face there. Bramble Smash not going to use until the end. Mom called. Just some damage back. Some stacks going over. AL thought they wanted to go for engage, but don't find what they were looking for.
No, so in the end, just more time stalled for AL, but with nothing up yet for RA to even look for. They're completely fine because they're probably just going to keep doing what they've been doing around bot side, right? Keep hovering over, threatening the potential engage, especially if they can deny vision like they've been doing. Then as AL, you're also going to have to question where the enemy jungle is. Like, look at the mini-map. All of RA's wards are pushed aggressively forward. All of AL's right now are just sitting in their own jungle, having to fear for their own lives.
All 4 plates in bottom side too, to assume he's going to be very, very strong with those first 2 kills going his way as well. And seeing RA play around that win condition would be huge, and just playing to those strengths.
Ooh, might actually look for a dive. Krako's over here. Does have Ghost Blade for even more damage.
Flash is not available. He will stop the back with the smoke screen. It's a really good angle for the Graves because you can utilize the wall and you have all the damage profile you want. As Tower's blocking a little bit. Xiaoshu gonna get a shotgun to the back. Krako gets the kill. Harry dodges out. Bot side, though, we had some chaos go down, and it ends up with RA coming out on top there.
It actually ends up as a 2-for-2 on the map just for the fact that Zora ended up going down too. But you're right, the trade up is for RA. They get first turret, they deny more minions. Things are looking good. It's now 3-0-1 on the Kai, so he's only getting bigger. Even Nio slowly making his way up to being a point of threat. Now plated steel caps on top of the Sundered Sky.
See a look back at what happened bot lane. That hook there, oh my goodness, that's a spicy one.
I'm surprised they were so confident to re-engage after what first happened. Go in with the CC, Zora still tanking, and then Hope walking far enough away to where Assume doesn't even have to feel much threat. But sadly, we did see Zora trying to tank the whole time, did go down as collateral.
He gave a kill back, but it was to Kyle. And Assume picked up that 3rd kill for him. So very, very big differences in the gold advantages for that bot lane. And again, seeing RA utilize that is the most important factor for them. They will take this Rift Herald, and they can use it to break down mid lane. Is this just the answer? Is that like, has RA spent this entire time working into the Smolder?
I do not think this is a series to take conclusions about the
I was talking about results-based analysis earlier, Lyric. I don't know.
You know, the results of the series are yet to be determined. As of right now, does it, potentially look like we're on our way to RA finding an upset and moving up the standings? Yes, it does look like that. But it hasn't happened yet because look at Krako. He's ready. He's chomping at the
I'm
bit
just saying,
with some blood.
specifically into the Smolder, I like to see some of these options being flexed and it actually working, at least in terms of the early games, to put Smolder behind. There's still the factor of that scaling mark of him, but curiously enough, we'll see if that actually comes online for AL as another turret falls. That'll be both outer towers in the side lanes taken out by RA.
Doing a nice shot in the hole now, and with Dragon about to come up, even being positioned down towards the spot side. Vikla does have TP to join in easily, but AL did a nice job at pushing out the deep wards that were in their own jungle and kind of reestablishing a bit of a neutral vision line.
Assume has about 2,000 gold up on every other member of AL, if not more, over Kyle. TP's coming in, though. This could be a big difference of a fight. A soul point for RA as the dredge line goes a little bit wide. Harry going to be tunked back in. Xiaoshu goes in. They get the big seismic shove, but here comes the combo as Assume he goes forward. He almost just dies. Spiraling Despair is going to be popped. A lot of ultis, and Zora has missed 2 hooks in a row, but they'll go on to the dragon now.
So R up in health, R winning out this exchange, but Harry has TP, going for the reset now. If he can come back in and really buy space, AL might be able to contest.
Alright, gonna pop the distraction Carnifex of a Rift Herald in the mid lane here, but the dragon is being circled around on by Shanks. AL have prime position here, and RA give it up. Weaver's wall from Shanks will wall them off. The mid lane tower is the trade objective, but the dragon stacking denial from RA.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get another charge off. Ooh.
Vikla knowing those combos. I mean, it is his 3rd game in a row playing this pick, but he does get caught by the rocks there and easily traded right back in the health bar.
AL managed to be able to find Drake. They do lose a turret off of that, so RA with a nice pivot, maintaining their advantage. But I like that AL knew that situation.
Yeah, and I'll just say right now, 116 stacks on the Smolder. It's going to be a long while for that buff to come through. We'll look back at this play.
Yeah, AL contesting from a very shallow and safe area towards their side of the map opens up for the rocks to come out from the Talia. Again, that really does a lot in dissuading some of the follow-throughs. We can see actually gets locked down, Assume, after traveling over them. That's why I said, even though we keep highlighting the Smolder, Shanks in my mind is like the silent threat that you really have to be concerned about. Talia,
Everybody forgot about Talia. It's not forget about Dre, it's forget about Talia.
To be able to shut down any of that dive. Still, they did end up losing out on the fight, technically, right? They had to TP Harry back in to secure the dragon. So, but it's trending in the right direction with that scaling that you have with your AD carry. So hopefully soon, you should actually be able to contest.
And then that also puts a little bit more onus on the side of RA. I mean, we were talking about pushing this lead ahead for Assume. I think they're doing a good job of moving that pressure in mid lane. They did lose the fight for that dragon, so a little bit belated on the stacking stuff. But the follow-up, the just instant engage of this composition will be their strength in the downtime.
Yeah, but that's also, is Shanks really just putting up great damage in the series so far. If RA do end up losing this game, that last fight's going to be one we have to look back to and be like, look at how they executed on this team fight. Look at how they did not play around Shanks at all. And really just got brought down by him. They're going to have chances to make up for those mistakes, though, because Baron's coming up soon. You can see RA for now are thinking about looking for a pick on bot side since there is no tier 1 down there. Bringing 3 members over.
This is their game plan, though. Croco will not take the bait. He realizes there could be some trouble waiting in the tri-bush there. Things go quiet on the rift, Lyric. As we get the Baron spawn on the other side of the rift, it does mean that AL have bought themselves some more time.
And AL getting to a point to where now they have the Shojin, which I feel like is a huge boon for the Smolder, being able to get more of that damage on your abilities. Really just going to make him start slapping. And now I feel like our focus just comes into, once again, RA's relationship with the Baron, how they're going to look for picks. But it looks like their picks are going to be looking for on bot side.
They can catch them out here. They got Vikla on the way as well. Harry gets Ravenous Mob, but he unstoppables it. Nayo, he goes in. He's trying to get the angle, and that's an easy side lane pick. Xiaoshu claims it.
So it opens up for pressure to actually come from Xiaoshu. Nice, quick thinking, realizing that AL probably aren't in a position where they can threaten any sort of Baron play themselves. Hell, Xiaoshu even would have TP if anything happened to just make it another 4v4. So it does end up being a trade in favor of RA in the end.
AL gets a side lane for local goal. They get the objective.
You know what they do? They have destroyed the monopolization of having a top lane turret. So now both teams are even, and they can negotiate from, you know, a friendly, neutral standpoint.
I don't think that's true, Lyric. I think we have to look at the numbers. The numbers, what do they mean? As it's definitely RA in the advantage. We have to look back at this play that RA is formulated.
So when I look back at the numbers, Mazel, here RA have 3 members to where for AL you only have Harry. So that was a really nice dodge
I know
out.
that. That's 3-1.
Yeah, really nice dodge out on some of the CC. But it doesn't matter because it's all about the data, which we are crunching at all times as RA. Trying to set up for another cheeky play, but let's remember, this exact spot is where a fight betrayed them last time.
Did, but if you catch them out early, it doesn't really matter. Dragon spawning in under 20 seconds would be back to soul point, at least for RA. I want to try to move in. Xiaoshu gets a chunk early. The smoke screen gone from Krako.
Krako's still just trying to threaten from over the wall. Again, Shanks, in my mind, needs to be the MVP, not allowing Assume Nio from jumping in on the back line. Already got some time with one Drake.
Drake is looking for an angle here to block them off. The mom call is there from Hope. Just get a little bit of damage down, maybe get some stacks there. On the other side, you have Kael. Xiaoshu's going to mark him as well, but we're starting to get a little tussle in front of the Dragon. Krako is on the other side of the pit, though, Lyric.
Yeah, gonna try and wall them off again. They're all here.
It's the wall. Is it going to be enough? Harry gets spiraling despaired, but there it is out of the pit. And now the Dragon has gone over to Krako, so anyone's legend have denied another stack. They get pushed back, but they are getting chunked now. And RA, they'll lose another objective, but they know they can handle the fight.
And now this means RA should just be able to look towards the Baron. You have TP on the Jack, so you know Xiaoshu can join up easily. And AL, I think it's a tough choice, but you probably just should look to get this up and keep fighting another day. But they feel that the Baron's too valuable. They are already down 3K.
If they can buy time, Harry's coming up in 10 seconds. He has TP. Hope can pepper them down, but they go in on the Shanks. He was not expecting it. And RA pounce on their prey and right back onto the Baron. Hope is still in prime position, but now Zora has shown up. TP coming in. That's real late, but that's Harry. He's going to try to get in. They find the engage. They take down Hope, and that might have been the last saving grace of AL for this Baron fight. As now Xiaoshu turns back around, the Baron secured by Nio, and RA are pushing the buttons of anyone's legend.
And it feels so rough for AL. You got the last Dragon Smite. You're not under threat of a soul fight being anytime soon. You bought yourself so much time, and getting pulled into the temptations of RA's Baron. Honestly, it feels like this should solidify the game, being in, what should be an RA win in my mind. As we see here, the Weaver's Wall, last time we saw it, was splitting up the team. All of RA end up on the same side of the wall. So they could fight together, they could zone for their key carries, as we're going to see Xin do here. So Nio just not able to go for the smite on the Drake. They're not able to find it. But this was questionable, right? Because you're facing the Kaisa, the Xin Zhao, the confined access on the carries trying to poke from afar. So I feel like Shank should have been able to expect that one coming through. And then Hope here, no Ghost, no Flash. Once the Nautilus joins in, again, he's just going to end up going down. And it feels like this was exactly what RA needed to be able to close out the game.
The pressure is mounting, and the eyes of Ire are all on to Assume here for RA, a guy who now at this point for RA's history is the pillar of this team. He's been around for over a year. They came over from LGD, and in this series, in these last 2 games, the man has been turning it up.
He's been getting massive. Now it's, can AL step up to meet the challenge? Good damage. Coming out from Shanks, actually forces the ult. No Crescent Guard on Nio.
We saw the power of their dive comp, the way that they can join each other, though, really pay off so far. And it's something we called from the very beginning they can utilize so well. 6-0 for this ADC. He is that killer instinct. That's the namesake of that ult.
Doing a nice job of capitalizing on AL's mistakes. RA could make their way up to 3-7. Even though it's unlikely for any of these teams down towards the bottom to make playoffs, and it still is not impossible, right? If they move to 3-7, the 10th place team right now is Weibo, who are sitting at 4-5. So at least just in terms of wins, you are not all that far behind outside of playoff range.
And they have a tough, Weibo themselves have a tough opponent tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that one will be interesting once we get to it later, right? Because both Weibo and NIP kind of struggling. Hell, both lost to the same teams last week, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, and now Redemption Arc in tow, but again, that is the differential. Is Weibo are at that 10th place, the last marker for the playoffs, and RA with a spree could just be right there with them in the same grace. So now that we get into it, we're about 2.5 items, if not almost 3 for majority of members. 4 if you're Assume, but that's the only member that could really say that here. And RA, they just need to continue pushing these buttons.
I mean, there's one thing I'll give them is they've definitely been clicking buttons this game.
They've been using keyboards and mice?
Yeah.
Man.
So do AL, and maybe that was part of AL's problem that led them here, because they were not using those the right way at all times. But RA, they fall back to their patience, right? Not like they don't feel like they can threaten any dives, which I also don't think they can, right? It'd be really hard when you're up against Maokai, Cassante, all these tools. But also not having a lot of range, not having a lot of ability to siege down. They have to hope for catching someone in transition and looking for picks, but AL aren't giving them the opportunities.
Shanks was looking for something. The thing is, now AL have stolen away 2 dragons in a row from RA.
Ooh,
to deny that soul. We have hit 225. They got to get a fight now. They're going for it. They think this is the moment. The executes are there, but they get the re-engage right now into Croco. And Assume is the focus. He is the man. And you have to be careful, as AL thought they could pull something out. They can't do it in the end. Assume's looking for it. He wants another Void Seeker here. He's... Oh, the minion!
You know, we keep being teased with the possibility of some action, but at the end of the day, both teams back off. Huh? How about that?
All right, another dragon.
I mean, right now you're about 7k up. You're sitting on soul point. You can tell AL are really struggling with how to fight. That was one of the closest exchanges we've had, and it still ended up in AL finding no kills, even with the fact that they've hit that special number.
I like the moment though. They're like, they make the call. Like, okay, they're overextending a little bit. We just got the stacks. Let's just try to go for something, because things are getting fewer and far between for them.
I agree, right? They need to start gambling on looking for some of these opportunities. So this was definitely a good one to engage on, because you split them up, right? You go for this lock-in with the Twisted Advance. Zora can't follow up. Your Kaisa isn't anywhere close to really be able to join in. Once the Maokai ult shuts them down. But they know if they went farther forward, it would have been death. Also think we're really seeing the Graves pick struggle to find any meaningful impact.
Yeah.
Maybe copying Milky Way is not the answer.
Remember that statement I was saying where Croco wants to show Nayo who's boss on it? I don't think anybody here needs to show who's anybody boss on the Graves, at least. Nayo gonna get a huge part of his health bar taken out. TP right back into the mid lane by Xiaoshu, and RA put at least pressure around this mid lane as the Baron's spawning.
Trying to make their way up so they can start hitting minions first and have full control over mid push. But AL do zone them off in the end. We are completed third item now for Vikla.
Croco just want to get some damage stats up there. Collateral damage hits on the 4. You do still have some of that poke really coming alive for anyone's legend, but you got to watch out for the distance of engage that RA have. They get one of you, oh, they're all coming. You better believe.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Both teams are intent on something happening. Oh, we just hit a back for Assume. I wonder if he finished. He already had the Horizon focus, so I guess just picking up another needlessly large rod to enable his poke even more.
As we get back into the lane, almost circling a pretty hefty lead for RA, about 9,000 gold in advantage. The Baron started up here. AL not one to give up the fight.
No, still just wanting to threaten, trying to find an engage with Harry.
They don't see Vikla on the side here. Vikla has a big spiraling despair, but it's a nice execution on Denayo. Now AL, they actually have the player advantage right now. They just can't get caught. Nature's Grass coming back, but Hope gets sniped there. They will end up catching out Zora, but a decent amount of damage from Vikla, and now they want to go back in. Look at Xiaoshu. He was just trying to buy time, trying to find a flank, but doesn't end up finding it. Some decent disengage and damage done from a distance from RA.
Yeah, I mean, hell, it's crazy for RA. The fact that their jungle died post 30 minutes, and the enemy team can't threaten Baron. The enemy team can't do anything about it. It's actually RA the ones cementing their control over the Baron area even more.
They still have the killer instinct. They still have the possibility of finding the catch-outs. They don't have Nayo, though, so no potential of just stealing away the Baron right now.
They do have item advantages pretty much across the board, though. Top,
okay.
mid, and ooh, yeah, they're just
Sure.
going for it. Nayo's on his way.
Croco's- Yeah, I mean, they gotta be careful. Nayo's still walking. Yeah, I think they realize, like, wait, Croco's here, not Nayo? Oh.
I think RA are fine with it, right? It was not wasted time. There really wasn't anything else you could have done on the map. And then maybe pick up
Oh, Hope gonna call his mommy. And it's, whoa, Assume has found him. He's got the flash, he's got the kill, and now RA, without a dragon in tow for AL, it's easy pickings. They're right off to the races. There's flashes from everybody on the side of AL, and you know that's a lost fight. The white flag is up in RA, straight to the Baron.
And there was the value of the Kaisa. And honestly, a lot of it off the back of the fact that Assume's already just so large, already sitting at 4.5 items. Of course he'd be able to win in the 1v1 and find the assassination. Now, turning towards the Baron. Zora can still threaten and engage here. Not a whole lot of poke for AL to play with.
Ooh, missing the dredge line because he just stood there still, menacingly. As now the poke is starting to come into work here. Collateral damage comes back in AL. They are fighting back even without their tiny little dragon. And RA, they will back off the fight and reposition for a dragon on the other side of the map.
I'm a bit surprised they weren't more willing to turn to fight. They have some ults up, they're 5v4, and the enemy just used everything. Does give over the opportunity for AL to find an objective bounty and start getting control over the bot side first for that next Drake. But we'll see if they can finally overcome RA. It really feels like it needs to be great positioning for Shanks' E for RA to really get shut down from going for the dive.
There's a couple themes in this game. The wall has been one of them, and they need to come up clutch now with it. AL on the backs of a really triumphant comeback from RA in this series. They are trying to push the mantle. They are trying to push the lead that RA have garnered for themselves. The Dragon started up, the engage goes through. Here comes the mommy call, but 4,000 health on the Dragon. They're gonna go for a 50-50 here. Depth charge pop, Nayo's in. It's a smite fight here, baby, and it goes the way of Croco. He gets the Spiraling Despair on him, but now AL, they're in an awkward position. They can't get over the wall. They'll lose one as Harry's out. The Dragon secured. That's 3 in a row, at least for AL. They will push the tempo of this game backwards.
It's absolutely crazy that this game just keeps going on and on. Croco somehow manages to keep picking up these dragons. It is going to lead to another Baron for RA. And you know, if AL did what they were doing now last Baron, maybe they could have found a comeback by now, right? Last time,
Yeah.
they poked their heads, they prodded, they gave it RA more kills. I think it's the right choice not to, but now we're going to see, can RA finally start dismantling space with their low range, all-in composition? Is I guess it really isn't, since we have more AP on the Kaisa. We just finished that cap, but we're going to see here of what went down, trying to run away, flying away, but able to follow up with the ulti, gets the Q out, and then can just keep running him down with the ghost. He didn't even stand a chance.
Not even a chance. He's a double mom call because it's just that back and forth here. But this fight and this smite from Croco, it saves the day, honestly.
It really does. I mean, just wonderfully timed. Keeps them in it. If they can survive this Baron Siege, then the game literally will come down to a 50-50 in terms of who gets soul from the smite, right? So, can set up for good things, but this Baron should be what leads to RA opening up more of AL's base.
Full item completed for Assume. He has the Rabadon's last, but there's something I want to mention here is for 1 second, for a couple seconds, the lead got to 10,000 gold for RA. It has shrunk. It is still fluctuating. It was down to like 6,000 a second ago, but we're seeing the fight back from AL, and Nayo, he's going to pop his Crescent Guard there preemptively.
Yeah, that is not a good sign when you want that for the fights to come. Now Hope is actually going to be able to get some meaningful damage on them, and it might make RA a little hesitant.
Looks like that hesitancy is going to be there. They aren't going to push any further. They still have the Baron buff for another minute and a half. There's some poke starting to come in onto Hope here with a little bit of damage from Assume, but it's the siege that continues towards the bot side. Nature's Grass coming across. They split the fight. This is only 3 members of RA, and Mommy's going to make the difference. They catch out Zora, and that's the front line gone. They are losing their mid lane, though.
And I also got to say, Vikla, man, he does so much damage to the whole team of AL. Like, that was AL picking off a member of RA, right? So Vikla got 1 combo, but in any extended fight, it is just crazy how much Wei can do. Being at his 3 core items, now even getting close to his next pickup. But on that same note, Leandri's now picked up for Hope. And like I said, I feel like once you're past that 225 point, the Leandri's just synergizes so well and feels so nice on Smolder. We've already seen that Hope can deal meaningful damage to RA. The problem is you have to deal with this assassin-y Kai'Sa on the opposite side, who's also poking you for a ton with all of the APs built up that can dash onto you in the backline at any second. So, yeah,
that's the scariest thing.
And I'm happy that he stayed deathless for this game because it feels like it should be fitting, right? We're heading towards the last dragon, which should hopefully be the last fight. It's like, hey, if this guy dies and they lose, he has his 1 death, they lost the game. If not, I want him to stay a deathless king.
How fitting the fall of a king would be, but also the rise of a monster. We hit those item breakpoints. We got 4 items now for Croco, and we have a fist fight on the horizon. 1:10 for this dragon, an end-all be-all to the contested objective so far. AL need to set themselves up for a front-to-back in a right way.
Yeah, AL wanting this win, making their way up to 8 and keep fighting for those higher seedings in the playoffs. RA want to just make it 3 wins. This is their opportunity with this huge 8K gold lead.
They're staving off the darkness that comes with an 8-loss season. It is a crucifix to your playoff hopes, and you do not want to reach that moment. RA, they're staving off that darkness. The candle is lit. The brightness is showing. Let's see if they can come into it now. 30 seconds here. AL will take priority over the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, it's funny that it's crazy that we're fighting for Dragon Pile like so soon before it's up. And RA right now, it seems like we're trying to bluff them about pushing in mid lane. But AL aren't keeping themselves aware. But keep your eyes on Xiaoshu, because he is still playing off behind anyone's legend.
That's a big flank. That's a big flank. Xiaoshu's going to get the Spiraling Despair. He's into his own team. You got to be careful, though, as a decent amount of sustain from AL is starting to ring, as they are still fighting tooth and nail here. Nio, a big frontliner, is gone. Nice poke coming out from RA, and they're going to force AL's hand here. They're going to go for the dragon.
Yeah, this guy's the damage is so annoying, and now having to go for the reset. Does this really just lead to Soul?
This could be. It's going down. Croco's in the pit, but he's in way too early. Can he get it? He can't. He flashes. He goes down. He's out of the back of the pit. And RA, they're cleaning house on AL. There's TPs to the mid lane. Go ahead and round it up, because RA will not be dusted today. They will rise and be those underdogs in the LPL, and they'll beat down anyone's legend.
RA doing a great job of taking down one of our top teams, the team sitting at 7-3. What an amazing upset for RA.
We wanted Nio to step up. He went tooth and nail with Croco, one of the best performing members of AL, and they've done it, damn it. They win another series in RA. They're back in it.
You know what? You know what? We might have been missing some people in the Jio section for RA, but if there's one person who's clearly ready to bring the excitement about this RA win, it is all Mazel. Great showing by RA. They managed to bring it back. A bit of a, we'll say messy, just because I feel like both teams missed a lot of opportunities to look for advantages that were there, but at the same time, RA did what they had to. They took advantage of the mistakes that were in front of them. They were out fighting in those last 2 games up against AL, and it seemed like AL just really couldn't figure out how to get their team fight formation the same as they were looking for in game 1, the way in this game 3. And a lot of that went down to how RA was fighting for it.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive the way it went down, especially just the holistic team effort, I think, is the biggest thing. It was so surprising. It was so nice to see. It was what we wanted to set up coming into this one. I did believe I heard our producer say we're ready for a break, so we're going to send it away to a short one, and hopefully we'll be back with our second series very quickly. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and what a first series that was, Lyric. It was a fun one. It was, I guess, all we could ask for RA, but now we got to go ahead and move on to our second series as we're catching up. We're jet-setting away to Beijing as we kick off JDG versus Ultra Prime. Draft already gone and done away with. Biggest thing to focus on, Sheer getting his debut in the LPL.
Yeah, coming in over Flandre. We'll talk about it more once we get on the Rift, because now, similar situations as last game, right? Things like the Smolder, things like the Jax, even more similar now with the Kai'Sa coming out in anticipation. We saw, especially in the late game, I mean, if you have that ability to ult onto him, what you could do, finding that assassination potential. Now it's about where Ultra Prime want to round out with their comp. Again, having a bit of range you can play with, still having engage. So the Jace might make a bit of sense, but it's going to be up to what Decade can do in that 1v1 in topside.
You have a lot of range damage potential from Ultra Prime here, which I really like in their setup for things, but I don't know, man. I really do think that we actually start seeing some of these cooked up specials really dealing with the Smolder, things that have been in the works for the last week or so really coming to fruition. This Kai'Sa, I'm very excited to see again because Assume manhandled that lane in the last game. I'm very, very interested to see this being done this time around, but with a team like JDG.
We do need to remember that he did manhandle the game off of getting 2 kills very early on because of a skirmish, that happened. AL did misplay, so I don't think the lane should go that drastically, which was the sentiment in last game, right? Hey, should it be this dominant? Probably not. We have a full build Kai'Sa incredibly early in the game, but maybe key learnings we can take from that series is, guess what? It's Ruler and Missing on the stage. So if there's any team that could actually recreate that and maybe even push that advantage farther, it would be Ruler and Missing.
It is. Again, to stop a dragon from growing, you just kill it early. If you can put that focus in, you can get full holistic focus onto the Smolder in lane, not only from ganks, but keeping the pressure up, pushing him off of waves. We've seen it work out in the last series multiple times with the Varus in game number 2, and then that Kai'Sa in game number 3. We'll see, though, now a tough test for Ultra Prime. Yes, there's some changes for JDG, but it is still a beast to be reckoned with, and there's been some bright spots, I feel like, for Ultra Prime this split.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, we've seen Yukai play well. We've seen Jway have decent impact. Doggo's had some moments. So there's definitely been parts of this roster showing signs of life.
We're getting into game number 1 of our second series. So Beijing, let's hear those Jayos!
I'm sorry, Mazel. I'm sorry that the fans in the arena left you hanging.
They did, or maybe we just didn't record it. Who knows? As we are back in time right now.
Nope. I want to believe that everyone in the Beijing stadium has a radio for LPL English, heard and chose to sit there and silence deny.
When we were in Xi'an, there was one fan that called us out as the English casters. He took a picture with us afterwards. It was one of the greatest experiences I will ever have in my entire life, I feel like. He was screaming our names from the stand, the only person in the entire one that knew who we were. It was incredible. So, hey, I'll stand by the fans of the LPL. But speaking of some fans, I think JDG have garnered a lot of fandom this split. Not only there's some trials and tribulations they've gone through at least, but it feels like they're jumping strength to strength with Yagao coming into the roster.
Yeah, Yagao coming back. He's been a little bit hit or miss. Has had some good showings, has had some questionable moments. Their bot lane's been good. I think Kanavi's been showing higher highs, even if some lows have still been there. I think I need to buy. But what I really want to move up to, I think that's Sheer coming in. A lot of people might be like, who is this guy? He's been on the JC roster, actually played up. He's been part of the apparently for a while now. Just turned 18 in December, so still very young. Wasn't even able to play in the LDL, which is why this might be a name that surprises a lot of people. But a very hyped up solo queue prospect that JDG has been holding on to and ready to bring out.
There's a reason why he literally just jump skipped LDL. Right? Like there's a lot of hype going behind this guy, but what I like is the organization is taking time to make sure he is okay. I was watching one of the JDG documentaries, and it's very clear that he's taken under the wing of Flandre in a lot of situations. He's kind of following him around a lot, learning, I feel like, a lot from those positions in those moments. And leaning into kind of the growing nature of a new player is so important. You don't just throw them into the frying pan. You got to make sure it's heated up enough.
Like, what if it's Sheer, though, walking up to Flandre and be like, hey, actually, you should do this here, and you should play this lane like this? You know what I mean?
I don't know. He's 18. He's not a child, but man, when you see him with those headsets on, and and comparatively everybody else, that man, he's a child in the LPL, and I'm very excited to see his growth in the future.
We actually need to hone back in the game real quick, just for the fact that, like, my God, there might not be any kills happening, but JDG is just demolishing this 2v2. The fact that they're just getting a solo plate by themselves this early on is huge. But I mean, right, this is like what we said, where I didn't want to take too much from last game because of, right, both RA and AL. It's like, hey, where do we stand in terms of trusting these teams with how this matchup should go? I don't know if I trust this matchup either, but this really, like I said, pushes what we saw last game to the extreme. And right now, Ruler and Missing are delivering.
And that's the difference I feel like a week makes in the LPL. The meta definitions get complete change, because last week, every single team was just taking Senna into it and hoping they could outscale, and it was not working. That's why there was a 9-2 series score for the Smolder. Now, a week gone, a little bit more time gone, they're like, wait, all you have to do is press this guy's face in for minute 1 and we actually can play the game? It's crazy.
But for Ultra Prime, we're actually got to look up at this side of the map for someone who kind of needs to do the same as what Ruler and Missing are doing, right? Looking to find that pressure, looking to find the aggression. Jace, just in case anyone isn't aware, is a champion who has gotten buffed recently. Some of your base AD's been brought up. Your hammer form in W and E both got buffs as well. I mean, your E's more of a quality of life thing, working more like Lee Sin are now, so it doesn't have any of the like craziness of people like blinking past and kind of hitting them off in weird directions.
I do still really like the distance of damage from Ultra Prime. They're going to get an engage on bottom side here. The Missing is on his Rakan, going to be just fine. Hacker trying to get a little bit more out of the bot lane from JDG, playing just okay though, as ghosts were popped, so some summoner spells back and forth.
This is what I would have liked to see out of the previous games with the Smolder, which is like bringing your jungle down, trying to enable him, trying to make it so he gets to the laning phase. Sure, you're setting up the enemy for potential progress topside, but I think just buying that time and not letting those kills go across can be huge. But look at Ruler Missing. Even without having sums, they do not fear walking up and still pressuring in the 2v2.
Because if you're living by the edge of your seat, you're actually putting a lot of pressure onto the Smolder. That focus down bottom side, rightfully so there for Hacker, but that's where I want to zoom in on some of the win conditions, not only in this game for Ultra Prime, but some stuff that they've been working on, right? This is a team that has played with some spice. We're not going to talk too much about the Rammus bot lane. That one maybe goes into the darkness, never to be seen again, but there's been some interesting differences to this Ultra Prime roster and how they've approached the game so far. At least this year.
I feel like it's even hard to say how they've approached the game, because I feel like Ultra Prime has been somewhat inconsistent with where they've looked. It felt like they were trying to put a lot of pressure around like Hacker and what the advantages he was able to find invading the enemy jungler early on. Then it seemed like we were moving more to like Uakai stepping up, Doggo's getting a bit of focus. So it seems like Ultra Prime are like aware of which players are delivering, but haven't really set any system or any like core guidelines of a way we see them go back to like play around this, right? They're not like BLG with like the consistent dives or like Kanavi with the consistent invades. It seems like just like the step under that. They realize which players can deliver.
At least that's a good start. When we started the season, I was very impressed by Ultra Prime, but specifically Uakai, especially because he was literally a sub last year for LNG. And the fact that he had come in, done a lot, but it's been a rough journey since those early times, I feel like, for Ultra Prime. So just trying to find, much like RA, any saving grace and any consistency for the team.
Ultra Prime, to me, have been like the lower standings version of AL, where all their games look shaky, so you really don't know where they stand. Because they've had like shaky losses against better teams, and you're like, is Ultra Prime better than this? But then sadly, they still lose, right? Kind of unlike AL, where we saw AL last game, they're kind of the opposite. A team at the top of the standings where every game still looks close, so you're just kind of squinting the whole time. Your eyes hurt a little bit.
You gotta get some eye drops. Anti-blue UV. Oh my god, I think Kanavi's just gonna go right back in. He's getting low. He gets first blood there for himself, but he does go down right afterwards. Sheer cleans up a kill. Welcome to the LPL, and congratulations on the first kill.
Having the counter-strike to be able to play off of, to be able to come out on top. Really nice trade in favor of JDG. Trades not stopping. He's onto a Recon right now, but with Ruler being level 6, this is where we know Doggo's going to have to start being cautious. If they're even ever in a state where they can walk too far forward in lane, which I don't know if they will. JDG are letting the lane come into them for now to potentially set up for an all-in.
That level 6 for Ruler makes such a difference in what they can play for in here. Oh, missing that engage a little bit, as is his namesake. Does have Ruler back him up, and now Ruler's by himself, and Missing just yeeted himself away from Ruler. That Ghost will be popped on the back end.
Gonna be forced off for now. Shouldn't be too big a deal. Again, the wave was already coming into them. He's gonna feel fine catching that one. Kaisa also champion who got a small buff right at her ult range, which is the thing that makes it feel really dynamic into the Smolder, in my opinion. It's less about the laning phase to me, more about that mid and late game assassination potential that will always be there.
He's just a little dragon, and he needs a bunch of help. He's gonna be any sort of winning condition at least. Now
they should make. Wait, real quick. You I don't know how you've inspired me, but you have.
Okay.
Give Smolder another tier of stats. We'll say like something outrageous, like 600. At that point in time, no, he actually actively summons his mom. You get some like giant elder dragon, like you get old Mordekaiser ultimate.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's what you get.
I missed that. I miss little interactions like that.
Was fun, but we will go through the replay. I mean, in my mind, it's the Counter-Strike, the thing that's a huge difference here. Great flash away, as well, guaranteeing on 2 people, missing out on the damage. Does still go down in the end to the Hui ult, but that Counter-Strike was able to open up so much for JDG to find those 2 kills.
And now you transition pressure away from bot side. You go up to the top objectives, and you have a massive lead for Ruler. And speaking of leads, JDG, that's a nice little combo from Missing, and Sheer gets himself another kill. They're gonna knock back Dway, and there ain't nothing left for Ultra Prime in front of this pit. JDG ruling their kingdom.
Kanavi once again spots the opportunity, and this does open up Grubs going over to JDG. So they're gonna be able to potentially stack all 6. We'll see.
Come on, Doggo.
Hacker. Okay, yeah, so they're definitely going to get all 6. Hacker and Joy being a bit too far away right now. Going up top side to potentially cover for Doggo, but I would expect the resets to come out from JDG after this.
A lot of grubbies to give the side lane for JDG. A team who, let's just be honest, have been one of the best mechanically performing teams, and especially macro sense, just really good at making those decisions. And speaking of, here we go.
Just looking for these small openings, right? This is why the Jax comes in, can counter the Xin Zhao, followed up with the Cassante, just deleting him ever so nicely. It's one of the reasons why we said I feel like Kanavi's really been the big catalyst for JDG this year. It hasn't been like, we'll say, spring of last year, where as a whole, JDG was doing well. He looked good, but he was probably the weakest performing member. Now it feels like he really is the one stepping up, even if there are still those signs of over-aggression or like misplaying a gank every now and then. He's really carrying above his own weight.
Yeah. It's, there's just, I feel like so many options to kind of dissect on a lot of the positive things, at least on JDG's side of things, and the way that they've kind of leaped into a lot of the strengths we represented for them last year, and a lot of their runs, even though it kind of ended in despair. We do have another dragon coming up in about 5 seconds. If JDG continue to stack ahead, it just leads to them having even more gas in the tank in terms of the just collapsing power that they have.
I'd say don't worry about it. Ultra Prime have been one of the teams who have been very willing to fight, even at times that there should be no reason for you to start looking to throw hands. Looks like I actually will be disappointed this time, because this won't be one of those times. But my God, I believed Ultra Prime. I believed you were ready.
I wanted to will it into existence, but
I tried to do that with Weibo in my preseason tier list as well, but it seems like I don't have a very.
How's that going for you?
I don't have a very strong will, I guess.
Yeah, you're hanging in there. You doing all right? You starting to research some cosplays to bring to the table?
Look, my prediction was for end of playoffs. End of playoffs. Weibo just got to make playoffs, which, hey, we can talk about them later. Is Doggo Okay, not gonna get dove, but I did remember. You know, they're playing next, so we'll have plenty of
They
time
are, yeah.
to berate my predictions at that time.
I also love it because you put yours for the playoffs, but everybody else put theirs for regular season. So you just get the caveat. It's fine. You didn't read the memo. It's okay. It didn't get sent the right way.
That was never made aware. Who does regular season predictions? Like, this is the LPL. You know, the regular season, it's going to end some way. It is not going to represent.
No way. A regular season ends? Wow.
You know, at least I didn't predict the
Shocking
LG to win.
revelation.
You know?
True.
That'd be
That's me,
incredibly boring
baby.
to me.
Yeah, go check my go check my Twitter profile banner. No bias, promise. We do get first items completed and getting worked into seconds here, but I do want to highlight some of the power spikes that are available. The Malignants there for Yagao. Pretty big on the Karma, especially pairing up with Kanavi on the Jax.
Yeah, so now, I mean, going to be outputting all that damage. Every time I question, like, hey, is this Karma team going to have enough damage? It always does. It always comes from the Karma. But for Ultra Prime, at least having the Eclipse up for Decade and the Sundered Sky for Hacker, meaning they do have a strong 2v2 around top side, but feels hard, right? Iceborne Gauntlet and Plated Steel Caps on the Cassante. Ganking him should be hard, and we're at a point where the rest of JDG's map is stronger than what you're bringing to the table.
Look at that. Look at that gold. Sheer sitting there at the top. No big deal. First LPL game and representing on the Cassante. Love to see those kinds of moments being played out here. And JDG kind of leaning to that strength, right?
Yeah, they really are. And it's even funnier because I feel like JDG looking much more active on the map so far in this game than we've really seen them be in most cases. Right now, pressuring all three lanes. I love that they have Yagao towards bot side because they can bring him in at any moment to look for this fight.
They are going to do it. So they pull the trigger. Here comes JDG's contest of this Rift Herald. Yagao will have a lot of damage with that Malignance here if he can get big Mantra Q. Does get one in. Joy is taking a lot of damage. Decade on the other side, taking on a 1v1 against Seer, against that Prodigy, but here comes Missing with his classic. Has so much damage is being put in. Joy, he's made into hamburgers here. Yagao's cooking it up. Go ahead and give him the chef hat. As now Sheer popped that ghost. They're not going to find that angle back in.
And now JDG not only find a kill, they're going to pick themselves up a red buff. They push the Jace out of top, really denying everything from up so far, and still leads them to possibly be able to turn into that Rift Herald.
Congratulations to Yagao. 2,000 kills in the LPL with that one. They were waiting 15 minutes to throw that one up. As now the 1v1, Doggo, he's going to flash. Ruler wants it. Ruler gets it. He gets taken out, traded back as 1-for-1 between the ADC.
And I think for the side of Doggo, you're going to take that with the lead that Ruler had. So now does get himself the boots off that one. Do trade. Not a lot of minions lost, I think, for the side of Doggo in that. He's already down 30 CS, so would it matter anyway? But JDG going to look to punish Decade. They don't have the quickness.
Oh. God, they do have Missing, though, and he is very annoying, as Kanavi will get his third kill of the game. They're going to take an outer tower, too, and that's just so much gold lovingly dumped into the pocket of JDG.
And sadly for Decade, didn't have flash. If he did there, I think the lack of quickness probably would have been enough for him to escape. But without it, it just leads JDG to getting more turrets out of nowhere. Now 17 minutes in, we're going to be sitting at about a 5k gold lead. Dragon comes up in 50 seconds, so JDG can look for the reset now and start cementing control back over the bot side. And it's already feeling, I mean, to be fair, it's JDG, right? If there's a team that's going to do this and you expect and you're like, all right, you know, sad luck of the draw, JDG's one of them.
You see here, though, it's just really good target selection by JDG. Really keyed off by Missing.
Yeah, and I like how they're playing it slowly first, just playing with the poke from the Karma and the Kite side of this stage, and then getting all the flashes forced out with the quickness to come through, and they can just keep running them down, because look at this damage coming out from, it was especially Yagao really pushing them back, really zoning them off. And then we get the 1v1 here. Tries to find it, accepts he's going to die no matter what, gets the kill, does give a lot of gold over that bounty to Doggo in the process.
And now we get back to it. You can start seeing how this composition works for JDG. I mean, Yagao got a ton of Mantra Qs off in that fight just alone because of the Malignance. Decade going to answer with the top tier tower. A bounty goes over, but that is Dragon number 3 to JDG.
I mean, with this much of a lead this early on, already being on soul point at 17 minutes, it really does feel so grim for Ultra Prime, but will it?
You say that, but you caster cursed him to hell, Lyric, as now Kanavi will take his second death of the game.
I'm sorry. Ultra Prime in a commanding position right now.
It doesn't work like that, Lyric. You can't just counter your counter. You've already done the deed.
We're going to see.
Kanavi's dead because of you.
Right now, to JDG's knowledge, it is only a 3v3. Uakai and Decade were back on their way to being over here, but it seems like with them not showing on waves, JDG were smart enough, were diligent enough to not get baited into the play that I was hoping for.
You're really trying to manifest tonight. I like it. As we did get another item completion for Uakai there, as well as Yagao. Both Horizon focuses locked in, ready to go from both sides. But I think I want to check back in on how this Four Little Smolder has been doing. We don't know the stacks, but we do know the difference in CS, and Ruler is all about it.
I mean, right, again, they were much more domineering in this one. I mean, even having some, I think, better aspects in terms of the lane matchups, right, being paired with the Alistar is going to make Smolder, of course, even weaker early on, and Rakan going to be able to bring a lot more presence. They've done a nice job of finding picks so far with some of the over-aggression that we've seen come out from Kanavi.
It's been nice to see a couple of the answers back, but things starting to stack here for JDG. They'll have that Dragon Soul on the horizon for them in about 3 minutes time as well. And until then, Ultra Prime just trying to save a little bit of time, get a little bit of stacks for Doggo. And that brings up the question, do you feel like there's ever a moment where, you know, this lead from JDG is countered at all from the scaling of Ultra Prime?
No, if anything, I actually feel like JDG's comp has different ways to play into Ultra Prime. Like, they can match the range with Karma Kai'Sa, like we saw last game, the amount of poke the Kai'Sa was putting off. But they can also just look to all in and zone out the Smolder with the Rakan, the Kai'Sa, and the Jax.
That's a lot of mites. Here's the Spiraling Despair. Mother! It's not going to be enough to call home, though, as they do back off JDG. They have not the health bars to continue contesting on either side, actually.
I think JDG still looking somewhat relaxed in the face of this. You can even look at the mini-map. Kai'Sa and K'Sante, Sheer, and Ruler still going.
I actually get a ton of pings here. Hacker kind of gotten turned around on here. Flash coming in. Crescent Guard used. Kanavi goes back in for the counter-strike, and Hacker can't get missing. Yagao gets another kill, and here comes Sheer. A little bit over top, but they get the Mantra Q started. Here comes those damage dealers from JDG, and they catch Decade out. So 2 picks means they have full control of the middle of the map.
And JDG are just making this game look so easy. Can turn to mid now, run over to Baron, get that one started if they want. Looks like maybe not having confidence in the amount of damage they have just yet, which might be fair with the Karma. These are 2 items, though.
A little bit. Has something.
I
The
feel like
tower survives, Lyric.
I feel like we've been seeing Yagao actually do so much in these fights.
yeah.
And it just go under the radar with how crazy these fights are, with everyone kind of jumping in. And by everyone, I mean all of JDG jumping in, and you know, maybe 1 or 2 members of Ultra Prime looking to fight them. But yeah, I don't think the scaling or the insurance policy really should be able to come and play in this game. Feels just too hard with how the comps interact. Great idea, looking for the pick. But the rest of JDG were just waiting in the wings, able to rotate from mid first. Sadly, not able to get on top of Rakan with his mobility. And then JDG just keep it going. I'm surprised that Decade was willing to even attempt with that first hammer jump in that he went for, which really seemed like it just sealed his fate.
There's so many little things going right for JDG, and that's the kind of conversation we led into earlier, is, you know, Yagao getting 2,000 kills. That's awesome, but we were also talking about some of the lackluster performances we've seen from him. But that consistency has started to tick up a bit as time has gone on. I think that's why you grab somebody with the veterancy as Yagao has.
Definitely, right. Got to lean on that experience and hope that they could be able to play back in that form. Right now, buying time for Sheer to get here.
3 talent strike. Yeah, Ultra Prime have used a lot of their tools here. Kanavi, he goes for the play because he's a madman, and Ruler joins him right there. Ultra Prime, you've just been routed. A full, clean, and total ace for JDG.
And now JDG are going to be able to get whatever they want. They were already on Soul Point, but looks like they really don't care about the Chemtech Soul. Gonna send Ruler to do that one by himself, while the rest of the team gets the great prize of the Baron.
They get the Baron, they get the Dragon, they'll have Soul. Let's look at this replay because JDG picked it apart like a surgery.
Yeah, and we see again the fight being opened up, Ruler and Yao putting off the damage, Kanavi no fear and going in with counter-striking the Flash to get all those stuns. And then they just keep running and mowing them down. Ultra Prime not having the mobility to escape, right? A lot of immobile champions for them. Once Doggo's locked down, it's like Yuukai and Decade just easy targets.
Easy as that. JDG circling almost 10,000 gold lead now. They've got the Baron for another 2.5 minutes. They've got the Soul now.
You know,
pushing forward.
I think there's been very few times where I saw our little graph at the bottom that tells us the chances of each team winning the game. I think I've rarely seen it show a 99% or, you know, it's never showed a 100% to my memory, but a 99, like, God, that's crazy. 10K gold, 23 minutes Soul and Baron. It is understandable.
Is this not JDG to a T, though? Like, when they come up against competition like this, we've seen them handle business time and time again.
Yeah, JDG had been a weird one for me, though, because JDG had been one of the big purveyors in the 3-game series this split. You know, going to 3 games against LG, LGD, WE. Sometimes it works in their favor, like against BLG. They brought them to 3 games, right? But yeah,
I guess that one didn't really work in their favor.
No, yeah. I mean, they should have won that series in my mind, but they didn't.
Whoa, Sheer just got a solo bolo for himself. Go ahead and keep adding to the stats for this guy's first game in the LPL. Feels good to be a part of JDG as a rookie, doesn't it?
That's the thing, right? Hacker's just gone, man.
Yeah, no, we just this is a start to the end for Ultra Prime in game number 1. Things just have not added up for them, and JDG have crunched the numbers. They are pushing to the end, and JDG have full control of this game 1.
JDG pushed the glasses up 20 minutes ago. They've been crunching the numbers, and now, like you said, they're ready to just end this one. 25 minutes.
Yagao got his 2,000 kills. We got JDG with a 1-0 over Ultra Prime and a strat to boot. They brought in Sheer. It didn't make much of a difference, but the rest of your team is absolutely smurfing. And a 1-0 for Ultra Prime to try to pull back in a best of 3.
Yeah, and you know, we'll keep it quick because we know how these days go. We're gonna get to break soon and get back. But I mean, it was dominant, right? Dominant across the board. Great play from the JDG bot lane. Kanavi was being super aggressive, and it's the JDG you expected.
It is indeed, and I think we saw exactly what they needed to do with the aggression against the Smolder. Starting to see a trend here, Lyric. I'm very excited for it because it just means just full frontal punching as fast as you can against the Smolder bot lane. That is it for our game number 1. We're going to send it away to MVP at least first to see who got that one for that game number 1. Nice catch from my producer. As we have Kanavi with those bold Counter-Strike flashes coming up with it.
I mean, expected MVP, right? He was great. He was aggressive. He's really been the driving force for JDG, which is why he's sitting so high at 7 MVPs.
That is pretty high, I would say, but also making the Jax jungle look good. A tried and true for him so far this split, but also just comparatively a little bit harder to execute in times that we've seen for other teams. Obviously not so much for JDG, as they are just a cut above the rest. We will see if they can close out the series 2-0 or if we have a fight on our hands for Ultra Prime. We'll be back with game 2.
stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and we are going straight into game number 2 of our second series of the night. JDG wiped the floor with Ultra Prime in game number 1. We'll see if Ultra Prime can bounce back as we have a Smolder yet again for other side this time around. We'll have the Ruler locked in into the Draven. And that is a good pick into it, I feel like, with that aggression in bot lane we saw work out for JDG already. The Darius locked in, bro, for decade.
We got the Noxus duo on Ultra Prime. I don't know if that has any significance to the game, but yeah, exactly. They're brought in, they're looking for the aggression, they're looking to stop that Smolder into the ground. And also an interesting last pick, right? Because we've seen glimpses, bits of the Ahri coming in after the buffs that it received. And now Yagao going back to the pick. In my mind, this was one of the metas where Yagao looks most comfortable, right? Playing, enabling your jungle with the charm, always being able to follow up with that ulti. And now going to be positioned to do a similar thing once again.
it's an interesting position to be in for Ultra Prime. It was definitely an underdog story, it felt like, as a whole in this one, because obviously Ultra Prime sitting at 2-8. They've already gone into the nightmare that is an 8-loss season, but they are trying to find some light in that. And I think finding that consistency that we brought up at the beginning of the day and at the beginning of these series is key for them. But that consistency has to come from somewhere, and I just don't know where.
Yeah. I mean, they got to find it, right? And I feel like especially right now, in this game, you're looking at the Darius, seeing how he can fare up in that top side, if he can find his own advantage. Dariuses have been menaces in the early laning phases for Summoners, and then the Draven. How do they play around that lane? Can they get past the unstoppable defenses that a Braum brings? I'm not sure. It's all going to be up to Missing. It's all going to be up to Ultra Prime and how they play around that Draven.
I love it because we came into this one wanting to put a bit of a focus on Jue and Missing, two core components of their teams. Missing definitely flies under the radar on a team that's full of stars, but a crucial component in nonetheless. We saw in that last game that Rakan was looking real good, but Jue has been one of the best performing members on Ultra Prime. So as we get into game number 2, let's see if Ultra Prime can stand up to snuff and give a fight back to JDG.
Yeah, does seem like I'm going to be having the Gyos with this one. Like you said, going to be looking at that bot lane, how the supports do. Not the most fun or interactive support matchup, right? Jue hooks. We see if Missing can block it himself. He's going to be happy to get hooked and just start applying all the passive stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Onto anyone is...
I feel like Braum wins that matchup, right? Like in terms of like the combinations.
Yeah.
So having that into the Draven's huge.
It has always been interesting that with how often the meta in LPL has been like engaged tanks, it felt like there were previous splits where it entailed a lot more Braum in the LPL, but never been a big pick here in this region. We'll bring it out in this game. Again, could make sense. Going to do great at like kind of fading away from those trades and setting up for a ruler to get some good return damage and a good amount of stacks.
JDG out in force to protect against any level 1s that could be there. I think if you walked into a Braum level 1, you'd be asking for some hurt, so I'm glad Ultra Prime didn't do that. But I think that does bring a lot more focus to this jungle matchup, and if Hacker can find those early advantages followed up with Yukai, this combo, the Karma with the Lee Sin, it is a great one, but those combinations have to be together and often.
Yeah, and also I'd say it should be on the losing end once we hit level 6 and you have the Crescent 2-player on with Kanavi. So we'll see if they can maintain that one. But for now, eyes are back on the bot lane. Hacker is pathing down here. Kanavi, though, is starting on the bot side himself.
Love the positioning of Doggo and Jue. They'll just take the forward front because they realize they've picked a champion that loves level 1 trades against a champion that absolutely despises them. And Doggo takes the advantage, almost kills Missing outright, burns the heal there too, and they'll just have full advantage down there.
Exactly. You're definitely going to need a few more abilities on Braum and Smolder before you can continuously survive just those hooks being thrown out before Braum will feel fine putting up that Unbreakable and just being able to walk away just fine. So it's been nice that Ultra Prime have found a window to get a bit of a small advantage in that bot lane.
So countering the combo of Hacker and Yukai seems to be the plan for Kanavi and Yagao, as they will find the angle onto Yukai. He's going to burn the flash, but it doesn't matter. Pulled back in by the charm and killed by Kanavi.
Well, like I said, I like this combo a lot more in my mind than what Ultra Prime have in terms of the 2v2. Like, having the charm to set up, you have CC on Xin Zhao as well to be able to enable that, elongate the fight, more damage that he's bringing to the table. Punish Yukai now, won't have the flash. So potentials for return ganks are always there. But with the speed up from the E, still can be a little bit of a nuisance to find that return kill if they want to look for it.
Yeah, I wonder now how... Okay, so I'm actually looking now. Decade's going for a bit of aggressive ward onto Kanavi. We'll spot him out. We're getting a nice little 2v2 trade back in the favor of JDG here. Hacker is floating down here, and Jue's going to pull the trigger now. Doggo getting hit. Those concussive blows starting to stack up. They're going to get it here. Ruler going for the kill, and he's going to get it. No, he flashes. He can't get the vision. He gets one more auto, and there it is. Doggo goes down. First blood for JDG. They might be able to punish Ruler now, and they do. That dragon is dead.
I am a bit surprised that we just saw a flash come out from Jue. For that Ruler having to blow his flash too, though. Let's go down in the end. But still,
really willing to just
Decade.
fight Doggo. He's like, Doggo said something to him. I feel like Wit becomes lightning and Decade flashes.
Really nice there by Kanavi to make sure you get some summoners out of him. Now it's going to be a lot harder for him to play with that same level of aggression. It seems like Decade reading that the possibility of the dive's there. Look, the Noxus brother coming up
Come
to
help
hell.
your bros.
Are going to start rotating up towards this side, I'd assume, with the fact that Grubs will be coming up shortly.
Another big thing for JDG last game was just Kanavi had control of the tempo of objectives and around the map. Speaking of him having control, they're going to find Decade here. And Sheer tanks it, but beautiful shield. My goodness. The rookie comes up clutch and topside.
Yeah, getting the most out of that W to be able to survive. So JDG fighting an advantage top already. They actually should now be the team to potentially move over to those Grubs, as it looked like Doggo and Dre were making their way back down. We're going to get a replay here, right? Goes with the hook. Now Missing's level 3, has the Unbreakable to deny a lot of this damage. And then once the passive is put on Doggo, it is so easy for Ruler to put some dirt on him, run him down. Goes with the flash to be able to finish that one off. And then it's here where Ruler just having flashed himself, Dre thinking, hey, I guess I'll use mine as well. I think Hacker going to finish that one off, but you know, confirming the kill sooner. We don't mind it.
I love how ruthless Ruler has been towards this bottom lane matchup so far, but I think Doggo going to be looking to cash in as soon as possible. We did get one Grub stolen away by Ultra Prime, so might dissatisfy Kanavi from continuing that one as he'll go back to farm.
Ooh, yeah. I thought after the kill top, right, because we jumped right into a replay, that it would have been Kanavi starting them off with Sheer TPing back to lane. But it seems like Sheer didn't even do that. Just went back and probably ran back to lane himself
Mind
to hold on to that TP.
He also immediately got the steel caps. Love that, because he can feel a lot more confident to trade here into Decade. Decade's going to be real close to level 6, though, and that's when things can start turning on.
But no, it's not turning on for Decade.
Oh, no, not like this, Decade. He's going to get taken out, and they're just giving all the love here to Kanavi. 3 kills in 6.5 minutes.
And it makes it rough, right? When you're down these summoners on the Darius, and it's like, as a Darius, you're going to find your advantages by going for heavy trades, by looking for the aggressive positioning, denying the Udyr the ability to push, but with Kanavi still being on that side of the map, being down the sums, it just sets him up for a world of failure, and Kanavi is being so active on the map this game.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't do anything here, just constantly showing presence, trying to put fear into Ultra Prime.
Dragon finally goes down for Ultra Prime. They're going to look for a play in mid. The root does come through, but Ultra Prime a little bit behind the play. And I want to zoom in to the lead that JDG have. We saw them absolutely dominate last game, but they are starting off very, very brightly here in this game number 2. We've still seen some moves from Ultra Prime, but JDG are the ones that are in a scaling position in terms of the Smolder. So Ultra Prime need to kick it into gear.
I mean, even things just looking at their comps holistically is, I assume Ultra Prime should just get this and be able to back off. We'll see. Yagao does have Ultra Charm.
Here comes Mother, as now they actually get the combo. Ultra Prime, they can't move, they're stunned. And JDG take full advantage of that one. 2 kills to Yagao.
Hoping they can just get the blue buff and run away, but with the ult on Yagao, with Charm still being there, can very easily set up the fight, and now it's going to make it annoying. You can see Doggo being like, well, I don't get to push out this lane anymore. It has to back off, has to wait it out. It has to be ever present of other members of JDG waiting in the wings like Missing.
Something for Ultra Prime, they really need to get a cash in for Doggo if he's going to have any say into this matchup into Ruler. Now Decade going at it against Sheer here, but Sheer's got that power, he's got that fear, and he's going to run him down. Even with that ghost, can he do it? His ghost is coming up now too, and he's got that boar. He's going to get him. Oh, he dodges out. Nice little sidestep. Here comes Hacker, but Sheer wants it. And a little bit of a mistake goes a long way. Hacker claims the kill.
It's okay. First game in the LPL, getting hypey, wanting to run down the solo kill. Completely understandable, but does give a bit of breathing room over to Ultra Prime.
Saw a cheeky little smile on his face down there, so you know he's having a little bit of fun there at least. His brothers on the team probably say, calm down a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. We do get a replay of the bot lane. See some of the trading that happened in that blue buff.
Going to be here right again as the ulti lands the charm. Sadly for Jway, since his hook didn't connect and he didn't keep walking, the charm actually landed onto Yuakai, which was probably the worst thing for Ultra Prime there. And now 3-0-2 on the Xin Zhao, 2-0-1 on the Ari. You have kills and assists on your Smolder. Like, everything is where it wants. As we can see for Doggo, 123 adoration stacks right now.
Something for me, I think that's super crucial for Ultra Prime with the comp they've drafted is Jue getting engages. They don't, you've got to have that hook land and that immediate big CC chain. And unfortunately for Jue, he just hasn't been able to land the big dredge lines yet. He's missed a lot of really crucial ones. So that can change at any moment. We'll see if it does.
I think it's also just going to be too hard. Like, if Missing's ever around, it should be impossible to like land a hook. Maybe some kind of like flash ult onto Smolder can potentially work, but even then again, if Missing's around, it just feels so hard to actually find that opening. JDG position in such a great spot. Hell, another thing we haven't talked about with the Braum, right? He's also a great pick against the Darius. And a mobile champion that someone has to just run at you. Like, 1Q from Braum and ulti from Braum, and Decade is going to be stopped in his tracks. I feel like we've really seen just some like smart things come out from JDG today in terms of their planning and their preparation.
They've also just had a really good answer into some of the new additions of things.
Exactly, that's my point, right? That the prep is there.
I'd love to see that. Sheer, though, yeah, that's going to happen to you. This is what happens when a Darius starts to get some oomph to him, and another death goes to Sheer.
It seems like Ultra Prime have realized to try and true strat that most top LPL teams do when playing against a newer player, which is just gank the hell out of that young new player. We've seen it happen time and time again. Maybe Ultra Prime realized it a little bit too late into this game, but they did realize it, and now will lead them to be able to get 3 grubs of their own. So keeping it even.
Yeah, Kanavi got in there. Love to see a little steal back, but Ultra Prime able to contest that one and get the at least split. Dragon got 45. Ruler has priority in bot side. We'll get a plate here too. Do you think this is a position where Ultra Prime can at least finally get Doggo a payoff?
Maybe, but I guess not right now with the fact that it's the base, but that's what they should be hoping for, right? It's just, don't even look at the big picture of the map. Oh, it gets canceled again. Don't even look at the big picture of the map as Ultra Prime. I think your goal is like, hey, we need to get a kill on this Draven. We need to try and find, like, get things rolling. Maybe even just full send it. Right now, they've defaulted back to top because of how vulnerable Sheer is.
They do find him again. Try to strat. Why not just go for him? He is the deer, though, and you got to be careful. He can absolutely run away, but that's what the Darius is perfect at. The bleed stacks, the slows. Hacker gets the kill. Only 220 gold now.
So they are starting to win out on top. I do not think it makes up for the advantages they're finding in mid and the fact that their bot lane actually is up in CS and taking plates.
Yeah.
They're going to continue.
Doggo backed on a cannon wave, so it got Ruler so much presence in bot side, but also the turret plates. Also, Kanavi getting the dragon. They'll tie up that objective for themselves, and he's wrapping around bot lane here.
Oh, Doggo. That was close.
Over. If that wind becomes lightning hits, he definitely follows that one up, but does just go a little bit wide. You have Hacker coming to respond in a 3v3.
We'll see if any fight actually breaks out from this. Hacker's no ult.
Sway says, yes, we fighting. Hacker goes in, gets the first one. A nice little strike on the Missing, who also burned the heal before going down. Yukai has arrived. Ultra Prime, they make it out with a kill.
And Missing, I think having time there to throw out the ult towards the end. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't, but nice from Ultra Prime. Good CC chain to start it off, coming out from Jue, having the damage with the 3 members there to be able to secure that one, but Ruler still looks unperturbed in that he is 5, pushing ahead in this 1v1 to take more plates.
Yeah, we haven't checked in the stacks, but I'm sure we're,
there it
122, so getting close to the halfway point at least. And another point I think that's slowly becoming more relevant here is the presence of Hacker with a 4-0 start on the Lee Sin. That combo of him with Yukai on the Karma is going to be oh so present for Ultra Prime as a win condition.
I do not think that is enough. Karma Lee Sin, and you're playing it so... Oh, Doggo. Okay,
it's all they got, Lyric. That's where they put the gold. That's where everything's going.
Well, I mean, not really, right? They haven't put any gold in the Karma. It's all in the Lee Sin. It's all Ultra Prime fans. All of your hopes, all of your dreams. They're on the backs of Hacker. Which, again, Hacker's always been a fun player to follow. Like,
Oh, yeah.
since the start. Again, I remember his shooting days. I've cited the story of the years. My very first game I watch him, he just, like, blindly flashes over the enemy red buff, hoping for the 1v1. Without vision, without exactly knowing they're there. They
Yep.
were, and, you know, he did find the kill. So Hacker's always been willing to look for that level of aggression. And right now it does lead Ultra Prime just being able to take this Herald outright. But JDG don't seem bothered. JDG should know that they're up in gold, even with the Smolder Braum that they get to lean on, and they should be feeling fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are coasting right along because, as I like to call them, the bridge builders for Smolder are building away. They've got the tools. They've got plenty of materials. Yagao and Kanavi are going to be that crucial linchpin to get Ruler into the late game. Hacker can upset that by continuing to go up to the fields that are sheer up here and farm him away. As this should be another catch out unless the deer has gotten strong enough, but that's the flash from Decade. And the guillotine with the bleed will get Hacker the kill in the end.
Yeah, sure. I mean, bit of a rough second game for him. Not necessarily in terms of his own performance holistically at this point, right? You just got to take it. Ultra Prime making good trades towards the top side, realizing they cannot contest mid or bot. They cannot win either one of those fights, so let's go get gold where we can. It's still getting out-traded on the opposite side, but like you said, at least Hacker now going to be strong. Potentially find something if someone like Missing overextends like he did before.
Just seeing the picture-in-picture, the flash being burnt in there. But I want to check in. Is this even state on the surface of things a real state of evenness? Because all that gold really being still in the favor of JDG, and a lot of the power spread through JDG and more honed in on Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I sadly I don't. Like, again, it's good. Ultra Prime are bringing the gold a bit closer, and we're still at a point, right, where one misstep from JDG, Ultra Prime can win a fight. Like,
Yeah.
They are not down and out. But it just feels like, even with them closing the gold, again, just compositionally, how JDG, so much frontline to be able to contend, shut down the Darius and the Draven, it'll still be a hard task. I think a lot going to be on finding a great kick from Hacker to set up for Decade and Doggo to find that impact.
We have about another 45-second timer on the table. Another dragon for Ultra Prime or JDG could be here. They're going to put a lot of bodies down here for Ultra Prime to set up at least priority for that one, it seems. They are going to seed mid lane, though.
And I mean, hell, this is how Ultra Prime has been playing the last, like, 5 minutes, right? You find advantage in one place by dropping other areas of the map. They've been dropping mid and top for bot. Now they're somewhat doing the reverse. They're dropping top and mid to find a pick on bot. Pick doesn't happen, so it doesn't end up giving free damage over to JDG, but Ultra Prime are trying to respond in kind by bringing their whole team mid.
Just move the pressure as a whole. Just everybody go in. And speaking of going in, Jue gets the hook. Finally, maybe that saving grace. Konami's going to pop that crescent guard, but it's not going to guard anything. He does buy time, but he'll go down, and it goes to Yuakai.
And that's the thing, right? Comp, scaling, all of this stuff doesn't matter if JDG get picked off in the end. Kanavi, maybe just not expecting the full brunt of the amount of forces who are going to be there, ends up going down.
Jue's got his driver's license out. We'll get the crash in. Missing might try to follow up on that one, but the follow through would have been there from Ultra Prime. They take their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, it would have been rough because we saw in the picture on the minimap here now, Sheer stay top, take turret, try and get more gold under his belt, try and get him back into the game. And Ultra Prime still not on soul point themselves, so JDG not minding all too much with the dragon going down. Sure, would have been great if, you know, Kanavi didn't get picked off and they could have contested it, but still maintaining the pressure. That's one thing that's really caught me about JDG this game is they haven't lost composure. JDG haven't lost composure, and Ultra Prime have still been looking for ways to come back into the game. So I think both teams, promising stuff is here. Kanavi, just not expecting the hook to come through, and for Ultra Prime to follow up. Maybe
To be
even
fair,
not
I
for all
didn't
members to
expect
be
it
here.
either. I mean, that was a heck of a lollipop.
That was a huge squad out of nowhere. It went from JDG able to just push in mid for free against the Draven into all 5 members of Ultra Prime overloading mid.
Things change, but the more they stay the same. Grouping in mid. As we do have the second item actually completed for multiple members on the side of JDG. Their power just got increased a decent amount. I think they can utilize that as we're positioning around this pit here, but no objective to fight about. And want to see actually if Ruler can continue stacking up here.
Didn't trying to do so far. I also like how, for the most part, we've seen Missing dip and duck into other lanes sometimes, but being very conscious of the fact that he really has to be in a nice proximity to Ruler at most times to make sure that nothing can go down and let him play the way that he's been playing. And now look at the amount of CS he's up, about almost 50 CS up for
It's
Ruler.
insane. But God, I like the timer's about to hit 20 minutes, Lyrica. We haven't had a single cash in for a Draven who is literally built off gold farming that way, right? You need to get that advantage ahead, and you're facing a first of all, Ruler. Second of all, he's on Smolder, a pick that gets an Elder Dragon buff once you hit the scaling moment. So I think like just trying to find a way to integrate this into a win condition for Ultra Prime is so difficult.
I mean, at this point, it feels almost impossible, right? I mean, he's 2 items up. You're not even on your second item as Draven yet. Again, we've already hit on many times about the thematic countering of the Braum that's already brought in. He's going to have to hope. He's going to have to rely on Hacker. It really is going to have to come down to a kick if Doggo is going to find a kill.
How much gold do you think he's going to get off the top of your head? Off 350 plus stack. It's going to be a lot. We'll see if he can cash in here. They do get a little bit of lockdown, but Jue has to go away. They get the double, but Jue just gets taken out. And guess who has his stacks? Ruler.
Gets brought down. JDG win another fight on the same page, chasing them down. They're going to be able to keep the damage going. Sheer even trying to get the top wave in now. At some point, JDG might even be able to pivot and try and meet up with him there. Take some of their own vision control. Oh, Hacker.
Oh, they go in now, though. Mother! It's going to be a big amount of damage, but it's not going to be followed up on as Ultra Prime are playing pretty heavy off the turret.
I mean, Deka there, Ghost and Flash, did manage to get the Flash from Ruler, so he's going to be a bit more vulnerable. And with the fact that JDG themselves are going to constantly be pushing, it's going to put them in a position where you could, maybe get him on the overstep when he's hitting a turret. So possibilities are there, but it's still just looking so hard. I wonder, do you think JDG will go for a Baron? I think JDG seems like that kind of team.
I don't know if they have the comp for it right now. At least maybe a third item on Ruler signifies that one. But hey, if you want to press the advantage, you have the team fight damage now. You've reached the mountaintop.
I like that prediction. So third item on Ruler, which is really right. He's really close to finishing off the rapid fire cannon. Then the possibility may be there. JDG don't strike me as a team to do it as much as some of our other top teams.
Yeah.
But is always there.
I just don't want to see Doggo get over 400 stacks, and it's about to happen right now.
Well, there you go. It's already been ruined. It was ruined the second you said it.
I feel you, Doggo. I feel you. That feels bad, man. He'll get the cash in one day. I seriously wonder how much gold he's going to have. Hope we get like a super slow-mo zoom in of how much he gets. It's going to be a lot.
I feel like you're actually making it worse for Ultra Prime. If I was the Ultra Prime social media guy right now, I'm like, Mazel, stop talking. If you keep doing that, he's
but you keep talking about it, they make something happen. Look at that. The dragon has been cut down.
They do find that. Sadly, though, it's still not on the Draven. But you'll take any pick you can get. Dragon's up in 12 seconds. This should lead Ultra Prime to getting themselves on soul points.
That's huge. I mean, that's a state of the game that you can actually find a lot of strength off of, a lot of decision-making power off of, and it's a double Ocean Dragon in a row, so a little bit more sustainability there.
JDG gonna fickle with the idea of going with the Baron. We're gonna see if they can do it, or if Ultra Prime even read it at all. They
Ruler
should.
has TP.
No one's showing on any lane, so good. Ultra Prime realizes something's up.
Problem is, though, yeah, they didn't have the Smolder there, so Baron not going to be taking a lot of damage. Ruler does arrive now, but they're looking for a fight. Here comes Wei. He needs to be careful, though. Spider-Man is way out of there, but he's getting caught down. Concussive blows there. Shield is there, too, and JDG, they're running him down one by one, baby. As JDG have called all the help they can get. They are decimating Ultra Prime one by one as dominoes fall. That is a full control from JDG, seemingly out of nowhere.
They pick up 3 kills with only the loss of Yagao. They're actually going to be able to turn and guarantee this Baron for themselves now. We'll see if Hacker wants to try and go for a steal, but great team fight overall from JDG.
Ultra Prime tried. They were able to pick out Ruler last time around, but they were just caught in a bit of a windstorm that JDG had caused. Now JDG Launch the position away. Hacker has a bit of an angle, but the Baron's going to just be turned off of, and they turn right on the deck. And here goes Hacker. He actually finds a nice little move onto the back line, and he's doing some damage. You said one thing could make it, but it's not going to happen. How many times have we seen teams go at Ruler and come away with their team all gone around them? And it's happening again like a recurring nightmare. He's still alive. He's got a triple here, too. But they are still pressing, and Ruler's still alive.
And Yagao, I mean, able to back him up now. I don't think Ultra Prime should be able to do too much. Sure, you throw out some poke. You send a bit of a warning to let them know, yo, you cannot keep doing this Baron. But at the end of the day, that's all it's going to de-escalate to. So,
He got it.
True. He got it. He got it in the last fight, I believe.
Yep.
Not what we saw just now, but yeah, moments ago. Which
He's literally on par now with items.
I wonder if we're going to get like 2 replays in a row. Because we had like a very extended action, now into a bit of nothingness. This is the time.
The void, if you would.
So here we go. We're going to go all the way back to this first potential engage when they run down Drake and Concussive Blows land. Very easy kill for them to finish off. Here to Gao with the Flash Charm to guarantee the kill. Where does Doggo actually get this?
Oh, it's the pullback onto Yagao. I didn't even actually see how much gold he got there.
I didn't see either. There was like so many little numbers popping up at the same time. Gold, health, this, that.
Somebody at me, please, with how much gold he got. I want to know.
And then here, I mean, missing, trying to absorb a lot of this damage, buying more space for Ruler, has, you know, the ability to fly around to dodge, but it does lead to missing to go down in the end. But you're able to find a bit of your own, you're able to get more stacks on Ruler. I think JDG at the end of the day, keep being happy with all these executes.
Yeah, Yagao moving forward with the Ari, just so decisive. And it's been really fun to watch, especially with, you know, Ruler the little dragon chilling in the back, just having a little bit of fun and blasting fireballs at people. We do get the Baron started up already, though. JDG forcing the hand yet again of Ultra Prime.
Trying to run in. Ruler's going to use Arm Guard now for more survivability.
Oh, they got Doggo! No! JDG will take that all day. And now it's 5v4. Ultra Prime at a deficit. Joy missing the hook. And here comes the heat. Both the Phoenix, the Dragon, and the Spirit Rush from Yagao going to be used. We do have them turning back onto the Baron, though.
And this is a problem for JDG, right? They keep finding more kills, they keep getting more gold, but at the end of the day, they're not getting the prize that they're looking for. We'll see. Can Ultra Prime dissuade a Baron for a 4th time?
Missing, going to be there on the side. Sheer, actually a bit of a bodyguard. No, they want the fight. Here we go. The Sheer pops the Ghost going in, and now Ruler just has a front to back that he loves. This little dragon's going to be mauling you to pieces with his fireballs and even a little bit of his snot. As that's going to be 2 kills going now. Yagao's unleashed the rest of JDG in tow as Yagao chasing a Hacker here. Not going to follow him up. Backs come through from JDG. The snipe not going to be there either, and JDG starting to come away.
So, Ultra Prime just saw, oh, Hacker, can you just,
Does he kill him?
Get away? Can you just get away already, Hacker? Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he has flash.
I didn't follow up. But we saw Ultra
he
Prime.
doesn't.
We saw. What is going on? Why
Ruler
did Ruler
flash for
TP
it.
in?
Ruler flash for it. You have rapid fire. Oh, Sheer now wants it. Okay, it's just a circus. It's a complete turnaround here, and unfortunately, one more Q will do it. They can't get the range on it either. It doesn't have the rapid fire auto up.
I love that both Ruler and Sheer TP'd just to finish that off, and Hacker, the great escape. What's a bigger win? Winning the series 2-0 or escaping in that situation, huh? That's what all the Hacker fans are wondering. What's a bigger win?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't feel, you know, maybe it's a dub. It's a mental dub. It's one of those.
It's not a dub. It was a terrible question.
It was a terrible.
It is a
terrible.
much.
I couldn't hold it. I just
It is a
couldn't hold
much bigger win to win the series. A much bigger win.
Yeah.
Especially for
also,
Ultra Prime, that'd be huge.
It would be huge in a day where, you know, we've seen Rare Adam do some interesting things. JDG, it would have been a huge upset, but they are looking at chugging along to an 8-1 scoreline. And again, this is a team that hadn't played, you know, up to par until recently in terms of the amount of series played, and they're starting to catch up big.
Yeah, finally starting to get some under their belts. and catch up to where the other teams are at, right? Sitting at 7-1, second, only 8 games played. A lot of teams already beyond the hell. Ultra Prime, right, at 10 themselves. So keep an eye as more items getting built. Shadow Flame by Yagao now picked up, who was huge with the 10 stacks on the Medjais. And again, I think it's interesting. Ruler still sitting on that arm guard. Didn't have to use it earlier. I think buying it to give him even more safety from the threat of Hacker jumping in and looking for that kick.
Oh, Joy's just dead. That's concussive blows. They just catch him out completely. And that's your front engage. That's your front line.
I'm telling you, there's a strong argument. All those splits of LPL, there could and should have potentially been more Braum. You know, Braum's gonna shut down a lot of what a lot of LPL teams were trying to do.
I don't think there's a contest.
Back to the Baron. They're close.
Very difficult. Yeah, they're just going to seed it. It's all she wrote for the Baron. Go over to JDG.
The problem is Ultra Prime are backing off and giving time. The problem is I actually don't think Soul would be a win for Ultra Prime, right? Ocean Soul, it's going to help them out in some of these fights, but at the same time, JDG looking for a lot of all-ins, have a ton of damage with the advantage that they've accrued, 7K. And now with the Baron, they're just going to be able to mow down your base.
They're already doing that damage right now to mid lane turret. The siege is initiated. Hacker on a monster flank. I don't think he can actually do anything. They will spot him out, though.
He could kick, I guess, Yagao, but Yagao has flash, has a spear rush, has ways to get out. Kicking any of the other members of JDG feels like it'd be pointless. Ruler, we already highlighted with Seeker's Arm Guard, would be able to survive as well. Hell, now TPing in with the Flurry.
That's so big. They still have 2 minutes on the Baron buff. And they have so many minions down here. Double stacked wave with the cannons. And the siege is continuing. No turrets gonna be left in the wake of JDG if they can have their way with it, at least here on this bot side. All those minions now gonna be taken care of a little bit. Missing gonna block the back end of the Whirling Death. And on to the inhib goes JDG.
I mean, for Ultra Prime, it's hard having to contend with this JDG squad, with the Baron, with the amount of threat that they have. It won't get easier after this series either. They play they play TS next and then BLG. Like, Ultra Prime have a hard 3 games worth of series to go through, the hardest that you can you have to pass.
I will give them something, though, as we see JDG kind of circling the prey here in this series. Ultra Prime kept this second game a lot closer than I think we would have expected after that first game. And I think that's at least something for them in a very struggling season.
That's also why I said they remind me a lot of AL, where they have a lot of close games, despite being this far down in the standings, where it can make you think, huh, can they do more? And then sadly, it's just right out of their grasp every time.
Well, JDG trying to grasp onto a dub. They have one last wave to go in. Hacker tries to go for the play. Oh, no. And it doesn't look great as the kill goes out. That is already 2 down as Mom helps claim another one. That's a double. Could they get a triple for him? That's going to be another one going down. The Quadra is there. But there we go. JDG come away with it. The little dragon has grown to a big, strong boy. And JDG claim a 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime.
What do you think Sheer feels worse about? Getting camped and kind of running it a little bit in terms of how often the dive was able to work? Not much he could do. Or is he more upset that he just prevented Ruler from getting a penta?
I think Ruler's going to have a serious conversation with him after this. They're going to take about an hour. They're going to sit in a room together, and he's going to talk it out.
Again, not much you can do about getting dove over and over again. Could have done more about that. I don't know. But on a serious note, expected performance from JDG. It was nice of them to bring in Sheer and, give him a bit of experience against Ultra Prime. We don't know if going forward this is going to be like a standard thing, or if they do, maybe go back and forth if Quadra just comes back. But overall, they still look like a very confident and comfortable team. Ultra Prime, like you said, they showed some signs of life in that game too. I feel like that's something Ultra Prime does pretty consistently, and we will always be waiting to find out, can they find a win?
Glad to give Sheer his flowers there. I know we have Ruler as the MVP here. He absolutely did his thing on the Smolder. It was very impressive to see. Ruler is a cut above, I feel like, as a whole. But the team actually played a little bit around Sheer, a player that everybody's been very excited about, that they've been very ready to see. He leap, skipped, and jumped into the LPL and has been behind Flandre. And it was cool to see, even with some of the trials and tribulations up there, the team is good enough to work around those situations and be at least lethal in their own right.
Yeah, and I think I heard in my ear that our break's ready. Mazelle, so I'm going to be different. I'm going to throw it to break once. We'll be right back with our next series after this break.
Welcome back, one and all. Right back to the LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and we go straight over to Shenzhen to kick off our third and final series of the day. We're in NIP's home arena. They will be facing against Weibo Gaming, Lyric.
And we can see on our screens, right? It was Xiaohu, it was Rookie, and that has to be the matchup we're watching. Xiaohu has had a bit of a weaker split, a bit of a slower split, which is surprising. I don't know if he knows it's spring. This is when he's supposed to step up and absolutely just be clapping people. Rookie, on the other hand, I feel like has had another exceptional split, has looked so good, and I'm always excited to see these two legends match up on the Rift.
Yeah, I'm always excited about these combos of carries, especially when I see Rookie with Photic once again bringing back good memories from his past. But I also want to focus a little bit on something particular we wanted to talk about coming into this one. It was a conversation about Dark versus Light, Weibo versus NIP, in terms of the different colorations of their splits so far and the way they've gotten here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough for Weibo, right? They've been losing to middle-of-the-pack teams. They've lost to the top contenders. Really just losses all around, which is why they're sitting at 4-5, to where NIP might have had a lot of messy or close series, but able to win out against the other middle-of-the-pack teams, right? Kind of similarly to AL. They've beaten WE. They've beaten OMG. So that's why they're able to stand up so heavily. But it's actually looking forward, where things are still a bit grimmer for Weibo, Mazel.
I think a lot of opponents left on the table, and a lot of them being very tough opponents. I mean, they go from NIP into WE, into EDG, which is arguably a little bit easier, but maybe the underdog story, into BLG, into LGD, into JDG, and then IG. What a finish to a season for a team that's literally just coming off one of the highest highs you can have in League of Legends.
Yeah, and again, like, they brought in two new players, EDZ and Xiaohao. They've both been having a bit of a rougher time. Xiaohao's been here or there, some great moments, some not so great. ZZ really not performing, just like Xiaohu, and it's left a lot on their bot lane to be able to pick it up, to be able to step up and take over. And Light and Crisp, I mean, you know, Light, he has the ability to do it, but it feels like it's just too hard for Weibo.
Yeah.
Talent's there on the roster.
Yeah.
But they're struggling with something. Hopefully now that, like you pointed out, we've been seeing teams adapt a bit better to 14-4. Maybe they come in with some new cool ideas that can get things on the right track.
Talking a little bit about Weibo, but on the other side, NIP, who I feel like has been a bit of a surprise for some people who weren't paying attention in the offseason to what was going on with this team. But the fuel to the fire, I really feel like has been a really nice synergy between Aki and Rookie in the way that they approach the early game here for the team.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Aki's been playing well. Rookie has been insane. They link up well. Rookie's still able to be attentive towards the side lanes, which is leading to really good things. But we need to remember, they're also on a 2-series loss streak, and they lost to AL and FPX, two of those middle-of-the-pack teams that I said that they were able to beat. So both teams looking for some momentum in this series to get back on the winning track.
And we are into it now. We'll see who takes the presence of bot lane in early parts, as it's literally every focus you can put down there, except for one. We get the Cinnaband, the Smolder Band, and the Hwei from Weibo on the blue side. On the red side, the Lucian, Varus, and Callista. It's looking like a bot lane deep digging champion pool style tonight.
Yeah, and I'd expect this Kyron to be locked in. In my mind, this is the highest value thing left unlocked. Did such a great job at just guaranteeing that prio mid. I think it'd be incredibly strong. Now for NIP, I wonder where they go. Xin Zhao, like we've been seeing, red 1-2 pretty much all day, could be something that they're thinking about. You would want to hopefully get some semblance of your bot lane to start being locked in so you aren't pushed too far down the tier list, because with already 4 off the table, what do we have? We have Zaya Rakan as a pairing that's still there. Of course, we still have things like the Ezreal, which, you know, we've been seeing more of. TF AD now being hovered. So some options, but not the S tier of S tier.
Just another elephant in the room that we also are trying to bring up consistently, but have failed to. The Azir is gone. It is not available anymore. Rookie very heavily highlighting that champion so far in spring, but it does change up how you approach the meta. That's why, like, the Karma's coming in, things like that. The TF finally going to be picked on the day. Very excited for this one. Now paired up with the Talia too.
Yep, and it does lead into one of the other combos that I just talked about, right? Zaya Rakan still being left open, a great duo. Having some safety tools to be able to try to counteract the all-ins that NIP and their bot lane might be looking for. But we've seen this a few times, right? The TF plus the Talia, and it is so annoying. So many different angles that a team can come from you for. You got to think about the map so much differently in terms of when you can be engaged on and how you yourself have to look for and engage.
And I really, really like Woe on these kind of forward-centered engaged champions. I feel like he finds a lot of strength in those moments, especially leading a lot of the shot calling, I feel like, in terms of those engages for NIP in the mid-game. The Xin Zhao is the focus going into the second phase, though. You want to try to dwindle down at least these jungle matchups. The Udyr also good.
Yeah, funnily enough, I think either team would be happy with the other side not getting Xin Zhao with the picks that have been locked in so far, and now just getting pinched a bit further. Kind of surprised the Udyr being taken away. I'm going to assume that the TF's going to go down to the bot lane. Again, especially with how much it's been pinched, we need to remember it also can always be flexed up the top side. Shanji hasn't played it just yet, but Shanji, a very quirky player who has always loved going off onto more kind of carry or other niche champions.
I want to see the Kashanji engaged. See if it does actually get locked in. I just can't get away from the name. The interesting focus is they go more for top lane bans for Weibo on the other side. It is going to be the Sejuani, so a little bit more of that focus on the engaged potential.
I think it's a good call, right? Because you don't want to ban out two of the three top laners, because if you ban out the Cassante, you potentially give over the Aatrox, and then it's like, hey, what are we going with on our side? So it was a good pivot to take out the Sejuani now. Thinking about the Vi, I mean, synergizes obviously incredibly well with Talia. TF2 can be able to follow up from a long range, but I was going to say, right now, it feels hard. Like, what, you're going to ult to Xayah, Xayah's going to ult back, then you're going to be able to escape. So go for the pivot into a Lee Sin, and really just a lot of early tools to set up for this Lee so far. I mean, all three of your other champions having some CC to hopefully allow him to get that damage going.
So many angles, like you were saying, man. There's just so many different ways for them to find the safety of Weibo lacking in some ways. Now, this is where Weibo need to find some stability for themselves. I think the Rakan Karma is really good. They need to lock in something that's a little bit more carry potential from the jungle to combo with those, and they do get the Viego for Xiao Hao, so at least going to something tried and true for him.
Yeah, Aatrox, Cassante still being up out of the expected top lane champions. I honestly would be fine with them getting themselves some front line like the Cassante over any of these other picks that they're highlighting, because the name of the game for Weibo in this one's going to be team fight. NIP have already set up. They're going to be looking for picks. They're going to be looking for skirmishes. They're going to be looking for numbers advantage. So I think just rounding out in a way where, as the game goes longer, you especially have a superior 5v5 was the right call in the end.
They do take away the Kashanji from Shanji, but they will have that one for themselves. I think ZDZ has been consistently playing that one. Both top laners sitting at 12 games played on the champ itself. We'll see what Shanji's answer with the counter pick is going to be into that one.
It's kind of funny, right? Because now bringing out the Aatrox, I actually feel like for their comps, both of these picks like work better for the team that got it. Like, Weibo's comp works better with the Cassante, Nip with the Aatrox. Maybe Nip would have wanted the Cassante, not only for the Kashanji, but as a takeaway. But I think both teams having very clear goals and like both compositions having ways to win the game, which only makes it so much more exciting because, like we said, both teams on a downward trend in terms of form lately. Nip should be the clear favorite, but I think all fans looking at both of these teams as being able to pick up this series, right? Both have been somewhat inconsistent at times. Hell, Weibo very inconsistent.
Still, one of my favorite moments of this split was the previous teaser we had going into the games. The shot of Xiao Hao crying for when he was on Anyone's Legend, and the quick shot of Xiao Hao saying, "Let's bring you to the mountaintop," things like that. I think they're super huge, but this combo hasn't delivered as much as we would have wanted it to. And I think that does rely a little bit on Xiaohu really stepping it up in a series, in a matchup against a tried and true opponent and rookie. Both guys legends in their own right, really needing to show who's who tonight.
Like we said, Rookie's been getting the best of a lot of LPL mid laners. You'd expect the same here. And with the level of aggression their comp can bring, it's going to be NIP who are keeping track of in the early game to see what they can get done.
A lot of things need to go right for Weibo. And we said their season hasn't necessarily gone the way they wanted to, sitting at a below 500 scoreline, but still in the playoff conversation. We get into game one of our last series of the night, and we're going to hear Shenzhen come to life.
It's so great to hear the fans out
They're
in
still
full
going.
force in the Shenzhen arena.
Love that. Most active crowd we've had tonight. It's fitting for our last game. This is the one we've been waiting for. I'm so glad we were able to catch up to it as well, because when we talk about Weibo and needing to see kind of Xiaohu conversation picking up, big saving grace for me for NIP and some incredible scouting in the offseason was the pickup of this very tried and true OMG duo of Shanji and Aki.
I don't want to call you out, but like scouting, then with tried and true, you know what I mean? That they kind of fight each other. Like, I don't know. I guess any teams that didn't have Aki and Shanji on their list as like scouted good players you could potentially pick up, those teams clearly have had like the sunglasses on, multiple pairs of sunglasses on these past few years. I think any team would have been lucky and excited to get such a strong top side. It's kind of funny, right? Because both of these teams picked up already put together top jungles.
Yeah.
Which,
it's so funny to me.
Yeah, and I think despite the standings, I've had similar feelings about both of them. Like, Weibo obviously been massively disappointing, but I think a lot of NIP's wins have been very close and very, you know, like if it was a best of 5, who knows how it would have gone, but at least having more consistency, having a team identity, like we highlighted, I think Rookie especially is a standout. Aki's had good moments. I feel like both Shanji and their bot lane have been here or there, but you said Joie on an engaged champion was something you know that you can trust.
Also, congratulations to Light, 200th game in the LPL. Shout outs to his time on Snake Esports all the way back then, as we do see them trading blow for blow. And this is one of my favorite matchups of the year, because it's the Light Particle Bros, I guess, going at it, Photic versus Light. But it's also just a lot of fun because both these guys play on the edge very often.
Yeah, I feel like Light definitely being the more reserved one out of the two is, oh, Jump Ball Chunker's already duking it out.
Speaking of playing on the edge of your seat, Weibo, you need to be a little careful about the re-engage. Whoa, finds the dredge line. Now Xiaohu finds an angle. Rookie's going to flash across, and we've already gotten first blood, and it went over to NIP. And guess who got it? It's Photic. Yellow card comes out. There's the cleanse. Light giving his death away. Aki going to be shared the love there, and NIP, they find exactly what they need.
NIP had better positioning with the fact that Rookie was making his way over first, able to buy space. And in terms of early game skirmishing, right, CC and Burst are king. NIP's 4-man unit definitely having more of that early than Weibo. So now off to a huge start already. Photic getting one of those kills, Aki getting one of those kills. A great position to be in.
Spreading the love, too, I think is the important part, because now you get that combo of if Photic can join Aki, somebody is definitely dead. We're going to take a look back at how it all started, stemming from this move from mid lane.
Exactly right. Rookie doing a great job trying to zone Xiaohu out and make it here first. You can see Weibo already are coming in with less health bars, but it's going to start off this awkward position where you have the aftershock going for Joie. He isn't taking a bunch of damage. And now look, you're pincered in with Photic coming off on the flank. A great flash from Rookie to allow no follow-up damage. Just played out really well, and the setup was there from NIP.
We're already getting the payoff of Rookie, man. This guy has been on a tear, and I feel like he's been on a tear since last year on TES. I think there was a lot of really good moments towards the end of the year for Rookie, especially. But now seeing him kind of mind game Weibo early on and use the distance that Talia provides, really big.
Yeah, and, right. You said Rookie's been having a good year for a while now. It feels like even looking back at the past 5 years, even Rookie's quote-unquote bad years are not bad years, right?
Yeah.
It's just not Rookie absolutely dismantling
Not world
people.
championship Rookie,
Like,
you know?
Exactly, like he does some stuff. He's been an incredibly consistent player in my mind over the course of his career. That was a bit spicy.
Shanji actually trading pretty heavily with CDZ up here. Gonna have a bit of an advantage too. Both objectives are up on the map. Looks like we might just get a trade.
I know it makes sense, right? We can see where our prios lie. Shanji winning top in the 1v1. Weibo's bot lane still maintaining push in the 2v2. So I think overall both teams making the right call. And honestly, the contrasts, right? Like you said, how they've gotten here, their schedules going forward, the fact that both these teams brought in top sides, both have legendary mid laners, both trading objectives at the right time. This one was by far the weakest connection. I don't know why I went with it, but it keeps the story alive, Mazel.
You know, we love stories as casters. We did end up getting that trade. So 3 grubs were, at least the Telegrubbies episode 1 was watched by Mr. Aki. He's learning a lot, I'm sure. While Dragons were the focus for Xiaohao. I think they actually make a play on the Xiaohu mid, but transitioning power towards bot lane could be the play for NIP.
We're at a point now where Rookie and Xiaohu both level 6, and we know Rookie especially is going to be a lot more impactful on the map. Xiaohu going to be able to find more presence in the 1v1, but that's why with Aki showing now, wouldn't have been able to do it and look for any of those monster Qs. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with either. It's,
yeah.
Right now, luckily, isn't going to fall for it, isn't going to be curious about what's in that brush. You know what's in that brush, Xiaohu. You don't need to know what's in that brush.
And something I want to kind of keep tabs on is how reserved Weibo play, because kind of like games we've seen earlier, right? NIP's pounce potential is so lethal. And so Weibo need to figure out, you know, where could they be? Where could they come in through angles? Staying around turrets is going to be super important, but something to kind of keep a side eye on for Weibo in their positioning.
I do like that Weibo are still being very proactive, right? Opting for trades. They make this move up to top side just in case Aki is here and is able to be supported by Rookie, so they could have won out. Because they know, like I said, their comp definitely way more of a front to back. They should feel pretty good finding fights like that into NIP. Not this early, though. You can't keep letting NIP extend this gold lead.
Aki playing with the vision, but will be caught anyways. Double engage here, and Weibo might have found him out. He is going to have his flash
here
coming up, but that is almost getting him with the Heartbreaker, but goes a little bit wide. Now Rookie able to put back some damage with the seismic shove. Look at Shanji. He's got an angle, and Aki gets the kill at the end. Here's the flash from Shanji, and he's looking for more. But NIP, they are 3-0 up early in the game.
And all of it is actually off of the aggression being brought by Weibo. The invade into the blue buff done by Weibo. The invade in the red buff done by Weibo. And they keep getting punished. The reads from NIP are so good with bringing Joa up to that side and not even be able to punish to your bot like Light was hopefully thinking of. We'll see exactly what goes down. Looking to catch him out, but again, all the champions that NIP have picked have such like, they could be anywhere. They're so squirrely they can get away. Aki, great job holding the flash so long to be able to escape from the Heartbreaker.
He wasn't holding it. It just came up, like literally as the Heartbreaker was going through.
Oh, so that makes this even worse, Mazel. Then it just means this is unlucky for Weibo.
It's so unlucky, man. Like, I watched that ticking while I was counting in the replay. It's like literally as it's coming through, it goes off cooldown. That's insane. But this is all the things that lean the way of NIP and them taking advantage of it.
NIP. I mean, right, NIP came in as favorites. They lost their last 2 series against FPX and AL, who I think maybe most people would have them favorites over. Maybe the FPX one's a bit of a wild card because I think at this point everyone in the universe believes Milky Way can carry against anything. But coming in much more revitalized into this matchup so far, and again, Weibo have really just gone down a spiral.
Got that length of engage right there, and Xiaohu literally just has to watch his health bar go down, but Rookie is doing about the same. You get almost traded back. Weibo using some of that sustained power that the Rakan plus the Karma gives.
Lucky for them, not giving more picks over. We'll have to cede a lot of pressure and control over this bottom half of the map, like we're seeing on our screens now with more vision going down. But luckily, Dragon's still a minute away. Means there will be time for Weibo to find resets and start contesting this later on. Ooh, that was close.
Chris just watched an anchor go right over his head. It's like that cinematic from all the way back in the day.
There was a cinematic?
You know, remember that original like 5-on-5 cinematic they did with like the Ahri, the Nautilus, the Darius, the Graves, and like where they're all fighting in the forest?
Funnily enough, despite the fact that the Riot video and cinematic team is absolutely goated, I've just never been one to get into cinematics in general, or like hype teasers or intros or anything of that kind.
It's one of the coolest things, and they've made Nautilus actually like to scale because he's supposed to be like a giant undersea titan.
Yeah.
And like, so the anchor just like comes out of the side of the screen. It's just gigantic. It's so cool. It's a great cinematic. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. But a lot like that, a little bit of things going the way of NIP early on. The anchors themselves landing pretty consistently. refocus onto the grubbies here, and it'll be the split of them 3-3.
Weibo shouldn't be able to do too much with this. We've seen them have early push in some lanes, but still not really able to threaten any plates except for the one that ZDZ has gotten in topside. And we're at a point now where items are coming out for NIP, and we can't say the same for Weibo. Static Shiv on Photic, Sundered Sky on Aki. No completed items for anyone on Weibo. And Dragon spawned.
So we're looking at front to backs from Weibo. Looks like we're going to start getting some of those fights here soon. NIP, again, the strength for them is finding the picks before and in between a lot of these 5-on-5 fights.
And honestly, again, with the finished items, they might even just be able to outright fight them right now. We'll see as Aki under some threat. His flash is once again just about to come up in the nick of time. We can't say the same for Xiaohu, though.
It's about putting the pieces together here. Rookie always looking, has the angles, has the Weaver's Wall. That's what we said in the draft. The angles for NIP are so big. Xiaohu, he's just deleted. I don't know if that was a Control-Alt-Delete or what, but he is just gone. And Chris makes it out alive.
Right, you have the skills land from Rookie. We already hit on Aki having completed an item. Xiaohu still sitting on the components. ZDZ.
All out onto Shanji here. He's going to pop the World Ender and dash over the wall. He's fine. TP now coming in, though, as Xiaohu wants to make a play towards top lane. This is vintage RNG Xiaohu, but I don't know if it's going to be vintage enough because he might get caught. That's the flash out.
And he just got it back up. And it's already gone again. Not able to find what they were looking for, but they're not just holding them into topside. It looks like their other members aren't too far. Crisp and Xiaohu right now making their way up.
Nothing else there, as it was going to be a continued side lane for Xiaohu. Just fine and dandy. And that's where, you know, I guess, well, I'll wait for my conversation because we're going to take a look back to this one where we actually find a nice little catch by Schwo.
And that was a bit okay, Rookie.
Oh,
Rookie's
okay.
gone. All right.
You hear the crowd. Oh.
You know, that was a bit of an important kill to miss, and might be another kill. Chua luckily having the flash. This does open up the map a little bit for Weibo. Now Xiaohu's gonna have even more pressure to push in this lane. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see Xiaohu link up with Crisp and maybe make a bit more of a push in the enemy jungle, but it looks like the reasoning behind that's being shown light, wanting to go for a reset. Probably having quite a bit of gold in his pocket.
Might just get back on the map too as well. I think he's just waiting for the last second there. We did get the Archangels completed for Rookie. Kraken Slayer there now just picked up on Light as well. So some of those item spikes coming online, but we also have to think the Rift Herald's coming up in sub 30 seconds. Aki's already clearing up towards this way, and NIP are actually full force up this objective.
And doing a great job of already being here, even having some light vision around the area, but Weibo also have lots of information that they could use, and Weibo also do have a TP advantage right now. So I guess the question will be if Weibo realizes, because Xiaohu's actually going for a reset right now. This could potentially just be a free Herald over to NIP.
So I felt like there was a world they can contest because Shanji does not have TP and ZDZ does, but it looks like they don't want to pull the trigger there. Xiaohu gonna get collapsed on. This is what works for NIP, and this time you don't have enough sustain. Xiaohu's down.
So it does end up going down in the end. Again, Xiaohu nowhere close, went for the reset to buy his own Sundered Sky, and now it means at best you could have equal numbers with ZDZ TPing in. We'll see what NIP wanted to do with this.
Light stepping up pretty aggressively. Play with that Kraken Slayer a little bit more. They do lose a lot of their sustained fighting power now that Xiaohu's gone. I feel like that's a very, very big piece for Weibo to keep alive in these. I think Crisp a little bit less so, but definitely there for the engage potential. Looks like we're still positioning around this Rift Herald, but NIP not going to be confident enough to start it up just yet.
I also think with NIP losing some tools like the Destiny, right, that'd be such an easy vision tool to let you know where, great flash hold.
Light. He has flash, he has cleanse, just gonna burn that Feather Storm there. Blade Caller back, here comes the Wombo, and there's the combo. The kick comes through, but Xiaohu gets the soul. Chris makes it out alive, but Xiaohu just gets taken out. His soul might be forfeit now, but Weibo, they get something.
Still, though, I think NIP trade up right support for jungle. Once again, I'm a bit surprised NIP Actually, low mana on Rookie, Aki a bit low. Makes sense. Probably not to risk too much for the Rift Herald, but I think finding the better end of the trade. The hook from Joie just looks so nice. Flash hook right onto the Zaya, but then it's like, oh wait. Actually, no one else can follow up on this, and it looks very, very nice visually. Not too much that can be done. There it is. Ult comes out, able to get a lot of the damage down, finds the root onto Joie, and then allows for Xiahou to follow up and find the kill. But this didn't stop from the rest of the cavalry from coming in, and Chris taking a little bit too much damage from Aki there.
Chris just walks straight into that depth charge. I'm just going to say that right now. It still works out. And I think Light playing very reserved with the combos that he had available to him. I think, you know, holding a lot of those, you can burn all that you had in one go, but he really played safely with it. Really good shout out to Light. The combo for Weibo starting to find some breath, but they are still over 3,000 gold in the deficit.
It's just been so great to see how their whole bot side links up. Or at least everyone except Shanji, no offense to him, just that's what top lane is, right? But the other four members have been working together so well to just weave these kills together, which is why they have such a high kill participation. And even now, from preventing Weibo from walking in.
Oh, I think Flo might have overextended himself, and he just goes down there. You can shred them with that Kraken Slayer. Now his soul gone. The dredge line goes through, but he can't get him. Kick back on a Crisp. And now Photic is in some trouble. He's on the back end here. He's getting womboed. And CDZ get him, but now Shanji. He has activated. He has gotten the reset on the World Ender. Rookie trying to set something up here, but CDZ gets the triple knockback. He's all outing him too. That was a beautiful move. And Weibo, they're fighting back. Nice double kill. And Weibo, I've done it. They came out of nowhere, but they're going to catch everybody.
Weibo finally find the team fight, right? We saw what the Zaya could do if you're just able to shred those tanks on the front line as compared to NIP, and now it's going to lead them into being able to pick up another dragon.
Front to back, and it feels just right for Weibo. They're going to get this second dragon as well on the back of it, and it's just about knowing where you're at in a fight. If they can do that, their comp is so ridiculously hard to kill.
Exactly right, and we're going to see here, they do a great job at the start of this NIP by just preventing Weibo from entering in on the Rift Herald. He's going to give that over. But then you go for the hook, and it's like, all right, some damage comes out, but it's able to be returned so easily. That is pretty much your big front line right now. He's taken off the board, and I love that Weibo kind of smell the situation, the desperation in NIP at this point. They're like, yo, we need to go in. Not able to get onto Photic, but ZDZ with the knockback finishes it off. Shanji made it so close, sure, Chris goes down, but it's actually ZDZ here that I think is so smart in realizing, hey, he just went a bit too far forward again. Q3 him in, bring him back to the rest of your team, and Weibo just have more damage that they can dish out.
The all-out going through after the flash, that's crazy. As Weibo take full advantage of it as well. Rookie goes down under turret, and this is some of the potential for that front-to-back team fight Weibo we're waiting to cook up.
So now, still a bit down in gold. Looks like about 1.4, 1.5k that they're down. So not the end of the world. We know that they're going to be able to keep doing well in these fights if they can find the right formation. But NIP now, NIP do have a lot of their globals up. So now this is where we're going to have to start seeing how NIP works the map, especially between Weaver's Wall and Destiny.
That's what I love. We have two teams that are supposed to be at the top of their game. Feels like Weibo have had the short end of the stick a lot of the time, but it's turning into a chess match here, a mind game of how Weibo can approach these fights and how NIP can pick them apart.
For now, just doing a nice job finding some steals and kind of keeping your forces spread out for NIP. Looks like they're thinking of making a play towards mid. They do have Rookie with the Weaver's Wall.
Aki's got a bit of a flank here too. They also have Dwell on the other side. The turret's going to go down. They do see ZDZ over here by himself. Shanji's going to come join. They actually get the kickback. ZDZ tanking up a storm right now. They're trying to get Crisp over to save his life. He goes unstoppable with that one, but he will go down anyways.
Not expecting the play that NIP were looking to make. So nice by them, controlling so much space when all members of Weibo are showing on the lanes on the minimap. To be able to set that up, now can easily move down to bot, start working for this last outer turret.
Oh, they found Photic. They found Photic. They got him, and he's just gone. This has been a game of picks, it feels like, and he'll go over to Light.
Oh, I wonder how bold okay, Weibo aren't that bold. I mean, Weibo don't have like the greatest damage in the world, but Weibo seem like the team that's crazy enough to be like, yo, we're just gonna pick their own butt to Baron. We'll just stick with what they know they can get guaranteed right now. Do pick up this turret back off at the end of the day, so it ends up being a little bit of a trade.
Really good moves from Weibo. It was a game that NIP were very much ahead in, still are. But it's a game that Weibo are fighting back in. And I think that's just something we could expect from a team that's filled with some serious veterancy, even if they were able to grab anyone's Legends top side of the map from last year. It's still a lot of experience on this roster and a lot of things to work through in that way.
Especially when, again, you think about some of the roles that have veterancy, right? Mid and support, Xiao and Chris, two of what's typically the more vocal roles in your team. You would think that still would have allowed them to keep up a lot of the kind of performance from previous years, but not showing its head to its fullest just yet. Still, though, 4 and 5, still sitting in playoff contention as good as now. Crisp, wanting to find an engage.
Tries to get that one as Aki gonna contest and actually gets the blue buff there. Gives the thumbs up on the way out, too.
So NIP right now, just being safe, taking small things that they know they can get away with. The map is so open with the fact that they've taken down these 3 turrets. They're hesitant about pushing forward, especially as Weibo keep up in this sort of 4-man roaming death squad formation. Wouldn't be too safe for Rookie or Photic to over-push in a side lane, or Shanji.
And we've talked about the front-to-back nature of Weibo, but another key component is, once you get one kill, once you get one big pick out for Xiaohao, that's a huge reset potential for them. So they have some avenues forward in these team fights. NIP, they have some avenues, but it's going to take a lot of direction in who they are focusing and a holistic focus from the team in that way.
Right, because we've been seeing the past few fights that they've usually just been finding like one kill on Crisp at the end of the fight. They get that trade back, but Weibo keep trading up as we try to get 20 seconds away. Both teams are ready to fight for this vision. Ooh, nice shot behind the choke.
In some work with the long distance yellow cards, but Weibo will have priority for mid, so they could move. ZDZ actually wants an angle on Aki, immediately safeguards his way out of that one. Photic has the yellow card but can't use it.
They're giving a turret to Shanji for free.
Yeah, he's completely alone in that side lane. He's doing just fine. Weaver's wall came out just to force the hand of Weibo away. Tier 2 tower falls. They're just going to panic start the pair and just try to get something.
I don't even think it's a panic start. I think they just look at the map and like, hey, we got to pull this TP out. We got to pull the TP out from Shanji. I think that's the whole goal from Weibo. If they can get the Baron in the process, that's huge.
Do they just believe in Aki, though? No, they're going to TP in. They want that full frontal engage. It's a front-to-back that's needed for Weibo, but they're in an awkward position. Aki's in the pit, but it's Xiaohao who gets it. Now, afterwards, though, a nice little yellow card engages the back of the pit, the Wombos. But look at Xiaohu, look at ZDZ. They've got to find a way to fight their way out of this one. Xiaohao's completely out of dodge, and ZDZ's left to his own devices. NIP, they don't get the Baron, but they'll pick apart every member except for Xiaohu of Weibo. Xiaohao by himself over here, healing up a decent amount, can play some games, but he doesn't. No, okay. He does get out. He does get killed. Oh, Aki almost going down, but he does end up securing that one.
I gotta say, it looked like Weibo didn't know whether they wanted to fight or not. And I'm not even saying that from the replay of the fight. I'm saying that from the perspective of, like Chris, these guys still had flash. It looked like they were unsure when they were in the pit of, hey, do you think we're gonna fight this? Are we not gonna fight this? Maybe we fight this? Allowed for the huge opening. We'll get a replay of it here. Honestly, I love that they keep it to the 50-50 of the Baron. I thought maybe they just start backing off once the PP came through, but Aki comes in. Smite is still able to come out for Xiaohao, but it isn't a front to back like they want, right? It's 3 key members being pinched together in this pit. Didn't want to have to commit those flashes out of the pit to be able to escape the area as, ooh, see Dragon actually picked up on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. But at this point, right, they were in a terrible position. NIP doing a great job of recognizing that from Weibo taking that Baron. Weibo still do have a Baron to work with. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things.
The inches there, man. Crisp is in the way of Zhuo's hook, but Zhuo just goes for that extra little lollipop on the left side and gets light in the end. My goodness, it is a game of inches, but now a little bit of game of maybe some meters or feet, if you'd rather, for NIP, who have now barreled away a lead, about 4,000 gold.
They're going to keep up the pressure so far, but TP coming in from ZDZ.
Bit of a deep double TP there from Weibo. I like the presence, though. Trying to save this mid tier 2. ZDZ just walking straight up there. Shanji has a flank here. This is a big angle for NIP.
They still don't know.
Crispy, it's kid back. His entire engage just went wide. That was grand entrance. That was everything. Now ZDZ's there. Shanji is literally just standing there menacingly. What the hell, man? They're going to take him apart now, too. One more kill goes down, but it's actually Weibo getting the resets. And NIP waited too long to pounce the trap, and Photic goes down, too.
It's like you said, NIP looking so hesitant towards the kind of middle of that. Calling it a fight even feels weird, Mazel, because it was like Weibo were fighting, and NIP just posturing menacingly. Now, this one Baron is actually going to be able to make some headway and push down some of the structures in NIP's base.
No way. Off of one turn, they're going to get a tier 2 turret. They're going to find a very big closing of the gap of that lead we were just talking about. And they'll get even more in the jungle of NIP on their way out.
So going to go for the resets right now. We're going to jump into the replay of what just happened because NIP cutting the back have a great flank position for Shanji. Even kick back the quickness to buy them more space, but they seem so hesitant trying to kite this one out. And again, I'm a little bit surprised that the Aatrox doesn't start going forward, waiting for the perfect timing, it seems. But this is where NIP start to get split up. Wookie getting brought into the 1v1 by himself. It opens up for Xiao to follow through and start getting the resets. And we're left in a position where Jwal can have absolutely zero impact, and even Photic was being zoned off by the presence of the other members.
That first connection from Shanji has to be there. He split the difference when in the middle, and now we actually just continue the fight. Crisp, though, he gets a, ooh, that was a nice little flash. Oh, they caught Xiaohu, though. He's going to go golden, but his life is forfeit. And there goes NIP off again to their shenanigans.
And this is why I said these two teams feel so similar to me. And I feel like this close game is kind of showing why. Like, both have just shown very messy, very scrappy moments at different points. Or even when they don't show those scrappy moments, like, they show the same amount of muted, hesitation, confusion. Really feels like Nip and Weibo are like soul teams to me. They're connected.
Soul teams.
Soul teams. They come from the same cloth, so.
Do they? I think a little bit of a difference so far this year. Maybe of the same brand. There you go. We'll just do that. We are at about 3 items for some key members on both sides. And I think that speaks to some of the contested spirit of this game. About 1.5k in the lead is NIP. We see what works for both teams. Weibo want a front to back. They can get Xiao with some resets. It looks really good. NIP, again, they have to consistently just pick apart the team fights in any way possible.
We haven't really seen them even attempt. To be fair, though, a large part of this game, like we hit on earlier, Weibo stayed like walking around as a 4-man core, so there weren't a whole lot of opportunities, but it seems like a lot of times the Destiny and the Weaver's Wall have been used for the dragon fights, right? Destiny to get the information of exactly where Weibo is so they can't do any shenanigans, and the Weaver's Wall to try to funnel certain members into position. Probably going to end up in the same boat this time around, right? Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of room for NIP to look for a pick.
Big thing I want to watch is Rookie's entrance here, if there is going to be one. He has TP, he needs the back, but he's going to be stopped in his tracks. His angle, his engage, or at least the Weaver's Wall, oh so important to how NIP can play these fights.
So Weibo actually threatening to move up and do the Baron right now. Oh, I wonder if they're going to do more than threaten, at least force out the vision. They're going to be able to get themselves a scuttle too. And now we're back to zone. Both teams rearing and ready to go. Rookie having the ult up now.
Oh, they're burning it. I don't think NIP realize it, or at least they don't want to make a move on it just yet. I think Aki now sees what's happening and trying to get to the pit, but he's being denied. And that's Baron sneaked out from under their nose. Photic overextends himself a little bit, almost on the edge of getting caught, but another Baron goes to Weibo.
But look at Shanji. Man, I love that NIP are doing this. They're constantly having Shanji pressure when these standoffs are happening. So that way, NIP are still finding ways to make gold. But Weibo say, hey, take that, Drake. Get on Soul Point. We'll start ripping apart your base.
They're going to look at a tier 2 here. The dragon does go down, so that'll be
Look at
third
Shanji.
dragon in a row.
Shanji's looking for an
Might get
inhibitor
it in
himself.
him. He gets it.
We can see inhib turret, so not able to commit for the full thing. Is going to be run off for now, and both sides back off in the end. So strangely enough, it feels like in terms of the like play itself during that 30 seconds, NIP maybe like doing nicely 2 turrets and a Drake as compared to 1 turret and a Baron. But now Weibo's going to really show us what they can do with this Baron, right? This is where it's going to be able to show if going for that trade was worthwhile.
We got guns blazing. 4th items for both carries in the bot lane, Light and Photic. I think those will be crucial to keep an eye on. A lot of supportive nature of Weibo's comp, and they have a couple key carries to keep an eye on, where I feel like on NIP's side, Photic getting very strong with the Terminus completed, but they have multiple different angles to approach these fights too.
And now, they're at a point where Weibo controls the map. It feels like it's going to be hard to see NIP actually be able to proactively use any of those tools in a way that really benefits them. Because Weibo are going to be grouped up. They're going to be pushed forward with a giant Baroned up minion wave. See if they can actually finish off a turret, though.
Minute and a half, or about minute and 20 now on the Baron buff. Another wave with another cannon minion, too. Xiaohao's right around the corner. They're doing some work, but the minion wave did get distracted a little bit. He pushed in there, too. So NIP saved the day, at least for the moment, for the tier 2. But Weibo aren't done yet. Minute left.
Yeah, Weibo don't have, like, an insane siege potential or anything. It's like, all right, they can clear some minions. They don't really have a great way to threaten dives with this many members either. So having to take it very slow and play standard. Whew.
Xiao, who's starting to do some work. Crisp, looking for an angle. Oh, he gets lollipop by Jwo. And the tower going down in the end, so at least Weibo get what they came for. Xiaohao has hit level 16 as well. Weibo backing off for the moment, but a transition towards mid lane.
So able to find 1. We'll see if they can find any more. This is a plus 2.5k gold Baron power play, so it like is worth. But at the same time, right, NIP being on Soul Point, if this game goes at extra 240 and they get that, we'll see if that could be enough, especially with people like Shanji. They'll become so hard to kill, who already deal massive damage with Serelda's, Profane Hydra, like just items galore right now on the side of NIP.
It is also first time that Weibo have had this lead after NIP have controlled the game for a lot of it, and it might be a small one, but it's definitely a change in tempo and change in priority, at least, of this game. We do have a little bit of time, though, to set that up. Those 3-4 item spikes really coming online for everybody, but that's where I want to hone in a little bit more on this playstyle. Does Photic really have what it takes to fight up against a Xayah this late in the game?
I don't think so. I think Xayah just is able to provide more, right? Obviously, even things like the root to be able to set up for you to keep being able to deal that damage, having the lethal tempo at this point as compared to the fleet footwork. And we haven't even seen like Photic look for really anything. Speaking of look for things,
he's gonna pop that Weaver's Wall instantly. Xiaohu blocked out of finding Jwo there, but Weibo are trying to make a play.
hoping to find a catch of their own, and it seems like Weibo realized that at this point in the game that their comp should just be able to stand up to what NIP have brought out. They're finally trying to really pull the map apart from like what we just saw. You can even see now Shanji and Photic both moving up towards topside. But Weibo have been not falling for it to a point of where, as we can see on our screens right now, right? Weibo have been willing to stay grouped even at the cost of their own base. And luckily it's been working out for them so far.
About knowing what you can lose and what you can't lose. And Weibo playing that line right now, but ZDZ knowing he can't lose his life. Be a little bit more careful in the side lane. We have a dragon in a minute. Any pickouts now could spell doom in that category.
It feels a bit awkward right now, if I gotta be honest, right? Because I feel like Weibo are in control of the game, but now that we're getting to the Soul, it's like, you don't have a lot of gray options. Baron isn't going to be up at the same time. You're still going to have to worry about Shanji going for the split push.
We're going to have to move ZDZ up here. I mean, TPs are going to be available, so at least you have that option for ZDZ and Shanji. But it is something that actually NIP have just been utilizing super well so far. Here we go,
like
though, 20
Weibo
seconds.
Weibo keeping ZDZ on the bot side of the map, knowing they need to strike and they need to fight.
If they have to TP ZDZ to topside, that just opens up Shanji to take this fight 5v4 in this Dragon Pit. They aren't going to do it. They're just going to cede those pressures like you were saying.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I thought Weibo would have been a lot more decisive here. They do end up bringing ZDZ back in the end. So it's going to go exactly how you thought, Mazel. The whole top laner is going to have to TP in.
But it's already gone. Weibo gotta steal it away. We go to Tide Dragon. Shanji can't flash over the wall. Okay, he gets over anyways. Now Crispus got beautiful blade collar there from Light as he flashes himself over the wall. Weibo actually have a standing chance here. The reset's there, but Shanji and Aki, they're taking him down. Big move from Xiaohao, and ZDZ is still Cassante as the combos, the carry. Xiaohao showing up in the moment, and NIP, they've lost everything but this Lee Sin.
Now they're going to try and run him down once again. We'll see if he can manage to get away. Looking at the mini-map, Mazel, Weibo do not have a whole lot that they can turn this into, but my God, what a huge performance coming out from Xiaohao, and now also putting Weibo themselves on Soul Point.
Can't believe we're getting this tested back and forth with a game where NIP were so far in the advantage, and Weibo, they just know how to do it.
I thought Weibo were doomed when they got corralled into the pig here. I was like, oh my God, I'm getting flashbacks from the exact fight at Baron. People getting locked in, not knowing where to go. NIP's TP comes in first, but they buy enough time with the ult coming out from Light, especially in the Blade Caller. He gets to a safe place, and it opens up for Reset City to start coming online. Sadly, Light does go off in the end, but look at the top side of the fight. It's actually such a masterclass coming out from ZDZ and Xiaohao. Constant resets. And sadly for NIP, it seems like they got a little bit disoriented. It seems like they lost track of who was where, who am I supposed to be feeling for? Hey, like what happened to Rookie?
Yeah.
And now Weibo going to be able to get another Baron off of it too.
We were talking about Shanji and Aki from ONG, but it's so good to see ZDZ and Xiaohao on the other side returning blow for blow. These two guys stepping up in a big way for Weibo in this series and able to get another Baron there. They'll have so much on the table for them, and they are very far in the lead now too.
And now they also have 2 GAs you have to worry about, right? So Weibo have already said, hey, we don't really care about sides. We don't care about some of our base structures. We're going to stay grouped, and now making it even harder for if you do blow anyone up with the amount of burst you have, it might not even matter. Xiaohu already has the Zanyas that he could rely on. You have Tank top side. You have Khan is incredibly mobile. So now all 5 members of Weibo getting a little bit harder to kill.
Xiaohao also has like 4,000 gold on Aki on Viego, so it helps in that regard to almost be full build on a jungle Viego. And they do still have the Baron for another 2 minutes. The push should come a little bit belated in top side of the map, but they're going to push nonetheless.
We at least finally got Death Cap for Rookie, so he's going to be hitting a lot harder coming into this next fight. Because at least in terms of items, I mean, NIP have managed to keep up. But I feel like Weibo have not been giving them openings in these recent fights. Really just have been like a giant brick unit running at you. They almost gave one right there. Chris dodges the hook.
Yeah, chess match starting to come to its last moments. Either side could get the big saving grace here. Shanji's going to continue his side lane pressure, at least away from the fight pressure, but the inhib will be the first to fall here. Weibo and take that top side pressure from them. They'll back off now.
Yeah, they have to go for a full reset here because look at the minimap. Bot was already pushed out for NIP. Shanji doing a great thing by pushing in that mid wave. So making it so Weibo can't get even more off of that Baron like they would have gone for, right? They could potentially maybe still go for a mid lane turret here, but I like that they've realized, hey, someone needs to go to another lane because Shanji's going to rear his head and he's going to be there.
Yeah, he's going to have TP available soon as well. Big focus, though. Minute and 10 seconds on maybe the biggest objective of the game so far. Be soul for either side. A pick now is big. You got to be safe because Mountain Soul for either of these two when they've stacked up 3 would be incredible.
It would be insane. I feel like it'd be a bit more insane for Weibo side, of course, because they have the Cassante, right, as compared to NIP, where you have Aatrox who builds Bruiser and Joie going support items, but either side they can get it would be great. Weibo, of course, with the Baron they've had, able to keep up pressure on the map, able to keep up vision control around that objective.
The things we're looking at here for Weibo. Xiaohao resets, keeping Light safe. Keeping those 2 carries alive and ZDZ on a back line, that's where you win. But before that, if you can get this lasting pressure in mid lane, that's a second inhib gone. against NIP. Now they move back to the Dragon Pit.
Gonna have a lot of supers to work with to keep up the pressure. They might have to be a little bit patient, especially in terms of top and mid, to be able to wait to get that vision from coming out.
There is a TP ward for
It's
Shanji.
really deep. See if he goes for it.
The Destiny has been popped. Weaver's Wall in. The Dragon already
It's just gone.
out of the face of NIP. Mountain Soul secured for Weibo, the team that needed it the most. Aki kicks him back. Zhuo goes in. Shanji found the flank, but he gets all outed instantly, and Shanji's all by himself. He needs his team. He needs somebody, and NIP, they're running away. Chris finds the combo. Aki's getting soloed out by Xiao, and here comes Reset City as Weibo Gaming will take them out one by little one. Shanji's gone. Xiao's chasing Photic, and more resets for the man. You have an over 10,000 damage Saya in the fight, and Weibo will wipe NIP.
Weibo with some great fighting. Now we're going to be able to run this down, take Rookie down, and look for a win. Get themselves on the right track for the series.
What an absolute bloodbath, and I loved every moment of it. The chess match delivered, and game one, it goes to Weibo, and they actually find the way to combat some of that combativeness that NIP have brought. Now we go 1-0, as NIP are going to have to find answers to game two.
Yeah, gonna have to be able to look what went wrong again. I really feel like there could have been better ways to use things like the Destiny and the Weaver's World. And Destiny especially really got relegated to a tool for finding where members of the enemy team were, kind of used for vision a lot of the time. So we'll see what adjustments they make. I'm going to keep saying it myself. I feel like both these teams felt really close to me in terms of how they play coming into this, and I'm going to keep going with it. We're going to get another close one.
Yeah, I think we're going all three. I'm excited to see what NIP's answer is in that game number two. But Weibo, they come out swinging. They aren't ones to scoff at competition, at least. We're going to send it to a little break. We'll be back for game number two. Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split, everyone. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are into our second game of our third series of the day. Weibo take a 1-0 over NIP, and we're going to take a look at the stats from that game, Lyric.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? NIP definitely coming in as the favorites to this series, despite the fact that I think with the talent on the roster, all of us still know Weibo could put up a fight against pretty much anyone. Hasn't been happening, but this series, they were able to withstand the early onslaught from NIP, which, to be fair, was actually Weibo starting off a lot of the aggression, and NIP answering back, but NIP were answering back beautifully. But it was partway through the game where Weibo seemed to realize, yo, we need to stay as this, like, grouped up death ball, give over turrets on sides, and it allowed them to team fight. It allowed them to take all the objectives, and Xiaohao was the big benefiter in my mind.
Took multiple trips to reset city there. ZDZ was pretty big, but Xiaohao comes up clutch. It feels like the king that was crowned in this game as they played around it holistically, and it worked out well for him.
Which is nice, right? Because he's a player who has had a few struggles this split. Hell, Weibo have even promoted Yodong from their academy team recently, and he's actually part of the LPL lineup. Wouldn't expect him to come in now this game after the fact that Xiao just popped off like that, but I guess the point is, right, Weibo still very clearly kind of exploring their options, still very clearly trying to find out, like, who they are as a team. Really good look this time. But now we got to move back to NIP because, I mean, that early game into game one was looking good.
Yeah, I think you got to see a lot of the map movements working out for them, a lot of the direction that way, also stemming from Rookie as well. But the biggest difference, I feel like, came down to the way they drafted and their win conditions from draft, right? We had a very stable front-to-back style of fight from Weibo, where NIP needed to find the picks at the right times, and that just didn't come up enough.
Yeah, I feel like they needed to play the map more. It seemed like they didn't feel comfortable putting Photic in a side lane all that much. He maybe went once or twice by himself and pushed out the waves past the neutral point, but I feel like the safety that Destiny could give you at being able to escape, constant pressure with both him and Shanji, maybe they could have gotten a couple more turrets, right? Especially with how liberally Weibo were giving those away. So I think not looking as confident at executing some of the, like, the details of that composition.
Yeah.
But at least you still know that, right, they were on a good track. It was very close, and I would expect NIP to bounce back in this game.
They need to bounce back. It has been a bit of a rough slide down the hill for NIP, but they definitely want to turn it around. Weibo, much of the same, it feels like, in certain ways. Definitely a moment of pride coming into this second game of the series. Similar
loss streaks, too. NIP on a 2-lose streak, Weibo on a 3-lose streak. Again, both of them faced, I think off the top of my head, it was AL and FPX, but I'll double check. Yeah, both lost to AL and FPX last week. Like, a lot of similar things coming into this series, but Weibo really have not been able to piece together many series so far this split. Having Xiaohu in something like the Karma to, I think, give him an easy role and allow him to just push lane and enable his teammates was a really good call in that game on draft.
I'm also curious as we get into draft here soon, that focus on bot lane. We had a ton of bans that way. We had to get down into the deep pockets, but maybe some of those coming up as meta changes in terms of this series.
Like, yeah, you're right. Everything thrown at light that game in terms of bans. Kalista, Varus, the Lucian, just so much taken off the board. Hell, even by their own right? Smolder and Senna. With teams I'd expect to change shines, yeah, I'm curious what we'll see, right? Especially maybe we'll see things like the Karma either taken away or taken off the board, which will then change the dynamic that comes out on red side. I think a lot of potential differences that can come through in this next game.
I'm very curious what we get for our mid lane matchup as well. I think Xiaohu, a big proponent to how Weibo won that one, but it wasn't flashy. It's a Karma, and I wonder if we get a little bit more, even though that feels like the role that Xiaohu has played in the past, right? With the Azir not available for either of these guys, you truly wonder where that champion pool can go to tonight, too.
This is all I got you. What we do is we get Rookie on Orianna, and I know it's not meta, but we get Xiaohu on Syndra. We have both of them on some of their most legendary picks.
Classic.
And then both teams agree in chat right now. No one interferes with mid, but they constantly have to look for solo kills. That's what I'm demanding.
Man, if only I could dream that up into existence, I would be very happy. It looks like we're not changing much from that first game. It is full focus towards bot side. Lucian, Varus, Smolder, Senna, all gone.
And yep, we're keeping on track. The Weibo ban out the way again. That is the final piece to the puzzle that would really finish this one off in terms of the way. That's actually been something that Xiaohu hasn't leaned into at all, which is very surprising, and maybe another thing kind of showing us some of the weaknesses of Weibo, some of the inflexibilities around certain powerful picks right now in the meta.
Final ban first phase for Weibo, who will have to adapt their strategy to a red side focus, will be the Karma.
So, yeah.
We'll see Way in and available. It is locked in as well.
Exactly, just completely exchanged right now. Now for Xiaohu, I wonder if he just pick up the Talia here to make sure you really don't get pinched out anymore, or if he has his own specific answers. Things like...
I'm just saying.
What? I'm ready to hear it.
I saw the head crack from Rookie. I think he's taking it real seriously right now. I think that's like the whole anime level up. I'm just throwing in my thoughts on that one.
No, I'm with you. I mean, Rookie does the head tilt. You be ready for whatever Rookie's hooking up now. We got the TF locked in for Weibo. No one on Weibo side has played this, so I really have no idea where this one could go, right? I feel like we've started to see it more bot than soul lanes, but you do have Xiaohu on the roster, you know, a pick he's leaned into heavily in the past. I wouldn't expect CDZ to pick it up, but hey, he's played the Rumble. You never know with CDZ.
True. Hey, you never know. You never know. I personally would really like it on Xiaohu. I think Xiaohu at his best, especially when the LeBlanc was very popular, AD LeBlanc, he literally picked teams apart in one game by himself with side lane pressure. This guy just thinks at the next level, and I'm really, really excited to see some flexibility come the way of Weibo with that. There is some picks left through, though, and it is the Xayah that is picked up with the Lovers Duo for NIP.
Gonna come with that, gonna get us to safety. If any CC comes through, try and throw out that ultimate Corpo to get away. I was excited for the Draven, but sadly not brought out in the end. And now we'll get to see where Weibo want to go. Again, I'm kind of with you. I think I'd like to see the TF more towards the mid lane, but the amount of AD carry bans, it really would just leave the question of where you go. Again, Ezreal, Caitlyn, there's some more niche picks that are still left open, but it looks like no, it is just going to be the TF either to top, presumably bot, and now Xiaohu getting his hands at least on something else that can be proactive, that can make an impact, has been buffed, and now he'll get his hands on it for the first time this split.
And, you know, it felt like Karma was the training wheels to the Game 1 Diego of Xiaohao. Now we've taken off the training wheels. Both guys are on motorbikes, and we're going to see who can run people over, as this combo for the Ahri Zins out is so ridiculously strong if you combine early and often, as the Volibear is the lock away in the second phase for Weibo.
I like that we've been getting like a consistent amount of Volibear bans, but no team has really been bold enough to pick it just yet.
It's a shark in the scrim waters. That's
yeah,
all I'm saying.
Exactly. And that's what I'm waiting to see if we do get something like that coming through. Now both teams having very different thoughts of where to ban. I like the support focus for NIP already taking away the Nautilus, which is something I feel like is just evergreen, would feel really good putting next to that TF. Now about where Weibo go next. I wonder if they'd feel fine banning out something like an Udyr when you're playing the TF and potentially looking to pressure sides. They could, of course, take away the Udyr themselves on 4, assuming that it is going to be like piloting that TF.
The single target focus really good to take away for at least the buy focus for Weibo in the second phase. The Ashe also taking away a lot of potential tools for Weibo, a lot of utility there. But now in the second phase of picks, let's see what counter pick is going to be left up to for Weibo.
Yeah, we already know what options they have at top. I am I was going to say I'm a bit curious to see what they'll come out with in bot, but maybe, I guess the DF is going up to the top lane. I don't know if they're going to flex into support. That'd be a little bit unexpected. But now, with NIP and how they can round out their comp, I mean, it's hard, right? We've been seeing things like Wukong kind of fall more out of prevalence, but you would have some setup there and being able to look for the engages. Udyr is something I already highlighted that NIP should want to pick up because I think it'll fight a lot against the pressure that the TF is putting in a side lane. He'll do a great job at being able to escape even from the gold card, just with the movement speed and with Ghost.
I also just really like the return to cover for Light. I think his Zeri, I know every single ADC in their right mind played Zeri last year, but Light was a special one, I feel like. He has an incredible, like, almost 60% win rate on it, but I think he thinks well about how this fight should go for Azeri in a team fight. So I'm really excited for that one. We get Aki going with the Viego this time, try to show up on Xiao Hao. We'll find out what Weibo want to lock in last.
And it's interesting, right? Because Weibo have once again built a very similar comp to what NIP had in terms of its pick identity. TF, Bard, Ahri, all long range, CC, you know, single target. That's what they excel at. But the one difference with the Zeri is it means the longer the game goes on, you at least are going to have a lot more consistent DPS than NIP had in that previous game. So it might not be as hard to fight later on. But NIP have kind of taken the page out of Weibo's book and have built very strong front to back. The Zyre Rakan, the Viego. We're seeing a return of everything that worked from Weibo last game for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man meme all over again, but seeing out what they can do to execute that is the biggest thing. I think Rookie had a decent start to this series itself, but I still love to focus on this mid lane matchup because it is crucial on a lot of the mechanisms for the game.
And you'd expect Rookie to be able to come out on top. Play has a lot of presence in lane, such a great champion. We already talked about Rookie's form. But now with Ahri being back in, with Xiao Hu moving back onto this pick that he should be incredibly comfortable on with how much of a staple it was in the meta over the past few years, I'm going to hope that he's able to put up a better performance and that Weibo can be proactive. Because despite having the Zeri in the bot lane for insurance, again, it still feels like they need to be the team getting the ball rolling with the Ahri Xin Zhao.
Very curious to see if this top lane matchup leads to anything, because as soon as we get the TF unlocked on the map, that's where some of those gank parties can truly come alive. Weibo were able to strike first blood here in this series, but NIP in their home arena, they will not stand for it. I expect this series to go the distance. NIP have retooled their strategy. We'll see if they can bring it back. Let's hear those Jaios. Extra love to the players they're tagged on at the end, but it is energy full in Shenzhen as NIP, even with that first game going the way, we've seen the track record today. Teams that get knocked down stand right back up and deliver a punch back. And I think NIP are standing tall in that regard.
Wait, so what happened to Ultra Prime in their last series?
We don't work in the first series. What are you talking about? That was the meat of the sandwich, okay? Shanji actually going to lose a huge amount of his health bar against ZDZ early there.
Oh, wait, we're not stopping.
That's the Ravenous Maw, too, getting a little bit of extra damage. Xiao Hu going to burn his flash. They're going to keep chasing, though. A splash from Xiao Hao, too, and NIP, a level 1 strategy. They're going here under tower. Oh, they barely don't get Xiao Hao, but they'll get his jungle.
I mean, that's still a huge win, right? You get his jungle, you just got 2 flashes off of Weibo. And the only sums you lost yourself were for your Udyr. So I think NIP going to be really happy, which is kind of sad because I love the idea from Weibo sending Xiao Hu top early because you notice that Shanji Ghost Ignite, going to look for the aggression. You wanted to punish him, but it just ends up biting Weibo back so much harder.
It does indeed. It is a similar summoner spell burn usage to Shanji burn, but flashes I feel like will be more important to think about as it's across multiple members. And see now, checking on the jungle pathing with some of that stealing away going for Aki. I expect both junglers to want to path down towards the bot side of the map if they can, at least for Aki.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao Hao as well. I mean, he's going to head up, but I think should assume that most of his camps were taken away. Doesn't know the full brunt of the damage just yet. Doesn't seem confident staying around his bottom side, so is going to go check that out.
Knows the Krug's probably still there with the way that things went down. A little bit of chaos ensued there, but Ping's already on to the Scuttle Crab on bot side for Aki. Maybe using that pressure from his Photic Zhuo bot lane to get that objective at least first.
Wow, even Xiao Hu TPing to the inner turret. Feeling a huge sense of threat, it seems, from NIP right now. I mean, hell, after the early game shenanigans, look, Rookie being up in CS, we know Aki is up in CS as well. The place you're losing is going to be top, which you would already expect a little bit. I think it's kind of sad because one thing I wish we'd see teams do more is like gank top lane TF heavier. At the end of the day, he is an immobile mage. Sure, he takes ghosts. He also has flash. He's very safe, but he's a squishy champion that feels easy to punish. And we've seen some teams do it. I remember when Flandre played it, he got ganked quite a bit. But I think more teams should be able to adopt the style of really putting this TF down.
I mean, they're going to need to. Shanji is hurting right now in terms of the lane. He will catch up a little bit, but it's not going to be that much at least. Aki gets back his blue buff. We'll be back on his side of the map. Something to think about, though, because, again, one of the biggest things, as we said, if ZDZ can get out on the map with that Destiny, all of a sudden you just have multiple members from Weibo able to collapse.
Ooh, nice
Collapsing.
control.
Oh, the combo. Xiao, that's what he was scared of, and Rookie stepping up.
And all of this just set in motion by that earlier invade because NIP know they can go for this play, rotate Rakan over so comfortably because it's almost a guaranteed success with Xiaohu playing that far up. So finds a kill, steals away another camp. Honestly, this might just be one of the games that explodes from level 1 and is too hard to recover from.
And going back to your point of him going and TPing to that second tier tower, it's because you can just unleash hell with Wei in the multiple combos you can do if somebody is knowing where they're going to TP into in position. So really heads up play from being able to kind of collapse over Rookie and find that one. Is Chris going to be a little bit of a menace to Zhuo. We do have objectives coming up on the map with Xiaohao already in position towards this dragon.
I'm curious though. We did see lights. Oh, so the trading right now from Photic and Light gets rooted.
Right, not really going to have a way out of that one. Does use his dash there, fighting back. Now Crisp, though, gets completely caught in transition.
Crisp gets caught out. Xiaohao's still not having flash because of what happened earlier. Can't put more threat on Photic and maybe try and trade sums with him. So again, it feels like NIP, they have put in the legwork earlier to just constantly find success in these standoffs. And it's going to lead them to an early dragon.
Now, they did have a lot of a lead in last game early on for a majority of the game. It took like 25 minutes for Weibo to find an advantage in the first place, but they are definitely working a lot more efficiently this time around.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also different because now with them being on this side of this matchup, they could brute force a lot harder, just like we didn't get to see right now with Xiaohu. Not in for a fun time, it seems.
I love it because every time I look at Xiaohu after these moments, he's just typing out the summoner spells like, all right, there's another, all right, you know, you burned these, okay, cool. He's just going to continue to get focused. We look at what happened there in the picture-in-picture.
I mean, he just run. That's all he did. He just run. That's what Shanji pulled off. Was able to find it. And I mean, this one just has to feel so bad, right? As, you know, kind of thinking back to my team side. Ooh, I need pause, Chris. Should be fine. He's on the Bard. But thinking back to my team side days, like people knowing the memes of like FFing early in games or scrims, it's like that's how it has to feel.
Here's the combos. Spiraling Death gonna land. Multiple members there get to slow down as Zhuo wanted followed up though. The 3 grubbies gonna be secured by Aki. They actually move all of their bodies up here to make sure that it happens too, and now they can at least freely transition to this game where they've had complete control of objectives.
Like, I gotta say, if this was 5 years ago, Weibo would have asked to remake this scrim. I don't know what scrim culture's like these days, but 5 years ago, that's what would have happened. And we're like, okay, guys, can we remake as Chris? Man, you're living on the edge.
Yeah. Seems like Weibo, that's what they're doing so far in this series. The second game, at least, Destiny is popped. So at least some vision there. They're going to come in. They have a combo. Xiaohu, a nice flash with light behind them, and Weibo, they immediately take 2 kills, and my God, they have just killed 4 members of NIP.
Bringing Light up the top side out of nowhere, having the numbers advantage is just what Weibo needed. And now suddenly they're up. There's Zeri has 2 kills. Xiaohao is big off of 1 mistake. And that's kind of been the name of this game so far. Hell, even the series as a whole, right? Mistakes being punished. It looked like Chris was the one making a mistake here. Even the members of Weibo themselves aren't that close. But you need to remember, you have a Destiny, you have a Spirit Rush. You could very easily join in. There it is. Gold card comes out onto the Viego. Shanzi getting brought down when Light is involved. And then they could just keep running forward. The mobility of the Ahri and Zeri especially just means the fight can keep going forever.
Map movement really working out for Weibo. They are working together so well in this series so far. You thought maybe stumbling early. Right now, coming together pretty good. And some tools now going to be available. We have Aki with the Heartbreaker now. The Crescent Guard available for Xiao Hao. We're still waiting on those first item spikes to come up as well. With some presence from NIP towards bottom side as they continue to take at least priority of the objectives.
So knowing they're strong, knowing a lot of tools from Weibo are still going to be down. ZDZ not having a Destiny. Xiaohu shouldn't have a Spear Rush for a little bit. And I like that they're using that to enable Photic to get more plates and keep control of vision. Dragon going to be up slightly before the next set of grubs too. So a bit more valuable to have vision towards this side.
How we feeling about the bot lane here? How we feeling about the Zeri for light, a 2-0 to start the game off?
I'm just scared, and I guess it's just the PTSD from like back when Zeri was there every game. But to where when I look at these comps, I think like, oh, I think I like a little bit more what NIP have, and I don't have a lot of confidence in teams in LPL utilizing the top TF correctly. But at the same time, it's like, man, like Zeri, I've seen him do some things, but I've seen everyone do some things on this ship. Everyone's gotten the Penta.
You've had a lot of those last year.
Oh, everyone.
I still stand by the champion's very fun to watch, especially in the hands
I
of
do
our skilled
agree.
ADCs here. Always provides that little jump of electricity, pun intended. Whoa. Find a lot of enemies in that bush if he steps forward. Shanji has already taken the fight, though, into ZDZ. He's losing it now, though. The rest of NIP are coming. All Aki needs is one reset. Rookie can set up a Ravenous Maul with the combo, but here comes the TP. That's Xiaohu. They might just get it turned on them now. Spiraling Despair, but it's going to be turned on NIP. Now Xiaohu, he's got the angle. He's got the Spirit Rush. He's got some damage.
Ooh.
He hit that charm, and here comes Weibo. A steamroll over two members as Xiaohao will claim two, and Weibo are running it.
I mean, Weibo are actually making way better use of the ability to look for picks over these globals, over teleport than it felt like we saw NIP doing in the last game. What beautiful things we're seeing on our screen, Mazel. I gotta say, I'm so excited about this because I did not expect it at all. Weibo have been looking miserable lately.
Yeah.
And you know me, I said Weibo were winning the split. I have been in full-on just delusion lately. They do step up. We're going to see here how. Shanji actually losing so heavily out just from the trading from ZDZ with the autos. But they didn't respect the TP that can come out from Xiaohu. I thought this was a bit of an overstep. Sure, you get the flash out from the Twisted Fate, but now you can be run down. You don't have your flash from the previous fight that Weibo were able to win. And then this charm connecting on the Shanji. It's a bit sad that Shanji didn't end up going down because he was beautiful.
It feels like a play where NIP are like, okay, we're desperate, we're going to try something, but then they realize that they went way too deep. And I think this is a situation where, yes, you can claw back. We saw Weibo do it last game as well, and this comp can do so if you get resets. But some of the decisions definitely going Weibo's way, as they will also take their first dragon here.
Doing a nice job on staying on top of things. We'll see if they make any dedicated move up towards the grubs. You would assume they will. They have pressure in top. They even should have some threat in mid now. But maybe just preferring to get more gold onto your Zeri. Light has been incredibly good at playing in this lane by himself, though.
You play so safe if you have the right angles, especially with the new terrain. You can use it to just get to safety so easily. Not safe, though, is the Telegrubby episode 2 that's starting up right now. I think Weibo are in prime position for it right now. They were being hovered by NIP. Kraken Slayer completed, redeploy out to top side of the map, but no real contest going to come into it.
No, you know, they might go for one of those things where they wait and they go once the objective is being finished and still try to force the fight with a more advantageous position, because members of Weibo will be in the pit, but we'll see. Right now, just trying to get some information.
Exactly the play here would be the fourth grub going over to NIP. And they scoop in.
Seems like Weibo realized, right? You don't want to like overstay, maybe get the objective, and you would just get one more grub, and then be in such a bad place to fight. Sure, you'd have the Bard there to escape, but the enemies could follow. So I think NIP, Weibo making the right call in the end, but NIP punishing appropriately, not over-rotating too early, maybe getting themselves in over their heads.
love to see. I know they can't see it, but yeah, we have a focus on Xiaohao on our screen right now. And I think that's ripe for discussion here because this guy has really shown up so far in the series. A guy who maybe has faltered a little bit in recency for Weibo. You were talking about Weibo faltering as a whole, but it's really nice to see him taking a leading foot here for Weibo.
I agree, right? Especially when, again, my eyes have really been looking at the top half of the map as some of our biggest strugglers. Soul laners, in my mind, the bigger struggles than Xiaohao, but him having some missteps. It's nice to see him be able to come back. It's nice to see Weibo as a whole come back in with a plan, with an idea. Again, I really like the roams that they had earlier to find these 6 kills. And I think you need to keep your foot on the gas a little bit in regards to doing that. Like, there's no reason to just sit on tools like the Destiny.
CDZ might be caught. He does have that ghost puff and the yellow card ready to go, so Aki can't find the angle. Rift Herald on the other side of the map could be started up by Weibo shortly as Tower in the top side goes down. First turret of the game.
Man, ZDZ is such a weird player. Like, here he is, this guy who's like, yo, I used to be really good at Camille and things like this, and those are my favorite. Then mostly just plays tanks regardless of that. And then every now and then busts out a Smolder or a Rumble or a TF, and you're like, wait, you are just the Cassante guy. When did you learn this? And he's actually playing it incredibly well. I love how he kited that out and to be able to get away. Very comfortable with these trades.
For me, I think the brightest point for, and I maybe not brightest, just from what I see, I spend a lot of time watching player cams, especially after big tense moments, to see kind of their reactions as players. So I think that mindset is really interesting to think about for our pro players. But ZDZ, this entire series, has just been non-stop communicating. I see him like gutturally looking like he's yelling a little bit there, and I like that direction, especially when you're on a TF, when you can decide where those engages come from.
Looks like NIP potentially going to want to match those engages. Bringing 3 members down.
See a lot of damage to the turret, even with those 2 grubs here. We only have a couple minions left, though. Won't be able to do it, as moving forward is Shanji. Can't get into the magical journey. Xiaohao finally does. Gets the Crescent Guard off now, too. ZDZ is now stuck way overbearingly overstepped, at least. ZDZ flashing out, though. Nice temper. Oh, my God. Weibo are going to turn it around here. ZDZ is a front-to-back menace, and Xiaohu comes in, gets the kill, and Weibo completely turned it on its head.
And they are playing this style so much better than it feels like we've seen Weibo play any style so far. The TF, the Bard, the RA, these champions fitting them so well. I love the way that they're making it across the map. NIP, they came in with a great idea. They were winning in that fight. But one tempered fate changes the story.
Communication is key, and target selection is even more important. I think that's what we've seen really become a boon for Weibo in this series. The target selection last game was really good here as well, utilizing some of those strengths that maybe we didn't see NIP utilize last time, but we take a look back at it.
Yeah, we're going to see NIP, I think, coming in with the right idea, feeling strong to be able to take this fight at this point in time. I mean, ZDZ gets kind of stranded, locked down for so long. I mean, Xiaohao isn't going to be able to make it through the journey. But then this tempered fate by Chris, setting up so ZDZ can escape, syncing up with his flash, and then you just have such a great turn with the gold card ready.
It's so good. And a little thing, Xiaohao getting the Crescent Guard off before going through the turret just delays the follow-up. You can't go immediately into the magical journey, rather. So just little things really working out for Weibo. Some mechanical prowess being shown here as they are pressing into a tier 2 topside.
And I want to point out how much more actively Weibo are playing this 1-3-1, right? You're kind of having this roaming squad around your TF, moving as a unit. You have Xiao on the opposite side. They're very fast at looking to make these plays and use their tools. Because like that's where NIP struggled last game. But NIP, they don't have to worry about that this time around. Because now they're the ones playing, you know, the front-to-back style, wanting to team fight, being fine just scaling up. Falling a bit further behind than we saw Weibo in the last game, but I think still not down and out. We know what both he could do if he could land a big root against Weibo.
It would be huge, but they need to start finding some saving graces here for themselves. The Rift Herald charge into mid lane. Not be able to get the turret just yet. Dragon is up, would be a second dragon for either side. Weibo going to move multiple members there, pull the dragon out, but can't finish the job.
Weibo being very cautious about this one. I think realizing if they just head-to-head brawl with NIP, it'll get closer, it'll get messier than it shouldn't. Look at the minimap. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Bottom center of our screen, ZDZ putting in the work. And this is only the second dragon for NIP.
Yeah, they don't even need to contest this. They can even kind of push mid lane too and maybe even get another turret, but they won't get that tier 2 in the side lane. They'll get close. ZDZ doing some lasting damage there.
It also is just going to make it harder for NIP to walk through the squadron of their jungles, stealing away camps, denying vision. They have to go that long way around, but it seems like you're right. Weibo not wanting to overcommit for any pushes just yet.
As we see it, I was confused with the Baron empowered recalls there, but anyways, as we get into it now, resetting into the stage of things, we do have those second item spikes at least starting to be made. We have the double static shiv into the second zeal items for Light and ZDZ. The Runance is that pickup for Light.
Yeah, really going to be looking to take advantage once he gets into the fray. And I guess it makes sense, right? Shanji, Aki, Jewel, all going to be jumping right on top of you. I'm just continuously curious to see what they look for next. Is Aki going to get the cleanse out from Light?
That's pretty big. I think if he can get that lockdown on Light now, it's a lot more easy to follow up on. Thing you have to worry about now, though, side lane pressure and how Weibo are using it to pull apart NIP.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because now, perfect timing, hover back over Xiaohu, see him pushing this turret down. They're doing a nice job at staying consistent. And right, I don't know to credit with this because you point out like ZDZ talking a lot. We've seen Xiao House player KFC's talking a lot. Xiaohu seems to pitch it every now and then, but this is like the old RNG style when he was the top laner, right? This is very reminiscent to that. Seems like a comfortable thing for all of Weibo, Chris, especially on the Bard. I think this has looked like one of his best games so far.
And I think that's important to state, where we have seen some downturns of Crisp in recent memory, but I feel like there is
especially
that
on the Hook
consistency.
champions.
Yeah, I think there's some consistency you're begging of him, and I think you get to see moments like this where like, yeah, that's Crisp.
Exactly.
And I think that's big.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, him in my mind being one of that kind of like golden trifecta of supports with Ming and Mako.
Yep.
Glad to see him showing up on this Bard and just constantly moving together with his jungler. Him and Xiao Hao have been holding hands for the past 10 minutes. But Nip have been fine with this, right? Nip are like, hey, as long as we get the farm, as long as we get to catch waves, we're all right. Photic now sitting on 2 items with that Navori in pocket as well.
Yeah, you saw Photic have a lot of say in the last game on how to do damage for NIP. They just got to find a way to bring that to fruition here in this game number 2. That outer tower falls, so no more defenses out further on the map for NIP, and that's very scary against a Weibo team like this in this composition.
The thing is, it also gets a bit harder for Weibo, right? Because you don't want to overcommit for your pushes to be hitting those inhib turrets, especially if not many people are showing on waves. So now, in my mind, this is where Weibo might have to actually start more proactively looking for the kills, pushing waves in deep and looking to collapse around mid. We'll see what they're going for, because Nip actually are the ones heavily committed to mid.
Again, though, I mean, Weibo just play the side lanes this entire time, and they're just picking different moments to kind of pull apart the map itself. Rookie won't have that TP available anymore, so no side lane available there. Xiaohu does have his, but no objectives for another minute and a half, at least for that dragon, and NIP could be on sole point with that.
Yeah, NIP definitely going to need that one. It seems like for Weibo, just waiting for the members of NIP to show on lanes before they got their usual shenanigans up and running again. Again, in my mind, they should really start actually looking to find a pick on sides. Chris going to be the one, but being next to inhibitor turrets, it makes it so hard for Weibo to actually pull the trigger.
Yeah, but that's where you just wait to pull the trigger on those kind of movements until you pull them out to a Baron or things like that. You can just go completely behind them. I like that Aki's playing with a little bit of the vision toggle here, and we'll be clearing that one out as well.
Weibo, if they could find this, I mean, what a 2-0 to have over a team like
Yeah.
Nip. I got to be real with myself. I didn't expect a 2-0 for Weibo. I think both of us looked at this, thought maybe 3 games, right? 3 games?
Oh, 100%. There was no world I didn't think this was not going to go to 3. And that's an attestament to maybe some of the work that Weibo's been putting in to subtly build a lot of the cohesion on the team. Because that's, I feel like the biggest takeaway for me, at least in these first 2 games so far, is Weibo just seemed to be on the same page, man.
Yeah. I agree. I like yeah, they've really been playing in unison. Again, Crisp, Xiaohu this game. Last game, similar thing, kind of Xiaohao, light Crisp. So I think really good cores shown in both games where they've known exactly what they want to do. But still, the game is stalling out a bit now. Dragon's coming up, so there is an objective to play for. And this is where we might see Nips Comp really come into its own.
They have been stacking up those dragons. They're looking for an Ocean Soul to help them weather the storm. They'll have a bit of presence in mid lane, though, with that wave pushing up here. Want to check in on TP. Xiaohu has his. He's waiting in base. He'll just use it to get to mid lane. Looks like we're setting up for a 5-on-5.
Moving in right now, Weibo trying to zone them off. We'll see if they can find an angle, because we know from last game, the key to these fights for NIP is resets for Aki.
And maybe Shanji not losing half his health to start the fight there. That's a little bit rough, as he doesn't have any way back into the fight. He has to stick around. The Destiny's popped and Dragon given over. Tied up 2-2 now and of Dragon objectives, and Weibo might punch for a little bit more.
And yeah, they're threatening, but I also want to point out that whole time, NIP were also losing a wave on top, losing a wave on bot, like gold just being lost around the map due to the earlier circumstances. Again, a much more dominant game in this game too, like 7K gold lead for Weibo. The question will be if they get confident enough to start maybe looking towards the Baron, right? We're getting close to our third item for light, which feels like your Zeri is going to be an incredibly good place damage-wise. But maybe Weibo never feel the need with the fact that they can just keep this game of like push and pull, like, hey, I'm over here. Oh, nope, over here now. You know, they can just keep doing that.
That's what's so cool, is this has been a known strength for members of this team, right? ZDZ had a little bit of renaissance in side lane last year, but Xiaohu, we've always known him to be the general and able to get some good calls in here on the Ahri of the side lanes too. Things for Weibo lining up well, but NIP, they are a team that has had a resurgence this year, it feels like, in solidifying themselves. And it's off the back of Rookie. It's been off the back of Photic, a duo we've known to be together before and dominate the league. They gotta find a way to pull it out of the Magic Hat now.
For NIP, like we said, coming into this on a wait, Aki
Does use that Heartbreaker out, so that will be a big tool actually utilized. Still get the resets and everything, obviously. He also got the Scuttle Crab.
I wonder if they'd be willing to pull the trigger here. You don't have Destiny coming up, and we can see a reset going on for the Zeri, so I guess not, but seemed like might have been a decent time. Rookie was showing on the wave bot, could have tried to get a TP, but Weibo just being very diligent with their game plan. And kind of going back to what I was saying, right? NIP coming in, 2-loss streak. If they do lose this, it would be their third. Some good news for NIP is their next 3 matches are TT, RNG, and RA. So actually like fighting down towards the bottom of the standings. I guess your only hope as an NIP fan, if they do end up losing here, is that it doesn't turn into like a downward spiral of, you know, just getting worse and losing to teams that they shouldn't.
See what the future has in store. But right now in the present, Weibo have full control. Almost 7,000 gold in the advantage. Moving back onto the map, a map that doesn't have a lot of defenses for NIP, and Dwo is going to find that out the hard way. Crescent Guard did get utilized, though.
I think good by them to be able to force out that tool, because it seems like a lot of the time Xiao with that ulti's been the one buying them space and buying them time, but NIP are still curious. They don't know what's going on behind the closed doors in River.
You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat.
Oh, looks like it's going to kill Rookie.
Uh-oh. There is a cat person, I guess, there, kind of Fox, and Rookie just gets completely taken out.
Like, what an insane place to come back. Weibo, struggling so much to split. Face Rookie and the boys, who are 7-3, and managed to bring it together. It's been beautiful to see. They're going to try and make this Baron play at the same time. Xiao doesn't have TP just yet, and ZDZ has nothing to join either, so good call. I was sweating. I was ready for the engage from Nip.
And that's where, on paper, I think back to your conversation of like Rookie and the boys, on paper you'd say, oh yeah, this season has been a monumental success.
Great.
They are on a downslide right now. They've faced FPX and AL, they've lost both of those. And so when you look under the surface, things maybe not as great as they seem on paper.
Yeah, I think a lot of NIP's mid games have looked suspect this split, and looking like they don't exactly have an idea of what they want to do, not only together, but even at general at some points in the game. Hell, I think points of last game, kind of looked like that for NIP, not making the most out of their tools. They still have such an incredibly stacked roster, though. In their first 15 minutes, usually the split has been really on point. So, definitely outperforming my expectations with where they've ended up in the standings so far. But it's been great to see.
It's been nice, and that's why I was so expectant of this series to be such a banger.
Yeah.
And so far, from a Weibo perspective, it is. We did get third item there for Photic. He also has hit level 16. Bloodthirster completed, so a little bit more sustain in the fight here.
Yeah, the problem is, though, you got IE finished up for Light. He also got a Vamp Scepter for a bit of sustain. And Terminus just finished up for ZDZ. So ZDZ, really the big player on the map with 4 items. I guess you'd expect it, right, with TF being able to make gold from that passive. And especially once the changes were made where we're crit adding more gold on top of that. So,
oh, God. The combos are coming alive, though. Rabadon's now got completed for Xiaohu. We have a dragon up right now. And you've got to be able to be ready to fight, and items just being a little bit lagged behind right now by NIP.
Now we're going to see. I mean, remember, Destiny's up for ZDZ. He can join at any time. I think a lot's going to be up to the Tempered Fate as well. But Shanji, can he tank this? Can he set up for Photic to deal damage? They look too scared.
The hands are there for NIP, but the confidence not just yet. They're going to turn onto the Baron to force a play from Weibo. They need to do something because ZDZ is on the side lane.
This is crazy, though. Again, Christmas Tempered Fate. This fight can become really awkward if some members are in stasis and you can just kill the rest.
They were waiting to get vision on here. Xiaohu's circling him like a shark, but NIP, they pounce back. Tempered Fate only gets one. Nice crescent guard, and Weibo are fighting him anyways. Aki goes out of there, and everything's falling to pieces. TP back into the wave, though. My God, Weibo! They are not able to give down the fight. The fight is continuing in bot side, but NIP, they don't have any answers left.
I'm surprised Weibo don't just look for the end here. You have minions pushing in bot. You have a wave in top.
Blue team's
He's hunting. He's going for it. Okay, get the charm there. Xiaohu wants Aki. The turret in the top side for NIP goes down, leaving a bear in him. Only mid lane has defenses left, and Aki, he's going to be chased down. They might just give this kill to Light as well, and he'll be able to chase him out. That's a fifth one. Oh, you got to guess. Which way you going to go? Oh, okay.
I kind of like that Aki chose to be a little bit annoying at the end. Again, I think there was a world where Weibo could have looked to end there, but instead back off, go for the safe place. They kill the jungle, which lets them take the Baron. In that meantime, ZZZ getting Weibo on soul point. I mean, this is a 12k gold lead. This has been truly like just dominant gameplay coming here from Weibo. Again,
Yeah.
very, very unexpected. And this coming from a Weibo fan himself is.
And I don't want that to detract from NIP. Like, there's a reason why we kind of came in favoring them today. A lot of the track record of the season shows positivity for this super team, but it's a recency bias.
NIP came into me as, because I said, right, how these teams can struggle in certain moments was very similar to me, but don't get me wrong, NIP was by far the more consistent of the two, right, and that's what reflects in the standings. And being able to deliver on their individual performances, something we've highlighted with Wookiee and Aki specifically, that's why came in slightly favored, but not able to keep it up. And I'm more just impressed, again, at how Weibo's playing this pick comp. Game one, it's like, all right, they were able to team fight a bit better. NIP weren't able to get everything going that they wanted to. But this was really Weibo instigating the action themselves and bringing it forward. So this might be more of a pivot for Weibo going forward, in my mind.
They have a 14,000 gold lead and fighting every advantage they possibly can here. And it looks like that, right? I think game number one, it delivered in the contention of the fights, the back and forth nature. This one has been Weibo all game long.
They're going to keep it going, utilizing the Baron buff as Rookie. Nice sidestep.
The little things is one of the Nexus turrets is already gone. Now they're onto the final inhib turret, and that's just going to fall too. Oh, Xiaohu, he finds Woe. Now they go right in. 3 Talon Strike into Destiny, which is sealed right now for NIP. I think ZDZ's looking for the flash. He gets it as he's trying to go more. Shanji goes over, but the rest of the team's falling apart. Photic is gone, and we know who wins out on these particles of light, and it's Light himself. Weibo have reared their devastating head, and they take it a 2-0 over one of the favorites in the league in NIP, and they're back, baby.
Now Weibo sitting at 5-5. only two series wins under NIP themselves now. They do a nice job of solidifying themselves and also taking down one of those potential. I mean, honestly, taking down a favorite. I'll just put it like that for the sake of it, right? Taking down a win that you weren't expected to coming into it, and now it at least improves their chances of being able to stay within the playoff range. Because I was worried, Bazell. I thought looking forward, Weibo might just lose everything. Weibo might lose to IG, to EDG, to everyone under the sun. But now, being more hope and more excitement again, especially if they continue to explore the style they played in Game 2.
And big thing for me tonight was the fact that we did see the top jungle transplants really show out on the night. I love that. I love the conversations, the laughing, having a little bit of fun. But it's the top transplants, the top and jungle transplants that have really made a difference in these teams and shown out in a consistent way.
Exactly. And I love that you're pointing that out, right? Because we were hitting on, that was one of Weibo's big problems, was their whole top side not working out. And that's not just these guys. That was including Xiaohu. Just really none of the three of them able to find their stride. But in this series, they worked together beautifully. That looked like the biggest difference, the clear night and day between Weibo and NIP.
Just being able to communicate, being able to have the same goal in mind. It just seemed like it was like butter tonight for them. And I don't know if somebody had a serious conversation in the group or what, but it looks a lot better when Weibo's functioning like this, because we were questioning what was going to happen tonight. I think the Xiaohu rookie delivery didn't necessarily pop up, and that's why I like to focus on the transplants on the top side of the map, because I think that's where a lot of the fire came. But in the end, like, every game came down to Light having a difference, it felt like, and that's a big component to Weibo now.
And it's kind of going with the comparison to the teams. That's why even their bot lanes feel very similar to me, in that, like, both are willing to be aggressive, but they're not all that aggressive. They're very consistent players, but Light, in my mind, kind of does outshine Photic on the opposite side, which makes sense. It has more longevity. He's been around longer, really stood the test of time at being able to see some of these highs. So it's nice to see that he was able to still be relied on in this game. But to me, in this game too, especially, it was like Crisp. Crisp was really impressing me with the tempered fates, with the movements. And I think it's because, like you said, maybe not this split specifically, but just over these past few years, Crisp has really had some down moments that, especially just because of the way they happened, are very memorable, and like, oh, he's had some bad hits. So it's good that Crisp is picking it back up on the Bard.
Yeah, and able to play with a little bit of flexibility there too. I think that was what's cool also from Weibo, is they didn't just hammer in one style. We've been talking a lot about finding plays, strategies, consistency as time goes on. Those have been the big words circling the LPL, but I think this is a way where you see that flexibility really pay off for a team that can utilize it well, at least in this microcosm.
Yeah, and I love that you point that out, because it's also like, Weibo are a team that I don't really feel like found their bearings with how they wanted to play, which is weird, because I feel like you can compare like how they were playing Nico, Talia, some of these picks, as compared to like their Azir comps and their Orianna comps. It's like, hey, these aren't working. Go back to what does, and they leaned into that more than they ever have before today. But also feels fair and like the right time to talk about NIP, because again, in my mind, you are the NIP representative from our broadcast with again, just how much you have cheered these guys on. I'm a bit underwhelmed, and I'm surprised by how underwhelmed I am. We didn't really, especially in that game too, right? There wasn't even the chance for anything to happen.
Yeah, and I know I was talking about the transplants coming in. I think something that was a bit of an issue for Aki in his past with OMG, and something that led to a lot of the unfortunate early exits of OMG when they were trying to be at their prime with that home-built roster, it felt like, was just some of the decision makings. He goes for the plays, but it's a little bit ahead of time. It's a little bit ahead of the team. We're not on the same page, and things kind of buckle down like that. So finding cohesion in that is super important. And, you know, some of the changes that could be coming in the future, NIP wanting to kind of find that consistency.
It's funny they point that out, right? Because it's like, hey, this isn't OMG anymore, where everyone is willing to just full send it with you and put their body on the line. Like, things got to make a bit more sense here at NIP. They have been, but yeah, I mean, the second game, just not able to hold it together long enough.
So, a couple things. We came into this one with the Dark and Light saga, the narrative. I want to take a look ahead, because NIP, a lot easier of a road for Weibo. Maybe it gives Weibo a little bit more gumption in their fights, but at least focusing on NIP's road forward and bouncing back from now a 3-series loss streak. TT, RNG, RA, BLG, TS. Rounding it out tough, but a nice little middle ground there.
That's kind of what I'm I'm curious going forward. In my mind, there's no way NIP should lose to any of those 3 teams, right? I mean, they've looked better. Some of those other teams haven't been able to pick it up. But it's like if this 3-loss streak they're on now affects it and they start losing to teams they have no right to, it's like, it could be a rough one.
Yeah.
So just gotta hope they bring it together. But it does seem like we have stats from our last game. And
We'll talk about Weibo on the other side of it, but yeah, speaking of Weibo, let's take a look at that gold graph. One-sided after about the 7-minute mark, and all she wrote in the series for NIP.
Look, Mazel, today you've been very much about, and let me push up my glasses, crunching the numbers.
Yes.
It's been a day of crunching numbers, and I don't need to crunch any numbers to tell you what this screen says. It says NIP got crunched themselves. There isn't too much to say here. Like, seriously, it was nice early aggression, funnily enough, from NIP to start off countering Weibo. But once they got in the groove of like Destiny, Spirit Rush, Tempered Fate, they just did not stop.
For me, the gold graph maybe doesn't necessarily speak to the way that Weibo won this second game, though. When you go back to watch it, you'll be very emphatically surprised at the way they pulled apart the map multiple times. ZDZ was the side laner. They subbed in Xiao, who's like a tag team going over there, able to take down turrets. So maybe I think one to watch if you're a Weibo fan and figuring out how they want to move forward with some of the different versatile play styles.
Yeah, and that's why, again, I hope they keep it up. I hope they keep leaning into similar champs like this. I know you can't just, I mean, there's a reason why this isn't just the outright meta. You can't just take this every time. But leaning more into their strengths is, like you said, NIP kind of getting easier than harder for Weibo. WE, EDG, BLG. So kind of a mixed bag, right? One team middle of the pack, one team down towards the bottom, BLG up there. I think EDG, though, are much better right now than their position signifies. So that one's been one I've been scared of for Weibo and excited for EDG of like, hey, how does this go? Because it feels like it can go either way. But yeah, Weibo, they're gonna have to keep giving their best. It feels like being at 5-5, you still can't afford really any losses.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy how tough the end of the schedule is for both these two teams. When you look at, obviously you said for NIP, BLG, and TS, but JDG and IG for Weibo. And if you don't know, IG are kind of a real deal right now, so trying to figure out how to pick that one apart. And Weibo have some good building blocks to bring themselves back. Both teams came into tonight with some unfortunate losses under their belt, but it might be the start of new salvation.
You know what NIP's problem is that they need to get their coach, whose name is Myzijin or something like that, to rename the Pokemon. And it's the reason why we never cite NIP's coach, despite we might cite other people's coaches. Because Pokemon, back when he was a player, was a much easier name to say.
Very true.
That's all I got.
Take a look back. Yeah, hey, I appreciate it. The little things. It started good, right? Like, for the first couple minutes, they had us in the first couple minutes. Not the first half, the first couple minutes. Then we spring forward to this fight, and it all starts going downhill. And
I remember I was so surprised. So I thought Nip were going to clean house, and it's like, wait, Light's here too? Weibo brought everybody here? And yeah, they were just so willing to be proactive. They're so willing to move around the map. I really feel like when you're running Tempered Fate Destiny, you have to be willing to use them as much as you can, and that's something Weibo were never afraid of.
They weren't, and pulling the trigger was the most important part of this one. They did so time and time again. Little things going their way, little extensions from NIP being punished, and Xiaohu always there to be the punisher.
I have a question for you. We're doing our typical end of day spiel, waiting to find out who the MVP is, but Mazel, I've already forgotten my question. Continue with your day.
Oh my god.
We're at the end of Brock. This has been a long day, but wait. Looking forward, do you expect Weibo to be able to stay in playoff contention?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I don't think I ever had a doubt there. I do think they will be kind of the gatekeeper at this point, but I think they have a possibility because they have a lot of games left to play, right? And with ideas like this and honing in on those strategies, I think it's the most crucial thing to pull away from this one. Just recreating that is the question.
I agree, because even with this loss, hell, even if NIP loses another 1 or 2 series that they maybe shouldn't lose, it feels pretty hard for NIP to miss playoffs at this point. But for Weibo, still very much possible. I gotta be honest, I'm still sweating a little bit with the opponents they have coming up. It would be so crazy for this roster after this org making it to World Finals to not make playoffs in the next split. Really be quite egregious.
It would be insane, but that's the timeline we live in. A lot of the young bloods, a lot of the new blood in the LPL coming clutch. I love CDC throwing up the IG. Oh my goodness. That's the little things in your life. Crisp coming up clutch with this Bard pick. Does get his MVP, 5th of the season.
Deserved. Like I said, in my mind, he was the player to watch in that game. It was super exciting how much he was moving, how much faith he had in his AD carry, leaving Light alone. And like you said, Zeri, you have tons of ways to be able to play by yourself. It was just good to see. And hopefully Chris can keep this level of performance up.
It's important to factor in some of that experience that we highlighted in the series for this Weibo roster. There's no way they're going to let things go down the way they have been, and the turnaround could be nigh. We'll see if NIP can also do that. We will take a look at these results of the day, because maybe not the length that we expected, but some of the outcomes surprised us. RA upsetting AL to start us off.
Yeah, I kind of expected 7 games today, but in the reverse order of like AL not getting upset and NIP 2-0ing. So some nice upsets today, especially with RA. This is going to bring us to our standings. Zell, cast over these standings.
Lyric has left the building, folks. Lyric has left the building. We do have a look at these standings, though. A lot of big teams. Obviously, Weibo moving up one in the ladder here, but some of those unlikely teams, unlikely duos in the top standings. Again, these are our playoff teams. On the other page here, these are the teams that would be left out of that top 10 mark, and some big names there.
I like it. I said this on Reddit the other day. EDG are going to go on a run. It's kind of already failed because they lost their last match, which I said they'd win. But I want to believe in the EDG
But look at
run.
all the teams at 2 wins. Like, that's what's crazy about these standings. Everybody's so close to making giant moves in the standings itself. As we're going to take a look at tomorrow's schedule. It's another 3-series day, but this one, these have a lot more stakes implications. LNG take on LGD, a struggling team that was at the top of the ladder last year. FPX, the superstar form they've had against BLG. You do not want to miss that one. And then Top Esports versus OMG.
I mean, you got to tune in tomorrow. You got to see Milky Way potentially pop off against BLG, and if he can make the dream possible. I mean, all the matchups I think are interesting tomorrow, but that is really the storyline that we all got to tune in to see.
So do we feel like we're getting a little bit more confident with 14-4 here, Lyric? Do we feel like we're starting to feel out the meta and play a little bit more fluid?
You know, I'm feeling like we're starting to crunch the numbers. I don't know why I did that. At the end of the day, always gets weird. Send us off. Get us out of here.
I lost my Uzi glasses, or I would put them on and do it. Anyways, that is it from us here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with more LPL action tomorrow, and we'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.